Okay, the state board will come to order. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and then please remain standing because we will have a choral group come in next to sing the national anthem and present some other songs to us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, the free, and the home of the
Right. Thank you. Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Thurman, and State Board colleagues. I'm talking to you behind me. We're in a time of transition of this body and of the work that we do. And transitions are always bittersweet. In honor of President Kirst and my colleagues, for which this meeting will be the last, and to welcome Superintendent Thurman, for which this meeting will be his first, I wanted to start us off with a reminder of why we do what we do. It's my pleasure to introduce the Natomas Charter Schools Performing and Fine Arts Academy Vocal Ensemble under the direction of Julian Cunningham, vocal teacher and vocal director, and Owen Meyer, teaching associate and accompanist. And joined by them is Kathy Romero-Molay, our Arts and Outreach Coordinator, and Sierra Hersick, Director of the Natomas Arts and Education Foundation. Dr. Kirst, with all due respect, I just felt that after so many meetings of your pledge, we needed to add a little bit of oomph to the flag salute. So, with our rendition of the national anthem. So now our students have two more songs for you. This next one is called Until I Met You. It's a love song to welcome Superintendent Thurman. And then we will end with a final song called My Wish, and this is to all of my outgoing board members.
I used to be so fancy free, but really lonesome as can be, till one lucky day you came my way. I never knew what love was all about until I met you. I knew it right from the start. I used to think there'd never be a girl who had cared for me, and what do you know? You made it so. I telling you, he showed me such emotion that I finally took a notion to give. He took a notion, did you imagine his emotion? Everybody plays it the same. You go for cool. It's a game you play by the might be jiving, and although you know the winners are reason is real. Did you know for what came? For myself is the game. That's how it is. Love is the answer, then you'll never ever feel quite the same. I'm sure you know that that's so. Wanna drop my heart down, then it instead of using sincere words, never just then it tell you all the truth I never really meant to begin it. How can you explain true love? How can you explain true love? Love is really sad, so excited that when it turned me around, it caught me, except when I saw that I was yours and sure that's really concrete. But what do you know? It really was so. I'm standing right down, running around, and that's the truth, really the truth, really important on no act, really a fact, really this ain't no time for jabbing. What I'm telling you really comes from the heart of mine. And let me tell you, that's enough about this thing people call love, something nobody has too much of. This game, all misunderstand. Tell you one thing short, lost what I'm in. Unloose Cupid's bow and let it begin. That's it, let that madness start. There goes my heart. It's got me stumbling, it's got me mumbling. I'm like a ship without a rudder, a car without wheels. Unless you feel it, I can't reveal it. You gotta have it happen to you to know how it feels. One thing sure, love has got me. I'm as certain can be. I'm yours till eternity. From the day that we met, when you showed on the set, I remember it yet. I was not down. I took one look at you, and what else could I do? Love I did, and I knew there was no doubt, no doubt. Now it's And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish. This life becomes all that you want it to. Your dreams stay big, your worries stay small. Never need to carry more than you can hold. And while you're out there getting where you're getting to, I hope you know somebody loves you and wants the same things too. Yeah, this is my wish for you. My wish for you. My wish for you. My wish for you.
Yeah, what an exhilarating start. Yeah, our best opening meeting ever, and really appreciative of that by Board Member Ting Sun, who's the head of the Natomas Charter School in nearby Natomas outside Sacramento. So with that is a good way to kick off. We now welcome the superintendent formally. And I'm sure the board members that will continue look forward to a good and strong working relationship with him. And so we're now ready for your state superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Kearse, and thank you, Vice President and members of the board. I think that the board is supposed to sing back to our student performers. That was a beautiful rendition. The harmonizing on the a cappella version of the anthem was fantastic. Thank you for the serenade song that you gave for me and my welcome. And I thought it was quite fitting, the song that the students ended with, My Wish, because that is really what this should all be about, our wish for our students to live a great life and for them to have the opportunity to have big dreams and for their worries to be small. And I can't think of a better way to make that wish come true through education. It has been the way that my dreams have come true through education. I'm on day 3 on the job and I haven't broken anything yet. And I say yet because I'm sure the time will come. But it's my hope that what will guide me and us in our work going forward is the wish that every one of our 6 million students will have a quality education and the chance to live a great life. It has been the manifestation of my journey. You know, as a student who is the descendant of African slaves and immigrants from Panama and Colombia and Jamaica, who was a free lunch student and a student who ate more government cheese than you can imagine, you know, we ate so much of it, I thought that USDA was a brand name. My family struggled, but we persevered, and the greatest public program I ever had a chance to participate in was getting a great public education, and it saved my life. And it informs every act and decision that I have taken in my career and in my life as a parent, as an advocate, And I'm hopeful for the chance to work closely with this board as partners, that work that we can do together. And I want to thank you for the work that you all have done over the course of these last couple of years to bring us policies that have helped to move the needle in the right direction. Certainly none as significant as the local control funding formula and the frameworks that have come with that, and ways to engage parents and students and families in the conversation about where we prioritize our dollars and how we support our students and how we support students who need additional support. The work that you've done around the dashboard and how we talk about accountability and version 2.0 to say that we want it to be as accessible as possible to students and to families and to our community partners. Thank you for your accessibility in listening to the people of California who have said, we care about accountability, we care about transparency, but we want it to be user-friendly, and for being willing to work on ways to make that more accessible to them. So many things that I can point to that you all have worked on, and I know that there's so many more that we will work on together. I am your servant, not just by the mandate of the bylaws that govern our work here, but that is the mandate in my heart that I have many people that I work for. First and foremost, the 6 million students in our state and their families, and all of you and all of our partners. I was humbled by the swearing in ceremony that we had this week, and I know that many of you attended, and I want to thank you for that, for being a part of the start. What do they say? That this was my first meeting, but not my last, and the song said that this would be the start to which we'd never part. And I want to thank you for being a part of my journey. I look to you for advice and guidance on the work that we do together and the work that I might do individually. Whether we agree or disagree on some issues, I think we agree on one thing, and that is that every one of our students deserves to have a great education. And in that respect, I look forward to a great partnership, and the entire staff and team at the California Department of Education is here to support you. To the board members for whom this is your final meeting, a great word of thanks and gratitude for your service, for your sacrifice. I don't know all of what you've done, but I've served on a board of sorts before, and I know that it often comes with sacrifice. Time away from family, time away from your job. This is not something that you do for compensation. You probably lose compensation to do this. It is truly a labor of love, and I always tell people that I think that being on a board of education is the hardest job in politics. No one shows up unless someone's angry. And often when great things are happening, you can hear crickets in the chamber. But it is one of the most rewarding positions I've ever had the opportunity to serve in, whether it's just visiting schools and reading to students, and you are crafting policy that has guided where education needs to go. I would say this, that thank you for your service, and thank you for what I know that you all will be prepared to help us do going forward. I think this is a pivotal moment for the state of California. We've had challenges, and we've laid a plan and a foundation for how to overcome those challenges. And you all have set that tone for us. I think now is our go forward moment, and to show the outcomes, the output for the input that you have provided. I think this is the moment where we stand up and we say that California is a special place, and that California students are stars. Just like the students that greeted us this morning, they are stars. We had students who played trumpet in their hands. I cannot think of a better example of resilience, of doing what you have to do with whatever it is that you have. You would have thought that those students were performing with a stand-up bass and a drummer and a full band. They stood up here and sang from their heart and their smiles. And as they sang, I thought about the possibility for every single student. And so I think that they've given us a great charge for what we should be doing to move California in the next direction. I think this is our time. I thank you, board members, for the foundation and the roadmap that you have set. Now let us move forward and move California forward on behalf of our 6 million students. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to our many meetings together.
Well, now I have to turn to our procedural descriptions. I don't have anything thrilling to say. Tomorrow we will open item 23, the SBE priorities, to acknowledge that this is my last meeting, as well as 3 of my former colleagues in the board. And so we will reopen item 23 and 24 tomorrow to take action on our November minutes. We will have Spanish interpreter services available for item 10. We have 4 public hearings, item 4, 5, 6, and 10. We have the consent calendar and waiver consent items as usual. There's a handout on the table for the lobby listing those, and they are items 11 through 19, and then waiver items 1 through 13. We have regular consent items, items 11 through 19. We then have on our area that each and procedures that each board member who wishes to remove an item from either of these consent calendars should advise our executive director by noon today. I want to announce that the letters from the public, which are on the electronic folder, the board reads these electronically, and we have them all on that single folder. We have an electronic agenda as well. Any speakers who wish to come before the board, please sign up at the table and then sign up on what specific item number you wish to speak on. And when you come to us, please identify yourself in any way you want, and we will accept 25 copies of anything you want to hand directly to the board. And finally, we have TV monitors in an adjoining room, and that the board members are all prepared that need to recuse themselves. So without further ado, let me announce item 1, which is our continuation of our standards adoptions. And now Stephanie Gregson will present, and she'll present in a combined way both the California Arts Standards and the World Language Standards, but we need to approve those 2 items separately.
Well, good morning, President Kearse, members of the board, Superintendent Thurman. My name is Stephanie Gregson. I serve as the Executive Director of the Instructional Quality Commission. I'm honored. Oh, mics. Is that better? Is it working now? We're good? Okay. All right. Well, you can tell I'm not as smooth as that performance was that we had this morning. All right. I am honored and privileged to be in front of you today talking about 2 vital content areas that can truly be pathway changing for each and every student in California: the arts and world languages standards. As we saw this morning, we see the power, the courage, the creativity that our students bring to this when they are exposed to language and the arts. So before I begin, I would like to give a huge thank you to my Curriculum Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division staff for all of their due diligence and hard work in coordinating the development of not 1, but 2 sets of standards at the same time. I'm truly honored to work with you. Seaford rocks. I'd like to introduce Commissioner Nicole Naditz. She's chair of the World Languages Subject Matter Committee of the Instructional Quality Commission. She will be presenting the World Languages Standards with me today. I'd like to start by explaining our standards revision process and our journey to get to this moment. Both the arts and world languages standards began with legislation signed by former Governor Brown. Assembly Bill 2862, which initiated the revision of the Visual and Performing Arts Standards, was signed in September 2016. And Assembly Bill 37, asking for the inclusion of the media arts in the revision, was signed July 2017. Assembly Bill 2290 initiated the revision of the World Language Arts World Languages Standards and was signed in September 2016. From there, these two sets of standards had the same exact timeline. We were busy. We began in January 2017 with conducting focus groups across the state, listening to the teachers in these areas. Their input and the public comment received were the basis for the guidelines recommended by the Instructional Quality Commission and approved by the State Board in January of 2018. The State Board also approved the Standards Advisory Committee members for both content areas, who met 4 times between February and June 2018. The two committees were very productive and sent draft standards to the Instructional Quality Commission for recommendation in July of 2018. All Standards Advisory Committee meetings were public and provided opportunities for public comment. The Instructional Quality Commission initiated the 60-day public review period from August to September 2018. The Instructional Quality Commission discussed and recommended changes at their November 2018 meeting, which brings us to today, where Commissioner Naditz and I will present to you the draft California Arts and World Languages Standards. We will begin with the California Arts Standards. Thomas Merton said, "Art enables us to find ourselves and lose ourselves at the same time." Pablo Picasso said, "Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up." Our goal with the revision of the art standards is to help our students find themselves, find their pathway, and continue to be artists throughout their lives, as arts is a guide to inclusion. This lovely picture shows the Standards Advisory Committee for the Art Standards. They are a dedicated and hardworking group of educators that revise the standards with a lens of access for each and every student. The Advisory Committee was comprised of a majority of classroom teachers. The Standards Advisory Committee grounded their revision in the State Board adopted guidelines. The guidelines required the revised standards to be based on the National Core Arts Standards, otherwise known as NCAS, including the way they're organized around the 5 disciplines of dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. To have an emphasis on artistic processes and aesthetic experiences such as creating, performing, producing, presenting, responding, and connecting, which are utilized in the NCAS into each of the artistic disciplines and ensure that they're creating, performing, responding, and connecting are utilized throughout, embedded throughout. To follow the principles of universal design for learning and have them woven throughout for inclusion of each and every student. To support the student's art experience, appreciation, and understanding to create lifelong artists. To have students demonstrate the knowledge and skills of the standards within each discipline, and to be written in language that is inclusive and supportive of multiple users. The California Art Standards are organized around the 5 artistic disciplines of dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. For each of the 5 disciplines, there are 4 artistic processes, 11 anchor standards with aligned enduring understandings and essential questions, and individual pre-kindergarten through grade 12 performance standards that are articulated as measurable and attainable learning targets. There are 4 artistic processes, which are the cognitive and physical actions by which arts learning and making are realized. The 4 processes are meant to be used in combination depending on the needs of the lesson. A single lesson will probably not address all 4 processes, but a unit of study might. The processes are not meant to work in any specified order. The artistic process connecting is useful for integration among arts disciplines and with other content areas. Essential questions and enduring understandings work together to support an inquiry-based approach to arts education, an approach emphasized in college and career-ready standards across all the content areas. Enduring understandings are statements summarizing important ideas and core processes that are central to disciplines and have lasting value beyond the classroom. They also enable students to make connections to other disciplines beyond the arts. Essential questions guide students' inquiry into these enduring understandings. The enduring understandings and essential questions vary by discipline. The anchor and performance standards are based on the artistic processes of creating, performing, producing, presenting, responding, and connecting. I'd like to highlight just a few of the exciting elements of the revised standards. The standards are inclusive of all disciplines. This is the basis for why the Instructional Quality Commission is recommending the name for these standards become the California Arts Standards to be inclusive of all the arts disciplines. This includes the new media arts standards that are designed to enable students to achieve media art literacy and help prepare students to access California's creative economy, such as photography, imaging, sound, animation, graphic design, virtual design, combinations and merging forms such as multimedia and virtual design. The standards have an inquiry approach, as we find in our other state standards, along with connections to other content areas to show how instruction can be integrated into other areas such as math, science, and English language arts. There is a heavier emphasis on creativity within the artistic processes that the standards are organized around. As Henry Matisse said, creativity takes courage, and we want all of our students to have the space to be courageous in their creativity. The standards were developed with a lens of equity. They are inclusive to help ensure access to the arts for each and every student. Here's one specific example of a standard that excludes the equity lens. The Standards Advisory Committee utilized the Students with Disabilities and Core Art Standards Guiding Principles for Teachers document that was developed from the Kennedy Center and went through each standard to ensure all standards could be accessed by all students. This example is from 5th grade, the discipline dance, the creative process of performing, and its anchor standard 4. You can see the original standard included language through focus of eyes and other body parts. This may unintentionally exclude some of our students from being able to access this standard. It has been revised to read with intentionality and focus, more inclusive for each and every student. This means that any student is able to participate in activities aligned with this standard. The next steps in our work is developing the teacher and administrator guidance to help teachers in their implementation of the California Arts Standards. The arts framework will be based on the standards and guidelines developed from the focus groups of art teachers conducted across the state in 2018. We are also working with our partners on a professional learning plan for the art standards and arts framework. Before we move on to the world languages standards, I'll pause for any questions regarding the art standards.
Board member questions? Okay, go ahead on world languages.
So, Flora Lewis said, learning another language is not only learning different words for the same things, but learning another way to think about things. We know that student success in an interconnected world, their college and career readiness, and global citizenship depend on learners' opportunities to engage in learning multiple languages and develop multiple perspectives. This is why you will see our revised world languages standards are focused on ensuring a successful entry at any point in a language class from kindergarten through grade 12. This work began with this knowledgeable and dedicated Standards Advisory Committee. The committee was comprised of a majority of world languages teachers across all grade levels. They spent 4 meetings together developing the revised draft standards that Commissioner Naditz will now present to you.
Good morning. It is my honor to be able to share with you this overview of the world languages standards, starting with the guidelines. These guidelines represent the expertise of the field of world language education in California and were developed based on the input and contributions of participants across the states in multiple focus, in multiple focus groups hosted by CDE staff. They were critical in providing guidance to our Standards Advisory Committee and the standards writer to ensure that the world languages standards reflect 21st century world language education programs that promote linguistic, global, and intercultural competency for all learners. Some of the key guidelines that informed and are now embedded in the world languages standards include use of language that aligns our work in California with the field of world language education nationally, clearly emphasize delivering world languages instruction primarily in the target language, provide guidance for fostering multilingualism for California's unique and diverse student population, K-12, foster the development of students' linguistic proficiency and interculturality throughout the teaching and learning process, including through the use of authentic resources, provide learners with regular opportunities for interaction in real-world contexts, and specifically address the unique context and needs of dual immersion programs. That skipped. Nope. to highlight standards. Is it the next one? Oh, okay, I'll do this one first. The standards are organized for ease of access by all users. Each standard is presented first with its name, in this case, Communication Standard 7, Language Comparisons in the Service of Communication, and then the goal or goals of that particular standard, and then an easy-to-read chart describing what students demonstrate that they know and can do in the different ranges of proficiency for that standard. Some of the highlights of the standards are that the 2019 California World Languages Standards incorporate all 5 domains of the American Council on the Teaching of Foreign Languages. However, in our California World Languages Standards, the communities and connections domains have been incorporated within the communication standard. And the reason for this change is that the communities and connections domains are integral components of proficient communication. So rather than separate them out, the standards integrate the skills and knowledge of interacting within and across target language communities and making connections to home language as well as to other disciplinary studies into the primary domain of communication. These World Languages Standards are aligned with and support recent legislation and initiatives that establish a path for students to become multilingual, develop intercultural competence, and become global citizens. In addition to fostering students' readiness to become multilingual and attain California's Seal of Biliteracy, these standards also provide guidance in light of both Proposition 58, Education for a Global Economy, or EDGE, and Global California 2030, Speak, Learn, Lead. The standards support local education agencies to respond to the charge of both of these initiatives by promoting multilingualism for all learners through access to high-quality, well-articulated world language programs, providing language learning early in the elementary schools, ensuring availability of a wider range of world languages offered K-12, and outlining a streamlined progression of language acquisition from elementary through high school and beyond. The World Languages Standards illustrate necessary shifts in instructional approaches intended to have a positive impact on world language acquisition. The standards offer a vision of practices that are likely to bring out optimal performance among students in the world language classrooms. And one of the ways this becomes apparent is in the then and now chart, which is highlighted in the appendix called Ways Students May Access the World Languages Standards. These shifts that are in the then and now chart are recognized by world languages experts and are emphasized in the literature in the field. And they respond to a field-wide call to action to create more inclusive learning environments. The chart includes 15 shifts, 2 of which are highlighted here. Number 10, back then in the day, it was the same instruction for all students. But now, teachers are charged with differentiating instruction to meet individual needs by differentiating based on student learning profiles, readiness and interests, differentiating content, processes, and products, and differentiating for various types of learners, disengaged learners, students with disabilities, accelerated students, and heritage and native speakers. Or number 15, the shift. Back then it was the same, students turned in work for the teacher. But now, learners create to share and publish for target culture audiences. This means publishing for and interacting with individuals who don't just know the words of the language, but who are immersed in the cultural values and perspectives. Because regardless of the words chosen, it is one's culture that determines interpretation. Thus, becoming proficient in a language actually requires more than words. It means developing this interculturality. So as highlighted in the Now column, the World Languages Standards call on teachers to ensure that learners have authentic language experiences by interacting with authentic documents from cultures that speak the language and directly with members of target cultures in a variety of settings and for a variety of purposes, rather than exclusively turning in work for the teacher. The research-based practices reflected in the Now column highlight instruction that serves all students well, and encourage world language teachers to utilize these principles to provide each and every student with access to grade level standards. I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Gregson.
So we are currently beginning the work of the World Languages Framework, and depending on funding, we expect state board action in May 2020. The framework will be based on the standards and the guidelines developed from the 2018 focus groups of teachers across the state and public comment. We look forward to working with partners on providing quality professional learning to our administrators and teachers, as we know this will help increase effective implementation at the classroom level. I'd like to conclude our presentation with this quote from Nelson Mandela. If you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his own language, that goes to his heart. When we think about each and every student we serve, they come with the strength of understanding all types of languages, including world languages and the arts. It is our duty to ensure they have the pathway to explore that language, whatever it may be. And that is why we bring to you the Instructional Quality Commission and the California Department of Education recommendation for the California Arts Standards and the California World Languages Standards.
Oh, good. Can you make sure, clarify what the recommendation says in terms of the actions, because this is not a final action. So
yes.
What are you asking us today?
So for item 1, the California Arts Standards, the California Department of Education and the Instructional Quality Commission recommend that the State Board adopt the draft California Arts Standards. Okay. And for item 2, the California Department of Education and the Instructional Quality Commission recommend that the State Board adopt the draft World Languages Standards.
Okay, good. All right. Any comment? Our liaison, Board Member Sandoval.
I just want to express my appreciation and support for the draft art standards. The fact that access and equity is the way we're looking at everything in a holistic manner is impressive. I just think of separate chapters on access and equity and frameworks, which I love those chapters, but now it's throughout the document, the standards, and I think this is evidence of alignment with different communities and cultures in California, but also within the department, and alignment with the special education team. And it's showing how alignment with curriculum and instruction is making good sense, and we're seeing the results of that in this outstanding work. So I'm moving approval of the California Arts Standards draft as recommended by the CDE.
Okay, further board member comments? Board Member Rucker. Is there a second on that?
Okay, can you hear me? All right. I also want to add my commendation to the work that the IQC and in particular each of the subject matter committees have done. I also want to note, in talking about equity and access, but by virtue of the fact that we've added these particular topics, in particular to world language, it has broadened the conversation of access. When we think about foreign language and students who take foreign language courses, that's a particular type of student on a particular type of trajectory after they leave the high school. What has happened in this framework is that we've changed the ideals of access for all students who have not only to have an interest in learning language, but to change the expectation that all students not only can have access to learning language, but that it would become a norm for looking at and acquiring a second language, whether they are choosing to go to college after high school or not. It also changes the conversation for how we create that access for students who don't traditionally go into foreign language courses, particularly students with disabilities or students who have very particular physical access needs. And so it was wonderful not only to hear the conversation that the commissioners had, but to listen to how very purposefully they studied and revised those standards with it in mind to make sure that this access not only became universal, but became an expectation about what a new norm would be on language learning and language access. So I highly commend this framework.
Okay, I know. Board Member Valdez, do you want to make a comment as liaison on world languages? Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. President, because of the requirement for public comment and separate votes, I would advise moving to public comment on item 1 and then voting
Okay,
on the
we'll
motion
do-
that's on the floor
we'll
before
do
moving to the world
Public
language,
comment
which
on
is
item
two.
1 and 2.
We
On
ha-
item 1, we're all only on item 1. Item 1.
We have 2 speakers signed up for item 1, Christine Alexander and Martha Diaz.
Good morning. I'm Christine Alexander, Executive Director of the California Arts Project, the subject matter project for the arts in California. We're in full support of the arts standards and for the endless creative possibilities it brings our students and our teachers to fulfill their dreams. So we urge approval. Thank you. And we're excited.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm representing the California Music Educators Association, also known as CMEA. I am pleased to say that CMEA supports the draft art standards based on the national core art standards and tailored for the California context. Beyond creativity and artistic literacy in arts education has a beneficial effect in many areas, such as improving school attendance and school climate, improving academic achievement, and college-going rates. But most importantly, the arts promote higher self-esteem, connectedness to school, and social-emotional development. It is for these reasons that CMEA supports these draft standards and requests your approval of them as well. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment on item 1. So I think any further board discussion on this item? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. That passes unanimously. Now we're ready for item 2. Board Member Valdez.
So I too want to commend you on the work that you're doing for the draft world language standards. When you want to solve a problem, you always want to get closest to the people who are closest to the problem or to the work, and those are the teachers. And so I really want to commend you for the work and the effort of all of the groups, because it really has built a community and a capacity for the future. And so that is a real hallmark of the work that you continue to do. And the fact that the standards were developed with that lens of equity and access. When I'm having a bad day, I'm an assistant superintendent in the district. I go to Mrs. Huerta's second grade class at Hemet Elementary. She's a dual immersion teacher, and it is so wonderful to just sit and be and see how successful all children can be and at an early age in terms of language. And this is going to provide such guidance and support as a resource, the work that you're doing and the continued work. So I too make the recommendation, or I would like to make the recommendation on item 2 to move forward. Thank you.
For second?
Second.
Maybe we'll have public comment.
We have 5 speakers for item 2, Duarte Silva, Sally Mearns, Martha Diaz, Marlene Batista, and Tanya Zalone.
Good morning. My name is Duarte Silva, and I direct the California World Language Project at Stanford University that provides professional development opportunities for language teachers statewide. We fully endorse these standards. We watched the process by which they were developed. We were superly amazed of all the issues that we have faced in professional learning issues in the field, how they came to the fore, and how these standards address each one of those. We very much look forward to using these standards to plan the professional learning opportunities for the future for these languages and support everything that we have in our vision for world language education in the state. For all those reasons, I support fully the vote for these standards, and I thank the board for your past support of world language education in California. Thank you.
My name is Sally Mearns. I'm the director of the Stanford World Language Project, and I was also fortunate enough to be on the Standards Advisory Committee for World Languages, which was a tremendous experience. The group that we worked with was very representative from all over the state, multiple languages, multiple levels and roles, and amazingly cooperative. The consensus came very easily because these were such dedicated teachers, educators, and I think because of that and the way we were willing to listen to each other, we came out with a very fine document. My particular focus, because I work with teachers In the World Language Project, we do professional development for teachers all over the state. And what I love about this document is that it is so teacher-friendly. You don't have to slog through a great deal of vocabulary and unknown concepts. It's very clear what we are expecting in the standards. And because I'm teaching teachers, I like this idea that it's going to be much easier to guide our teachers in the new standards and the new world of language teaching in many ways. I do recommend that we adopt this. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tanya Zacconi. I'm the Executive Director of the California Language Teachers Association. And as a representative of the actual teachers on the ground, you might say, on the front lines, I am very excited that these standards are user-friendly. And I really have a great dream that one day we will have documents, and I believe this will be one, that will not be on somebody's shelf or in somebody's trunk of their car, or in the closet of something that in the second story of their house. This will actually be usable and friendly to our teachers. And I think as much as I would like to talk here for hours, I really want to stress one more important point for teachers and for all of us in California, and that is our dream of having global citizens for everyone, every single student to have that right to be educated, to become a global citizen. You cannot do that without language and the most important, culture. So these standards are warming my heart, and I'm pleased to represent the teachers of California and recommend adoption. Thank you so much for your time and all your work and for your past support. Thank you.
Good morning. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. We seek your approval of the World Languages Standards as recommended by CDE staff. These standards will provide guidance to teachers and educators in implementing 21st century world language education programs that promote linguistic, global, and intercultural competency. They can also be used to support all language educators, including those who work in the area of English language development and multilingual education, where language instruction supports content area instruction, English and target language development. These standards link communicative proficiency and intercultural competence to college and career readiness, including a path toward attaining the state seal of biliteracy. These are some of the reasons we support the World Languages Standards and seek your approval to do so as well. Thank you.
Okay, public comment concluded. Board Member Sandoval.
I had a brief comment. I really am grateful that this that the standards really embrace all languages in California. And I think of coming from an indigenous community where in Santa Ynez, where we have credentialed teachers for our indigenous language and how we're teaching the children. And I have 3 younger siblings in our family who are in a dual immersion Spanish-English program, but they're also learning our Samoa language. So we have trilingual global citizens in our community and my own family, and the future is beautiful. And I am fully supportive of the adoption of this draft.
No further comments by the board. We're ready for a vote on approving item 2. All those raise your hands. Okay, thank you. Approved unanimously. Thank you for that. And we're ready for item 3. Before the presentation by CDE, Jeff Bashir's, I want to say that these are largely technical changes to the Local Control Accountability Plan inspired by the federal Every Student Succeeds Act, and to conform with them in that regard. I want to point out that the fiscal 2018 budget package included trailer bill language requiring more extensive revisions of the LCAP template, and those requirements will go into effect for 2020 and 2021. So this is a technical issue, but the future board will really have to open up the whole LCAP again, and that's appropriate, and look at it in a more holistic way, and so that'll be a big item in the future. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you. Well, good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Thurman, members of the board. I'm Jeff Brashears, the Director of the Local Agency System Support Office. Item 3 is an action item. The California Department of Education is proposing edits to the LCAP template for use in the 2019-2020 school year. These proposed edits are necessary to address school planning requirements of the Every Student Succeeds Act, to reduce duplication of effort for LEAs in completing the LCAP and the LCFF budget overview for parents, and also to make minor conforming changes to the addendum and appendices in the LCAP template. Also, in a continued effort to reduce duplication of effort for LEAs, the CDE requests consideration to remove the increased or improved services prompt in the LCAP plan summary section. This information is fully addressed in the demonstration of increased or improved services for unduplicated students section in the LCAP. Partly continue on with the background that President Kirst began with, and to provide a little bit of context on how the LCAP fits into this broader system of integrated accountability and improvement system. With the first LCAP template adopted in 2014, and even our current LCAP template, which was adopted in 2016, the LCAP was the only fully implemented component of the LCFF. Since that time, we have, you have adopted the California School Dashboard, the adoption of the ESSA State Plan, and it's demonstrative of the goal to develop an integrated and improvement system grounded in LCFF that meets both the state and federal requirements. Consistent with LCFF, the core premise of this work is that the LEA is the primary unit of change, and it plays a key role in supporting its students and the student opportunities for outcomes. With that, the priority is to promote a single planning process grounded in the LCAP to include the school planning process, local indicators including the self-reflection tools, and this year the LEA plan. As a requirement to receive certain federal funds under ESSA, LEAs must develop the LEA plan this year in conjunction with the development of the LCAP. As a reminder, the template for that plan, the LCAP federal addendum, is unchanged from what the state board adopted at its March 2018 meeting. The existing school planning process has been updated to better align with the LCAP and the LCAP planning process, and to meet federal school level planning and improvement requirements. Beginning with the 2019-2020 school year, the LEAs will also develop an LCFF budget overview for parents. The budget overview will be developed in tandem with the LCAP and is a new document that provides context of an LEA's revenue, planned expenditures, and how those expenditures are reflected in the LCAP. So the LCAP, with the recommended changes, is a foundational tool for a single planning process, maintaining the focus on the LEA as a primary driver for change, with a clearer focus on how LEAs are supporting its schools within that process. So with that, let's look at some of the details, please. The budget summary information currently in the LCAP plan summary is now included in the budget overview for parents, so this information is now redundant. The comprehensive support and improvement prompt addresses the ESSA requirements for school planning and will be addressed in later slides. And then we need to make some minor conforming changes to the instructions in the appendices. Also, as previously mentioned, in an effort to reduce duplication of efforts, we'd ask you to consider removing the increased or improved services prompt from the LCAP plan summary. The CDE sought feedback from stakeholders with the LCFF stakeholders meetings, the ESSA implementation webinars, as well as our Tuesdays at 2 webinars. I'd like to acknowledge the need for support in the field in developing plans in the school planning process The CDE is developing a continuation of Tuesdays at 2 webinars to support school planning, the budget overview for parents, and integrating local indicators and the self-reflection tools into the LCAP planning process to help make these plans as strong as possible. Each of the items here in the template will not be affected by the changes requested in the LCAP template. Also, as I said before, as a reminder, the LCAP federal attendance template remains unchanged. Again, newly adopted Assembly Bill 1808 created the LCFF budget overview for parents, adding section 52064.1 to the education code. So what's in the budget overview summary, plan summary is here that's also in the budget overview for parents. It includes a prompt regarding the general fund budget expenditures, the funds budgeted for planned actions and services to meet the goals within the LCAP, projected LCFF revenues for the year, and then a brief description of the activities or programs supported by general fund expenditures that are not included in the LCAP. So here's a busy screen for you, and a busy slide for you. On the left-hand side is the current plan summary with the budget summary prompts. The boxes and arrows show where those prompts will go into the budget overview for parents. The right-hand side is a data input section or page for the LEAs to input these numbers and information. The actual public-facing template or the budget overview for parents is a lot more visual pleasing. It has graphs representing these numbers as well as the narrative responses by the LEAs. Similarly, on this page is again the prompt about the budget, general budget expenditures that aren't included in the LCAP. Oh, sorry about that, thanks. So again, those are, on the left-hand side is the prompt that is currently in the budget summary. Move it into the right-hand side, which is again data input for the budget overview for parents and that narrative response, again, which will be outward-facing for the budget overview for parents. So what we'd like to add, and we're asking you to add, is then prompts for the comprehensive support and improvement prompts, or CSI prompts, as part of the ESSA school planning requirements and the requirement of the LEA's role in supporting the development of school plans and how LEAs will monitor and evaluate the implementation and the effectiveness of those CSI school plans. Ultimately, the State Board gives final approval of these CSI plans. I will share our plan for the ultimate approval in the next slide, and then show the CSI prompts in a more readable manner. So the School Site Council, with the support of the LEA, develops the school plan for student achievement, or the school plan, which includes the CSI planning requirements. The local governing board then approves the school plan and summarizes its support in this plan summary of the LCAP, and approves the school plan, through the CSI planning prompts in the LCAP plan summary. The COE then approves the LCAP, including the CSI plan summary. In addition to reviewing these prompts, the COEs are charged with providing technical assistance to support LEAs in developing the school plans, and they've received funding to do that work. The CDE will then collect a list of LEAs from the county offices with LCAPs that have been approved from LEAs that have those schools identified for CSI, and ultimately will bring that list to you, to the State Board, for approval. So here's the prompts that are included or asked to be included in the LCAP plan summary. And its way as feedback, the first prompt was an option that we sought from the public is, do we ask for the number of schools that have been identified or to identify the schools? And overwhelmingly, the report and the suggestion was to list the schools. So again, the CDE recommends that the State Board of Education adopt the proposed revised LCAP and annual update template, which is attachment 2, and allow the CDE in collaboration with the State Board staff to make any necessary typographical or formatting corrections as the document is prepared for the posting on the CDE website. I'd also like to note that the attachment due does reflect the request to remove the increase for improved services prompt from the LCAP plan summary.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Board Member Burr is our liaison for this area.
Thank you, President Kirst. First, I just want to express my appreciation to both the department staff and the board staff for their work on this. I think they did a great job in a tweener situation, because as you pointed out, there is subsequent legislation that's really going to, I think, give us the opportunity that we do need to sort of open up the whole thing and say, how do we make this a more effective document? How do we get LEAs to believe that this is really your strategic plan? It's not another compliance document that you put on the shelf. But in the meantime, this is what we're tasked with doing. And all of you know what a great fan I am of the federal law. But this does a good job of navigating what we're required to do under federal law, while still retaining the very clear message that it's the LEA's responsibility to provide the kinds of support and services to schools that are struggling, not the states to reach down and try to deal with individual schools. So in any event, I think you did a great job for this interim period of time, and I would move the department's recommendation.
I'll second, just with some comments, since Member Burr and I work on this together. So as a former district leader who worked on these processes, I think we're moving in the right direction, as Member Burr said, and trying to combine the forms and combine the procedures. I still think we have a lot of work to do, and I actually look forward to enthusiastically kind of streamlining this in the whole next iteration. But I appreciate, Jeff, so much you showing where it went and why we're with the charts and why we're moving it. And I think the stakeholder input and the people who live with these documents are really helpful to us in your feedback and the future feedback on how to make this more effective. And I think what Member Burr said about it being a strategic planning document, I think as a district leader who worked on this and as a site leader, you don't want it to be just a document that you check, fill in the boxes, and it's bureaucratic, which many people still see this process as. So as we continue to move to refine it and make it a working document that will lead the improvement and kind of guide the improvement process, I just appreciate so much that we're listening to stakeholders, their voices matter to us, and that it become even more effective and also streamlined. So the areas that will be filled in, that it actually is a time where we can make things connect and make it more meaningful. And then for parents and stakeholders to be able to find information and find data, find the budgets, so it's getting far more transparent about the work we do. So I second the motion and approve. And again, as Member Burr said, just to remind everybody, is that we're going to do a full revision. This is just the tweener. We're not going to try to do this every year, but there's a full revision that comes with some more legal language that we must do based on legislation. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to add a description that we have been working on making the LCAP more transparent in terms of where the money is going within the local districts. And the legislature and the executive branch agreed in the budget bill on this budget increase for parents and public and interested citizens to crosswalk between the LCAP over here, the local control accountability, and the regular budget, general budget over here, so that people can see in the LCAP where it's reflected in the general budget. That is not in this proposal, but there's a start on that in this proposal, as Jeff Bashir's pointed out, but there'll be more to come in that area, and I think that will begin to change the dialogue about the fiscal transparency in the LCAP. So that'll be work for the board going forward, and we appreciate the legislation that helped us work on this. So I think we better, other than board comments, board member
Yeah,
Don wants to comment.
Thank you. So I just wanted to echo Board Member Strauss's comments around appreciation for the reduction of the redundancy and the shaping of the LCAP template up until this point. Someone who's looking forward to completing the next one in the spring. I also want to echo that we are still a ways off to really make this clearly understandable to our stakeholders. So, you know, I imagine something that what we did to revamp our dashboard, we will need to look at some design, even just moving this last one with the template where there's the column rather than this kind of narrow linear really is going to be helpful. So appreciate the work that you continue to work on this, and we will definitely have to do more.
Board Member Holliday.
And in that future iteration of the LCAP, helping along with transparency, not only by positioning and including numbers, but also language, and worrying about how some of these prompts are written, such as briefly describe any of the general fund. You know, the words like briefly and any may not be sending the correct message that the board wants to send to a district when they are faced with parents who don't understand the general fund and need more information.
Board Member Valdez.
Thank you, Jeff. I love moving the budget summary and also the increased and improved services section. I'm hoping now that the LCAP will read more like a story and not so, you know, just sectioned off, if you will. And I think the iterations and these intentional changes are just making it so much a better document over time. But each decision has served a purpose, and so we are streamlining, and we do need to eliminate redundancy. And I think that is really critical, especially in the spirit of transparency. So with that, I am a fan of simplification, and in my day job, I get the required opportunity, right, to participate in, and I have done this since the beginning. And so I feel like I have a relationship, if you will, with the LCAP at a different level. And so at the end of the day, though, it's not about the form, it's about the function. Right. And so it's going to be a real challenge to really look at, you know, you have the LCAP addendum, which you haven't talked about, as well as then now the school plan and the CSI plan, and they're all, but it's really getting those to be integrated because they still are sections. And so it's that idea, the mindset, to bring all of these together to then ask of the educational agency, local education agency, how are you helping the school help the students succeed? And that's the framework. So it's not the gotcha, but it's just really, really how are we doing it? And we have to be really brave and clear in the plan so that everyone can wrap their arms around it and understand it. So I thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacone.
Thank you. And I agree with everything that has been said, but sometimes form does dictate function. And so it's important for me when I'm looking at the changes, and I really like that we're listing the CSI schools. We were always wondering, they're not on the dashboard. How will a parent know that their school has been identified, right? And so this is a good opportunity. My only concern, and I think it has to do more with the fact that so many people have said this feels like compliance. And if you're treating a document like compliance, and it's hard for me to believe that that will be a living document that we'll use for your technical assistance and for your continuous improvement, right? And so I'm looking at support for identified schools, and the LEAs are supposed to provide a brief description of how they supported the schools that have been identified. Well, if I'm reading my LCAP as I am a parent, if I'm reading my district's LCAP and I see this is how they supported the schools that have been identified, I still don't know why those schools were identified, right? And so does the support align with the reason for identification? I don't know. And there's no way that I could know unless every school plan is hyperlinked to the schools that have been identified, or there's a way for me to understand this is what prompted identification and this was the support that was provided at the LEA level. So I'm not sure where that would be identified in our current document. Thank you.
Jeff, do you want to respond to that?
Well, I would say I'm not sure how we'd make that link at this point, and certainly looking forward with our opportunity of revamping the LCAP for the next 3-year iteration starting in 2023 or 20 to 23 would be an opportunity to look at that as well. And I think that the school might also be addressed, some of your concerns might be addressed in the ESSA item tomorrow when they talk about school identification.
Board Member Rucker.
Jeff, I want to add my commendation to the work that you've done. This is one of those activities that, because it's so highly technical and the level of detail is so discrete, that people get lost in the minutia of what's actually intended and what's actually being accomplished here. At the 5,000-foot level, what we have attempted to do is both streamline and align the multiple types of planning activities that the district and also the school sites are tasked to do in school planning. I think at the core of the concerns that I'm hearing being expressed is the fact that we are still learning as an education community how to have the conversation first about school planning and attempting to define in the LCAP what are the essential components that need to be in a narrative for a school plan. But in doing that, we're also trying to use the school plan to serve multiple purposes. Now, I'm a former high school English teacher, and when I taught my students how their writing activities, writing purposes were segregated: writing to inform, writing to explain, writing to persuade. We're trying to use a single document for multiple purposes, and in conflating those multiple purposes into this document, that's how we're getting lost. And so I think we need to take some lessons from this transition moment and use that as some of our guidance in what we're going to do to revise the upcoming template. First of all, we need to make sure, and what I'm learning from what we've seen in this transition document, the document does a better job of giving to the district the charge of writing their narrative. What that tells me is that in putting this document out when it's approved today, that means we need to make sure our county offices that are giving advice and guidance to districts give them better guidance on what it means to be better writers of that narrative, because that is still where the gap is in the guidance to implement this plan. The second part of this is then in looking at, now that we're transitioning to comprehensive support, the second piece of our conversation, as Board Member Lincoln has pointed out, we need to make sure that we are clear and purposeful in understanding why schools were identified for support, and making sure that districts not only clearly articulate the identification, but there is a clear alignment between the support plan and the reasons for the identification of those schools. And that's not quite well spelled out in the guidance that should accompany this template. And I think that that's where some more work needs to be done. We're not approving we're not approving concerted activities. We're approving an improved document. And so with approving this document, there is still, we're not done. Let me change that. Somebody else is not done with the work that they need to, that needs to be done to make this document not just a living document, but a usable tool for districts. There is a mindset change and a shift in behavior that needs to accompany all these documents that are being revised. We can't mandate that mind shift. We can only say that there's an expectation, but that's where the conversation needs to start. When I was a high school English teacher and I gave my students back their assignments and I gave them an explanation about how I graded their work, a lot of them will say, well, if I had known this was your expectation, I would have done this. So we are going to adopt this template. We're going to adopt these changes. There needs to be a commensurate expectation of a mind shift change on how to do the work. Because if we do the same things we've always done, we're going to get the same kind of work we've always gotten. Thank you.
Board Member Sun.
Yeah, just to add, I think in the rethink of maybe how this template goes, we're still approaching these plans as if they are one-dimensional, and we're putting them on a piece of paper. And really, these are so multi-dimensional that now in these days we're thinking links, and so you get to one part, but you have to link to something else. And so flow charting what all the pieces need to go together, and then what is that structure for us to get to those easily so that people can find information in all these different multiple ways. I think that's what we need to move to, and not think about the plan as being a binder of pieces of paper.
Yes, I agree. Thank you. That's also what we need to do with the LCAP expenditures for some of the problems we're talking about today and the regular budget. You can work links with it, right? Yeah. Board Member Burr.
So just a couple things, and it's kind of advice. I think you're getting a lot of good advice about going forward. I reflect on where we started with the LCAP. I actually, maybe we should bring Janelle Kubinik back from Wested, who helped us develop, but I remember distinctly that one of the central themes around the LCAP was helping the LEAs tell their story about what their schools were doing. And we had a lot of guiding questions, and initially that was like, whoa, you know, that seems like a lot. But we've learned a lot since the first LCAP. I feel like this, we've developed a lot of trust among LEAs that we're not out to get them. We're not going to come and, you know, fire your principals and all the terrible things we used to try to do under NCLB. But we are in a different era, and if we have developed a level of trust that says, yes, we are going to have a living document that tells our story, then I encourage us to kind of step back and go, well, was that an approach that made sense? And are we at a place now where that can work? So, because I worry a little bit, and I think we're hearing that in some of these comments, that this is part of our sedimentary geology. We build up layers and layers and layers, and the only way we can get to a new place is we have to blow them up. And I don't want us to have to be there, but I do want us to have a fresh perspective as we go forward. So just a thought. But more specifically, I have kind of a technical question before we hear public comment. We got letters, or one or more letters, about a suggestion that we clean up the language, apropos to Board Member Holliday, and get rid of the term evaluation rubric, because that was very confusing from the statute. And now that we're talking about the dashboard, so I hope we can do that, at least in this revision, as part of maybe the technical cleanup in the motion.
Let me make a response to that. It is the only place that it is also mentioned is in the annual update, which is part of the template that is not changed, right, is because of that 3-year static. So I don't know how it would work, but certainly we could encourage the LEAs to change that within their template, and we can change it everywhere outside of those core sections that are part of that 3-year static plan, if you will, or inclusive plan.
All right, I think we're ready for public comment.
Sorry, just
yes.
Quickly on that point, the California School Dashboard, the budget changes this past year actually added the dashboard into the education code, which was not true when the board adopted this template. I think that was, frankly, that was the limitation about referencing. So I believe it is possible in the, as Jeff said, in the plan summary, which is completed annually, making the 3 places the evaluation rubrics are referenced, being able to substitute that language if the board, you know, moved, for example, the CDE recommendation with that addition. But as Jeff said, it's also in the body of the template itself, which the department is not recommending that the board modify. So, you know, that would be the one thing that the board would want to consider, whether to open up the body of that document, which is a 3-year, covers all 3 years.
Board Member Valdez.
I just have one clarification question. An unknown to me is I see the questions for the summary and the LCAP for CSI, right? The 3 questions.
Right.
But what is the CSI plan going to look like in the school plan? And maybe we're going to talk about that tomorrow. Or what's the connection? So that are these questions the relevant ones to have based on whatever that might look like, if that makes sense?
Yeah. So I believe that the prompts are relevant into the school plans, and I'm not sure where we're going to go in with the item tomorrow, but the school plan for student achievement has been, will address those requirements and spell out those requirements to address any schools that have been identified for comprehensive support and intervention. So as the LEA supports the schools in developing those plans, they're involved in those plans, which is the school plan for student achievement. And again, the LEA then would be able to summarize that support within these prompts. So I think it is.
All right, public comment.
We have 2 speakers for item 3, John Afelt and Brian Rivas.
Please come forward. Yeah.
Sorry, I was not on the list. Good morning. My name is Ephraim Mercado from Children Now. really appreciate all the work done to improve the LCAP template. We're super supportive of a lot of the efforts within it, and appreciate the efforts of the CD and SB staff to obtain stakeholder feedback. The inclusion of the CSI schools, I think, is key. The prompts are going to be very important as we continue to align the ESSA requirements with our state's LCFF approach. We understand the rationale for removing the budget summary piece, and as well as the increase in improved services, and so we understand that piece. One piece that we are anxious about is the theory of action, how we align the CSI improvement efforts with the LCAP and the state oversight piece. And we understand that the crux of local control is the LEA, and that is the change agent. But given the current state of the schools that are identified, what is the backstop on that from the equity lens? We feel it to be very important, and we'll comment more on item 22 and item 24 tomorrow. So thank you.
President Kurz, Superintendent Thurman, members of the board, I'm Dean Drescher here on behalf of EdVoice. I'd like to echo board member Teasley-Cohn's earlier comments and say, again, similar in our letter with the Equity Coalition earlier, this week we think it's the right move for LEAs to list the schools identified for CSI and in their LCAP. We also think that we would recommend schools that are identified for TSI and ATSI also be identified in that for transparency. We'd also recommend that that be included on the dashboard as well. We'd add that we recommend that the criteria for county offices reviewing SIPSAs to include school level needs assessments, evidence-based interventions, and clear identification of resource inequities, as well as how the LEA is going to evaluate the effectiveness of the SIPSAs in order to improve outcomes for kids. Thank you.
President Kurst, I'm Brian Rivas speaking on behalf of the Education Trust West. Sorry about my voice, getting over something. We agree with our colleagues in the Equity Coalition with regard to the need for additional transparency around notice to parents and members of the community when a school is identified in these categories. And we would ask that you think about this issue from the point of view of a parent who has a student in one of these schools. They're probably going to want to know what it means, what's being done to address the problems, and what are the opportunities to participate. So to that end, I agree with my colleague from EdVoice that we'd like to see the additional categories of schools identified, the additional targeted support, and so on, identified in an LCAP. And with regard to the review, I understand what you're going for with regard to aligning the review of the plans, but we're a little concerned that the plan for school improvement will get lost in the larger LCAP. We'd like to see some specific criteria and direction to county offices in reviewing those plans.
Good morning, members. The State Board, John Affelt from Public Advocates, and on behalf of the Equity Coalition, appreciate the work that's been done trying to align these plans. I think it's going in the right direction. I think our biggest concern is we're not sure you're complying with the federal requirement for the State Board to approve the plans. But you're approving a summary of what LEA is going to do to help plans, but you're not actually approving the plans. I think we think the way to get at that is through the County Office of Education, who's getting money to help each CSI school plan. Well, they ought to be looking at those plans, and they ought to be able to do more than just say, hold their nose if they think it's a bad plan. They ought to be able to say, we don't approve this plan. You need to align it better with your LCAP and available resources. So I think dealing with the guidance is the way to kind of get the counties to play a more active role in actually approving the individual plans. Thanks.
Good morning, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. I'm the counterpoint. There are more people spoke on this item than we have in some of my small school districts running them. And to that point, I think that the focused approach that you are taking, where it keeps the responsibility on the districts, I understand the interest in kind of the links and so forth. I worry about it diluting the resources. I like the idea of working with folks on the guidance and what information needs to be in there, because I think that if we start getting into we're going to list this and that, then there's an assumption that it's taking care of an issue rather than actual dealing with it. And frankly, with the small number of staff that many of our districts have, and county offices did get some more money, but they also have a lot more responsibilities. I think it's important that we focus on improving those services for students and making sure their needs are being met first, and then we can worry about what's coming to the state. So, thank you.
Okay, that concludes public comment. Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
I have a question regarding our legal obligation under ESSA, because it was brought up in terms of, as the SEA, we are obligated to approve the CSI plans, but this would be going through the county offices, and then a list of recommended plans would come to us without us necessarily looking at each plan. So can you advise on that, how that adheres to ESSA?
Maybe the...
Or you're looking at me like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Mr. Bashirs is the expert on that. You're now into ESSA. Yeah, we have an item on this tomorrow, too.
But it was brought up in public comment.
I understand why you're asking, sure.
David Sapp, Assistant Legal Counsel at the State Board of Education. So yes, this has been through joint legal review. The department's legal division as well as board legal staff reviewed this, and the requirements of ESSA specify certain things that must be addressed in the plans. And so the process that's being proposed with these prompts, as well as the required template for the school plan that the department is putting out. So if the schools are identified, the LEA must use that plan or have a pre-approved version of the plan that CD has reviewed to ensure address all of those requirements, that those together jointly address the requirements of ESSA.
Okay, any further discussion?
I want to clarify the motion that I'm recommending the Department of Education's recommendation with the understanding that to the extent you can make changes with the term evaluation rubric to be consistent with the California dashboard, that occur as well.
Okay. A second to that?
Second.
All right. All those in favor, raise your hands. Thank you. Okay, do we take a break now? Yeah, we'll take a break and we'll resume at 10:15. There has been a change in the status of item 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a quorum. Yes, please come forward for the presentation. Larry Shirey, please come forward and make the presentation. We're ready for the CDE presentation by Larry Shirey. Please come forward. We're on item 4.
This on?
Go ahead.
You can hear? Okay. Good morning, President Kirst, President Kirst, Superintendent Thurman, members of the board. I'm Larry Shirey, School Fiscal Services Division. And let me get...
we need microphone. Somebody check that.
Oh. How about now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is this one on? In case
Yeah.
I turn my head? Okay.
Pull them together, yeah.
Let me get the presentation up. Okay. Except we're not at the right place here. Okay, this morning we have 3 separate territory transfer appeals, all from the same area of Santa Clara County, all from the Campbell Union High School District and its component elementary districts into adjacent districts to the west. This is the latest in a series of territory transfer issues that the county has been dealing with in this area for the last 25 years. Because of that, I'm going to spend a few moments going over that history. And I'm only going to do it once, even though it applies to all 3 items, just so you know that what I say in the next couple of minutes applies to all 3 appeals. Usually, as you know, at this point, I give you a summary of options and procedures, but I'm going to skip over that this time for reasons that'll become obvious, I hope, in a few minutes, and just jump right into the historical review. In the mid-1990s, the Santa Clara County saw a significant increase in territory transfer requests from the Campbell High School District and its component elementary districts into the Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District and Los Gatos and Saratoga Elementary Districts, and to a lesser degree, the Cupertino Elementary District and the Fremont High School District. There are a number of reasons for that. There used to be, excuse me, interdistrict attendance agreements used to be readily obtained from parents who lived in the area, and as you'll see in a map in a few moments, a lot of the issue is because the school district boundary splits the city of Saratoga and the town of Los Gatos, so there are a great number of people who live in those communities that don't go to the Saratoga and the Los Gatos school districts. And those requests are no longer being approved like they used to be for a number of reasons. One is enrollment started increasing. At the same time, class size reduction policies were being implemented. So it was putting a lot of stress on district's ability to house students. The assessed valuation of property in the area is very high. And so a number of the districts were basic aid, excess tax district, community funded districts, however you want to refer to them. So they did not receive additional revenue for any additional students. And so it was a cost to the districts to bring in students from outside the districts and didn't generate any funding. Also, the growth of technology in Silicon Valley brought a lot of people from the Midwest and the West, or from the East and the Midwest, who weren't familiar with the concept of school district boundaries and city boundaries not matching. So when they move here, they move into the city of Saratoga, and to put it mildly, they're disappointed when they find they're not in the Saratoga school district. And those people, as I mentioned, who live within the city of the town of Los Gatos and the city of Saratoga, who didn't go to those school districts, felt that they were somewhat disenfranchised from full membership in Los Gatos and Saratoga life. I just want to give you a brief overview of the issues. This is the city of Saratoga in kind of a light green, outlined in heavy black. And the orange framed green line is the school district, the high school attendance boundary, or high school district boundary. As you can see, the city of Saratoga is in a number of surrounding districts. About 40% of the city is in districts outside of.
Can you just re-describe that where you started again? You said the orange. Start
right,
when you...
there's a green. These are Census Bureau maps, and the way they identify school district boundaries is for a high school district and an elementary school district boundary line. Elementary districts are green, high school district boundary lines are orange, so when you have a boundary line between a high school district, it's going to be orange framed green line. So that's the school district boundary lines. Campbell High School District is on the east side of that line. Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District is in the southwest corner. The Fremont Union High School District and Cupertino Elementary School District is to the north. The dark black line is the city boundary of Saratoga, and it's kind of shaded a faint green.
Yeah, these districts are all made up when these were farming areas.
Exactly.
So the city of San Jose has 20 districts in its boundary, two of which have one school. So they were aggregated from farming areas and farming localities. That's where it goes back to. So there was no historical thought or anything about this. Yeah.
And that's a big reason why people out in the east and the Midwest don't experience that, because the growth here in California is much more recent than you have back there, and we have the concept of township school districts in that area for the most part. This is the town of Los Gatos, same issues. Again, the boundary line is the orange shaded green. The kind of yellow shaded area outlined in black is the town of Los Gatos. Now, one thing that to take into account is that although the Campbell school districts are far from low performing school districts, it's really hard to compete with the academic performance of Cupertino and Los Gatos and the Saratoga school districts. So those districts are very desirable for people to move into. There are a lot of, and that's another reason why we see a lot of territory transfer requests into those districts. That since they are desirable district, it also brings concerns to the affected school districts that, one of the reasons that residents are seeking these transfers is to increase property values because housing prices are higher in the more desirable school districts. Early on, when the county first saw its first transfer, Campbell High School District and its components were really the only ones that opposed it. They warned early on that if you, and we're talking about small piecemeal type transfers, they warned early on that if you approve one, you're just setting up more territory transfers behind that, a cascading effect, as the Campbell School District mentioned. Sorry, I don't know if you saw that comment. But there was some support. The Los Gatos and the Saratoga school districts, for the most part, were neutral. The Saratoga City Council, for example, adopted a resolution wanting all of its city territory in the Saratoga School District. The first request that the county committee heard, they approved. And then they saw a lot more after that. They at one point in time, they were dealing with 17 separate neighborhoods in a single time period. So they started disapproving the transfers. And then the appeals started to the State Board of Education. The first appeal the State Board heard, they overturned the county committee. So there was a lot of impetus in the area that this was going to be a successful operation. And the Santa Clara County decided that they needed to, at this point, with all the interest that's being generated for territory transfers and district reorganizations, conduct an area-wide study of all the districts in this area, which is what they then undertook. That study took a year. It looked at unification options as well as other reorganization options in addition to the territory transfer issues that they were addressing. Since it took so long and they had a number of territory transfer issues lined up behind them, and they have timelines in which they have to take action, they came to the State Board and asked for a waiver of timelines, which the State Board granted. The findings of the reorganization study were that this whole issue of piecemeal transfers, small area transfers, boundary moves, opens up the new neighborhoods to transfer the same reason. That doesn't address any of the issues in the area. It simply moves the boundary line and shifts issues that to new neighborhoods that can request territory transfers for the same reason. They also found that if you carry that out, and the thought here was that the ultimate goal would be to get all of Saratoga, city of Saratoga, into the Saratoga School District, all the town of Los Gatos into the Los Gatos School Districts. That's going to have negative effects in pretty much every district in the area. You're transferring higher assessed valuation territory out of the Campbell districts that would shrink the tax base of those districts. And because that assessed valuation transfers into the bonding capacities, it likely would deplete their capital accounts for future construction modernization issues. But it also is going to have effects on the Los Gatos and Saratoga school districts. As you transfer a lot of students into those districts, you're not transferring an equal number of seats. So you're overcrowding the schools and potentially negatively affecting the educational programs, as well as likely increasing property taxes of the residents of Los Gatos and Saratoga to pay for additional schools that would need to be built to house the students. Early support for transfers then kind of disappeared, especially in the Los Gatos and the Saratoga area. Not just with the school districts, but with residents. During this whole process, the county held a number of public hearings on their study, and the most vocal opponents to come forward were the residents of the Los Gatos and Saratoga school districts. You know, their complaints were, you know, we paid to get in this district. Bringing other people in is going to cause negative effects on our students, on our schools, and the people coming in are then going to see their property values increase. And it became a very emotional issue. Hundreds of people would show up at the public hearings. The county itself received well over 2,800 written pieces of information. Over 2,500 of those were in opposition. In response to the study, the county committee adopted an extreme geographic hardship condition as its standard for approving territory transfer requests in this area. And that primarily dealt with safety of commute and distance from homes to schools. The local newspaper editorials, San Jose Mercury News and the weeklies in Saratoga and Los Gatos included, supported the study, supported the county committee's actions. But they did warn that the county committee needs to make sure it defines or explains what it means by extreme geographic hardship, because they would be hearing that phrase quite frequently in the future, which was true. You know, since the study was ended, these three today are the 9th, 10th, and 11th appeals that the state board has heard from this area, and that's not the total number of territory transfer requests that the county actually dealt with. So let's move on to the first appeal, where we label this the Alta Vista Territory Transfer Appeal. It's a transfer out of the Union School District and the Campbell High School District into the Los Gatos School District and the Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District. The state board considered this issue of an identical transfer request in an appeal it heard in 1999, same territory, denied by the county committee, came to the state board on appeal, and the state board upheld the county committee's decision on a unanimous vote. Now, here's why I didn't give you your options up front. The petitioners in this appeal have just yesterday asked to withdraw their appeal. They want to focus on, and the purpose is to focus on reorganization issues at the local level, go back to the county committee and work with them, kind of in light of our study and our recommendations. So what that means for you is that even though it's withdrawn, you still have to take action on this. But you have an option, one of your options in statute is to summarily deny the appeal without review, and that's our recommendation. What that means is that I will not present any more information unless, of course, you want more information. Be no public hearing, but there still, I assume, will be public comment. I will also add that your staff has been in contact with the petitioners, and they understand that their request to withdraw the petition means that we will make a recommendation that the appeal be denied. So that's our recommendation right now, to summarily deny review of this appeal, or summarily deny the appeal without review. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Board Member Holliday is our liaison for this area. Comment?
Thanks. This is a sudden and different change, you know, than what many of you expected. But I spoke not only with CDE staff, but CDE council and Larry in the last couple of days going through this. I do think we want to honor this request by the petitioners to return to the local level and try to work this out with their county committee or the districts. And the way to do that is to use a summary denial of this appeal. So I would move the CDE's modified recommendation to summarily deny the proposed territory transfer at the request of the chief petitioners to allow them to pursue this at the local level.
Is there a second? Okay, is there any further board discussion? But we will have public comment first, of course. A clarification question then.
So I understand this is 59 parcels and it's one of 3 hearings we're going to have, but my understanding is there's only a small number of students involved that are school age, like maybe 3.
Right. In this particular case, there are only, I believe, 8 students, 4 at the elementary school district level and 4 at the high school district for this appeal.
Okay, public comment.
We have 2 speakers, David Villegas and Robert Brow.
Good morning. My name is David Villegas. I am representing Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools. Superintendent Dewan and the County Office of Education supports this summary denial without appeal. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other public comments? Please come forward.
Good morning, I'm Robert Bravo, the Superintendent of Campbell Union High School District. I just wanted to share with you that I have reviewed the work of your staff and I totally concur with their findings. I thought that the report and the one they gave just now are very thoughtful and comprehensive.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. Any further board discussion? If not, we'll vote on the motion. There's a second. Yeah, we'll. If not, we'll vote on the motion as given by Board Member Holliday. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, now we're on to item 5.
Okay, second appeal. This time, I'm going to go through your options, summarize the options. We'll come back to these later, and I'll summarize the procedure. Again, we'll come back to this later, but I like to do this up front. In this case, this is a appeal from a unanimous action of the Santa Clara County Committee on School District Organization to disapprove a transfer from the Campbell Elementary School District and the Campbell High School District to the Saratoga Elementary District and the Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District. Your options, as always, when you hear these appeals, is to either affirm or reverse the action of the county committee. If you reverse the action of the county committee, you are giving your approval to it, but your approval means that it goes back to a local election. And with that, you need to make a recommendation about who's going to vote in the election, whether it's just going to be the people in the territory proposed for transfer, or do you want to expand it to all the districts or one district or whatever. Your procedure is that we have 9 minimum threshold standards that need to be considered. Those are, will the districts be of adequate size after reorganization? Is there a substantial sense of community identity in the reorganized districts? Is there an equitable method of dividing property of districts if that's required? Does it promote racial or ethnic segregation? Is it going to significantly increase cost to the state? Does it have negative effects on educational programs of any district? Will it significantly increase schools' housing cost? Is it primarily designed to increase the property values of petitioners? And will there be negative fiscal effects on any affected district? If you find that those threshold conditions are met, you then need to determine whether or not there's a reason to approve the transfer. In this case, on appeal, you're looking for a compelling reason to overturn, in this case, a unanimous decision of the county committee to disapprove the territory transfer. And just kind of a heads up, I'll probably bring this up in a moment. I'm only going to discuss the condition, the threshold condition that the county committee found not met. Unless you want to hear more information about the other 8, I'm not intending to present on it. As we've discussed in the past, and I'm sure you're aware, when you're dealing with these small piecemeal transfers, it is very difficult for them not to meet the minimum threshold standards. Again, this is just a reminder.
Involved in this petition?
Excuse me?
How many students are involved in this?
One public school student.
One.
Yeah, when I get to the actual discussion, we'll provide more information. Again, this is just a reminder that the information about the historical transfers that the county has dealt with also is the context for the current proposal. This one we're calling the Camino Barco transfer proposal. It's a proposed transfer of 10 parcels, one public school student, from, as I said, the two Campbell school districts to the Saratoga and the Los Gatos-Saratoga school district. The first one that we dealt with, it was an exact same issue came to the state board in 1999. For this one, it's a subset of parcels from one that the board also heard in 1999. That again was unanimously, the larger one was again unanimously denied at the local level, and the action of the county committee again was unanimously affirmed by the state board in 1999. The reasons that the petitioners give for the transfer is student safety. They believe that the commutes to the Campbell school districts are much less safe than are the commutes to the Saratoga and the Los Gatos-Saratoga school district. Also, community identity. The transfer area, they're in the city of Saratoga. They feel a stronger sense of community with the Saratoga school district as well as the Saratoga community at large. This is just a brief overview of the transfer area. I'm going to come back to this map when we start talking about student safety and commute issues. But just to give you a feel for where we are here, the proposed transfer area is shaded in gray, of course, sort of toward the center. On the left-hand side is the Saratoga School District and the Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District, with the schools that this area would be assigned to or likely to be assigned to identified. Argonaut Elementary, which is about 2 miles from the proposed transfer, Saratoga High, which also is about 2 miles from the proposed transfer area, and Redwood Middle School about 3/4 of a mile. On the other side is Westmont High, that's Campbell Elementary and Campbell High School District. It's about 1.5 miles from the area, as is the Rolling Hills Middle School. Marshall Lane Elementary is about 1 mile from the area. The red line over on the right-hand side of the screen is the city of Saratoga boundary. So you can see there is considerable territory of the city of Saratoga within the Campbell school districts. Again, I'm going to come back to that when we go in more detail about safety. All 4 districts are opposed to the transfer, and all 4 of them opposed for similar reasons. One is they reference the unanimous disapproval of the previous transfer that contained these properties. They claim that all the minimum threshold standards are not met, so there's no reason even to move forward to looking at a reason to transfer this. It's going to set a precedent for future transfers, which is the issue that the study, the county has been dealing with for 25 years. And they also note that they believe, in their opinion, since there really isn't any other reason to transfer the territory, that the petitioners just want to increase their property values. In addition to those common reasons for opposition, the Campbell districts, since they will be losing higher assessed valuation territory, argue that it'll increase the financial obligations of remaining property owners in terms of repaying general obligation bonds. And it will also negatively affect district finances and their bonding capacity, again, by taking students and assessed valuation, in other words, bonding capacity out of the district. The Los Gatos-Saratoga High School District notes that future transfers will contribute to overcrowded facilities and eventually disrupt educational programs. Again, as you recall, these are issues that were raised in the study the county did. The county committee disapproved the transfer. It found that one of the minimum threshold conditions was not met. That was the community identity condition. And here is the statement of that condition. The school districts are each organized on the basis of substantial community identity. The county committee found that there was no compelling argument that the transfer area is isolated, as claimed by the petitioners from the Campbell Elementary and Campbell High School District. There's no evidence that commute to Campbell schools is less safe than Saratoga schools. and that the community identity arguments that are brought forward by this neighborhood is not unique to other neighborhoods in the proposed transfer area. In their findings, we find that the county committee really focused on not existing community identity, but on the fact that the petition or the transfer would not improve community identity. So we find that the condition is substantially met. We believe there's no burden on the petitioners to prove that the transfer improves community identity. We also find that the county committee's own findings, that there's no evidence of differences in commute safety or unique community identity circumstances, support the findings that it doesn't really matter which school district these properties are in, community identity condition is met. Now that we have established that at least it's the department recommendation that all the minimum threshold standards are met, we then move towards reasons that you might want to consider to go ahead and approve the territory transfer or reverse the county committee's action. Excuse me. And those reasons come from the petitioners themselves. And we've already gone through these to a degree. The home to school commute safety issue, the fact that they feel a stronger sense of community with Saratoga and the Saratoga School District, and they also add that their conditions are unique, that no other surrounding communities really meet the standards that they have. So we'll go back to the map we had earlier and talk about commute safety. I've already given you the distances. Argonaut and Saratoga are farther away. The elementary and the high school district are farther away than Westmont and Marshall Lane in terms of the middle school. The Redwood Middle is only 3/4 of a mile away versus 1.5 miles for Rolling Hills Middle School. But the distances aren't what the petitioners are arguing about primarily. They argue that Allendale Avenue, which is the road that is just north of the area proposed for transfer, is a very dangerous route to travel to the Campbell schools because there aren't bike paths or sidewalks along the entire length of the road. They also argue that the students must use Keto Road, which kind of follows the part of the red boundary line, but is a yellow road on the right-hand side that goes north and south. And that's a very heavily trafficked road that makes it dangerous to walk and bike to the schools. I should note that even though it shows that road crossing Highway 85, there is no access at that point. So it just simply goes over the freeway. But still, we agree that Keto Road is a pretty heavily traveled road. On the other side, the districts in the county argue that the travel that way is equally unsafe. Saratoga Avenue, which separates Argonaut and Saratoga High School from the proposed transfer area, is the local access to Highway 85, and it's a very busy, congested street during commute hours. Also, if they're heading west to the Saratoga schools, they have to pass by the West Valley Community College campus. And there are multiple entrances to the parking lots to that campus along Allendale Avenue and also Fruitvale Avenue, which is a north-south route in front of Redwood Middle School. So for those reasons, the county found that commutes aren't ideal in either direction, but there's no significant difference in commute safety here. And we agree with that. Now, let me go back one more moment. There's also been a lot of study of commute safety issues in this area. As I mentioned, the county committee and the state board dealt with a previous issue that also talked about commute safety. But also there have been a number of other territory transfer petitions around here, 2 across the street. The previous transfer proposal, which is right next to the Camino Barco, not on the map, or a couple just south of that previous transfer proposal. And again, going back to the piecemeal transfer argument, if those were to transfer and change the boundaries, then you have multiple communities to the west to the east and to the northeast that could also come back with territory transfers requested for the same reasons that petitioners do. So we don't find that the Camino Barco neighborhood has any specifically unique conditions, that there are many neighborhoods in the surrounding area that also would have those issues. So those were the reasons, we just talked about the reasons that the petitioner state bring forward to give you to consider if you want to overturn the county committee's decision. We also believe that there are reasons to let the county committee's unanimous decision stand. One is that we believe that there will be some encouragement of future transfers. It's been shown in the past. The area-wide study identified that, and all 4 districts identified that as a concern. Additionally, if you look at carrying those piecemeal transfers out to the Saratoga city boundary, as the study has talked about, the enrollment growth from future transfers would place pressure on the future ability of the Saratoga and districts to house and educate students. And as we've discussed previously, it could cause fiscal difficulties to the Campbell school districts. And even though we don't find that the proposed transfer is primarily for purposes of increasing property value, it certainly is the district's concern, so it's also maybe something that you want to consider. In summary, we find that all the minimum threshold standards are substantially met. All the minimum threshold standards are substantially met, including the one that the county committee found wasn't. We find no reasons compelling enough to overturn the unanimous decision of the county committee. We do have some concerns with the territory transfer in terms of precedent setting especially, and we recommend that the state board affirm the county committee disapproval of the transfer. So, your action again, as we mentioned up front, you may affirm or reverse the county committee's decision to disapprove the proposed transfer of territory. If you vote to overturn the county committee, you need to establish an election area. Again, our recommendation is that the state board affirm the action of the county committee. I'd be happy to answer questions now or after public hearing.
Board Member Holliday, do you want to comment now?
No, I have no comment at this moment.
Yes, okay, public comment.
Public hearing.
Public hearing, okay, so yeah. I now declare the public hearing open. Each side has 10 minutes, and so we will take the proponents of the territory transfer first. Please come forward, you have 10 minutes.
Good morning, board members. My name is Lali Yadav. My husband Rishi and I are one of the chief petitioner. We have 11-year-old boy. He's in 6th grade. He goes to private school, and there are 5 students, not one. 3 of them will immediately benefit. 2 in elementary school and 1 my son in middle school.
Good morning. My name is Rishi Yadav. In combination, as you have seen, reviews by the Santa Clara County Office of Education and the California Department of Education, they have acknowledged that our petition meets all of the 9 necessary criteria, but there are still questions about the issue of our children's safety. Accordingly, in this presentation, we are going to focus on the safety issues, which is our biggest concern, as well as provide some relevant background information. I'm here with 6 other neighbors. There are total 10 petitioners, as you know, and 3 of them, Rich, Simran, and Steve, will be speaking to you. Thanks.
Good morning, President Kurtz, Superintendent Thurmond, Board. Appreciate the time you take to hear our case. I'm Richard Previtt. You can tell by my hair that I'm one of the original residents of Camino Barco. We moved into our home in 1979 and we still reside there. Camino Barco is a small cul-de-sac. It's a cul-de-sac street. It's only about 1,000 feet from Allendale to the end of the cul-de-sac. Very small. Prior to the development, access to the street was confined to, there's a line on the to the left here of the 4 homes you see on the bottom, was confined to a narrow single lane, basically roughly improved street that connected to this home from 1925, which was the home of Colonel Barco, for whom the whole area was named, and as he's the namesake of the street. In the early 1970s, a development was approved by the city for 13 homes to be put into this tract. The first 4 homes were completed between 1974 and 1976. Access to Colonel Barco's home, as well as these 4 homes, was through this very narrow easement, if you will. That easement actually is territory that belongs to the Mormon church next door. As the development continued, the city determined that the houses there needed access for safety, fire, utilities. And so in the 1977-78, the city engineer provided the requirements for the development of and moving the street. The old street was called Camino de los Barcos, and the new development was to be renamed Camino Barco, shortening the name. But that street was moved over to the right on these slides. And the next home after the first 4 that went in was in 1977 on the corner of Allendale. That called for the development of the street to the city specifications, 40 feet wide and accommodating all the utilities and access. At that time, also, the city engineer called for the abandonment of the access that was the easement. And that was called Camino de los Barcos. And if you look at the first engineering drawings for our home, because we were one of the first ones down in that end, the address on the drawings was Camino de los Barcos. But once the city filed and dedicated the new street, Camino Barco, the street then effectively was moved over and followed out to Allendale. And then subsequently, the remainder of the homes were developed in that area. However, the first 4 homes accessed by this easement are in the Saratoga School District, on the same street as the additional 9 homes that were subsequently built over the next few years. So what happened, either by omission or error, the school boundary for the Saratoga School District was not moved over along with the parcels that are on the same street. So we have a bifurcated street with 4 homes in one district, 10 homes in another. I think that this is an opportunity for the board to correct this, literally this error or an omission, and for the future generations of the next generation that's coming into the neighborhood, that they provide that all of those 14 homes should be in the same school district. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Simran Sabharwal, and I'm one of the chief petitioners. And despite my hair color, I am also one of the original occupants of Camino Barco. I've lived there for 40 years, since I have been 1 year old. I personally attended Saratoga schools growing up, but currently have one child enrolled in CUSD with another child about to be enrolled in the coming years. So what does it take to get a transfer request approved? The CDE report agrees that we've met all the criteria necessary for a transfer approval. However, an outdated, over 20-year-old study recommends blanket denials of all transfer requests regardless of merit, unless exceptional circumstances exist. The study also included guidelines describing these circumstances. The guidelines state that all other commute criteria being equal, if one commute places students in greater danger, that fits the exceptional circumstance requirement. The guidelines dictate that the commute between the closest schools in each district be compared. For our purposes, that is a comparison between Redwood Middle School and Marshall Lane Elementary. I now want to show you the commute I took as a child to Saratoga schools versus the commute I currently take my son on to Campbell schools, though the same commute concerns are valid for the high school districts as well. There are sidewalks along the entire route from our neighborhood to Redwood, passing the two entrances to West Valley College, mischaracterized as multiple entrances in the report. There are crosswalks with pronounced signage for pedestrian safety. At Fruitvale Avenue, there are highly visible crosswalks with two crossing guards to ensure student safety. Now let's contrast that with the walk to Campbell schools. The most dangerous part of our route is right when you leave our neighborhood onto Allendale Avenue. No other parcels of land in the CUSD have to deal with this stretch of road. It is highly unique to our situation. There are no sidewalks, no bike paths, and no curbs to walk on during this stretch of road. Shrubbery forces students to walk in the street. This part of our route scares me and my family every time we walk it. Right after that dangerous stretch, there is this speed sign, in this case indicating a car going 43 in a 25 zone. During the dangerous stretch of road I just showed you, which is located right before this sign, cars are often going even faster, until this sign causes them to slam on their brakes when they realize just how fast they're going. Further down the road, there's this speed limit sign, installed just a few months ago. You can see it has already been completely destroyed from the reckless driving occurring on this stretch of road. Here we also see that the Saratoga crosswalks on the right are much more visible than the ones to Campbell schools on the left. Additionally, there are no crossing guards on Quito Road in the CUSD. Returning to the County Committee Study's own guidelines, they state that assessing commute safety must include assessing the availability of sidewalks and shoulders for students. The CDE report claims that other nearby neighborhoods, namely Sarah Oaks Court, Via Alto Court, and Harley Drive, have safe commutes, and that those commutes are identical to ours. We agree that their commutes are relatively safe, but their commute is not our commute. Sarah Oaks Court has a sidewalk all the way to Via Alto Court, which has a sidewalk all the way to Harley Drive, which has a marked bike lane all the way to Quito Road. As a reminder, our commute involves a stretch with no sidewalk, no bike lane, not even a curb to walk on, but overgrown shrubbery that forces students and families to walk in the road. Our commute is not identical to the other neighborhoods mentioned and is highly unique to our neighborhood. So when considering the county committee's own guidelines, we do have a unique situation. Sidewalks and shoulders are not available for students. The disparity does place our students in significantly greater danger. Therefore, we do meet the county committee's criteria of exceptional circumstances, which means the county committee's decision should be reversed. And the uniqueness of our situation, as a reminder, no other parcels in Campbell's districts deal with this stretch of Allendale. None. Argues against the slippery slope and piecemeal concerns outlined in the CDE report. Thank you.
Okay, now the opponents to the transfer of territory will have 10 minutes. Okay. No opponents. representatives want to speak at this point, or no? Coming forward, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Veramontes, the superintendent for Campbell Union School District, and I'm going to let someone else take that down. Anyway, starting over, I'm Shelley Veramontes, the superintendent for Campbell Union School District, and one of the points I wanted to remind you of is I believe you saw in your data that while the proponents made issue with the fact that this is an unsafe commute, when you compared the number of traffic incidences in Saratoga School District to our school district, there were more accidents in Saratoga, so I dispute that argument. I'm here representing the resources for our school district. We are currently experiencing declining enrollment, and we've shared the fact that we don't believe this is a one-off. We are comprised of students from 6 municipalities, and so if we start looking at city and municipality district borders as the way we're going to define districts, that will basically annihilate our resources. So last year we cut $1.8 million. This year for the 1920 budget, we're planning for an additional $2 million budget reduction, in part because of declining enrollment. And so we're really trying to regard our resources for our students, and we believe that we serve them quite well. We don't believe that there is a compelling reason to overturn the county's decision except for the real estate value. And I would also add that every time a boundary line is created, there is always someone on each side of the boundary line. So each time you could argue that the boundary line should be moved because now we're on the other side of the boundary line. So that's all I would say for Campbell School District.
My son goes to one of Superintendent Veramontes' schools, so I agree, they're a good district. I just want to reiterate for you this idea that we've heard a theme about city boundaries matching district boundaries. And that is so far the case from Santa Clara County. To think that we could do this piecemeal would be just a gigantic Herculean effort. The name of our district is Campbell Union High School District, but the majority of our students actually have San Jose addresses. We have 5 comprehensive high schools. 4 of them have San Jose addresses. So the name Campbell does not imply a one-to-one with Campbell. And so I just hope that you keep that in mind, that although it sounds great to have the one-to-one correspondence with cities, we are far from that right now.
Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed, and we'll take further public comment.
Would the following people please line up? David Villegas, Robert Bravo, Shelley Veramontes, Simran Sabrhal, Rishi Yavdov, Layla Yavdov, Richard Pravit, Steve Schwarzkopf, and Billy Chang.
Go ahead.
Good morning again. My name is David Villegas. I am representing Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools. Superintendent Dewan and the county office supports the county office analysis, the CDE staff recommendation, and the county committee's unanimous denial of this reorganization request. The Santa Clara County Committee has heard reorganization issues affecting school districts in this area since the mid-1990s, and in 1997 conducted an area-wide study that found that piecemeal boundary changes, such as this one, shift community identity problems and safety issues rather than solve them, and would have a significant negative impact on the affected districts. We stand behind the findings of that study and believe that these concerns are still relevant today. I would like to emphasize that each of the affected districts have provided a resolution in opposition to this transfer request. Though unable to be present today, Saratoga Union Superintendent Nancy Johnson and Los Gatos-Saratoga Joint Union High School District Superintendent Michael Grove have supplied letters in opposition to this transfer request, In their letters, Superintendents Johnson and Grove cite a redistricting proposal that appears to be motivated primarily by a desire of residents to enhance property value. A copy of these letters, in addition to my statement, have been provided. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Steve Schwarzkopf. I'm also one of the petitioners. I have a couple of comments. One, if you take a look at the preface of the California Department of Education's School District Organization Handbook, it says, most people see school district as stable or even permanent government entities. School district boundaries, however, do change. They change. The document, the authors of that document expected that there was going to be some kind of flexibility required. What the school districts are doing, I understand from a bureaucratic point of view, but flexibility is necessary. We've already shown you in detail how unsafe our commute is with these kids. My grandkids may have to take this school route. I don't want them to do that. I've been out there when cars have gone by at 60 miles an hour down that street. It is scary. Also, the nonsense that these guys are saying about no safety thing because they looked at automobile accidents, if you look up the number of fatal pedestrian-involved accidents between Campbell and Saratoga in the 5 years leading up to our petition, 7 people were killed in Campbell, 1 in Saratoga. The data is important, but it needs to be the right data.
Good morning. My name is Billy Chen. I'm one of the petition in this group. My house is right next to the Camino Barco and Allendale. We moved in 1994. At that time, when we moved in, they told us their kids is in Saratoga, so we can attend. But my daughter, born in 1995, when she reached the age of elementary school, we are told we are not able to attend the school. So I sent her to private school. It's very disheartening seeing all these members telling us there's 9 rules there. Even you meet all the rules, we don't want piecemeal. We still want to disqualify you. I thought we came to the U.S. There's a rule to follow. Until rule being changed, you're supposed to follow the rule. You shouldn't just totally deny every petition. Everyone has a unique situation. When at that time, 2000, I don't have the courage to stand up to fight for this type of a giant organization like the school board. I so admire my current neighbor. They're willing to stand up. So I joined them. Hopefully you will make the right decision. Even we only have 10 members, 10 families, very small. It's just like David versus Goliath. But hopefully you will agree with us. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. Now I think it's time for the liaison.
I get all the fun ones, don't I?
Yeah.
I do want to thank Larry and his team again for their thorough analysis of each and every one of these issues. Our liaison calls have gotten shorter more recently because I'm finally coming up to speed on a lot of the history and all of this, but there's always so many angles to each and every one of these things. There's always so many concerns. There's lots of pieces to consider. I do honestly believe that some action needs to be taken by some county organization of some kind to reconsider boundary lines in these areas. It is an ongoing problem, even though there have been very few territory transfers approved. There's obviously still a great deal of energy and concern and question about these areas. I don't think we're the body to solve that problem, though. I do not think we're the ones who can, over and over and over again, look at these 4 houses and those 10 houses and these 6 houses and on and on. I am concerned about child safety. There's no doubt about it. Many commutes that children make in many areas throughout the Bay Area are very dangerous. I used to run a school in West Oakland, and I was petrified about several locations nearby that my students had to navigate through.
I would hope that the city of Saratoga would cut their bushes back on that side and paint the crosswalks and provide those services needed to make this route that these kids are taking safer for them. But once again, there is a bigger problem here, and it's not being solved in the manner that of these individual appeals. And as frustrating and painful as it is for these residents, I would move the CDE recommendation.
Board Member Williams, do you want to comment?
I am, I used to live in that area, not in Saratoga, but my children grew up in Cupertino schools, and my best friend lives in Saratoga. And so Saratoga, Los Gatos, I'm familiar with Allen Road, I'm familiar with Quito Road. The fact that there are a very small group of families involved in a small group of houses, and the fact that there was things that happened in terms of decisions made that caused the street then to be broken up between some of them going to one school and some of them going to another school, I'm really uncomfortable with that. And the safety issues, I think, are real, and I think the petitioner made a really compelling case about the safety issues. I know what that street looks like, and it does look like that, and frankly, I myself have driven too fast down that street back in the day when I lived there before I moved to San Diego. And so I think they're making a really good case, and I would not support. I think there's also one other point I'd want to make is that there's an appeals process up to the state, and it's for us to utilize that. If they've come up here to appeal to the state, then we have the option to make the decision every single time, just like we do with charter schools, taking into account individual factors and what the law says and what our options are and what our heart says. And so I would say that my vote will be cast in favor of the petitioners.
Board Members, Son. Oh.
So I just also wanted to thank the petitioners for making a very compelling argument. You definitely have put a lot of time into and thought into this. And as I've also expressed sometimes when we do the charter public hearings, that I think sides tend to mischaracterize intentions of the other side. I don't think that the intent of the petitioners is around making sure that their houses are I do think there's a number of different factors. And I'm not unsympathetic to the David and Goliath metaphor as well. At the same time, so the responsibility of this board is, while sympathetic to this group of individuals and their houses, we have to look at the larger picture. And I agree with Board Member Holliday's comments that this is an issue that needs to be resolved. We are not necessarily the body to be doing that work.
Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to follow up again on the comments of my colleagues and address the safety issue. Those pictures actually were very compelling. I wouldn't let my kids or my little grandkids walk down that street ever. And so my question is, as we deal with safety going to and from school, my question I guess is, and I guess I'll ask you, Larry, but then we can ask the district, has the district communities done anything to address the bushes or the lack of sidewalks or the area that there's no space for those kids to walk and they have to go in? Has there been any action in the investigation? Did we look at what the district's responsibility or follow-up is done?
Districts don't have responsibility. They certainly could work with the city of Saratoga to work on those issues. You know, I'd like to add a little additional information to that. You know, the petitioners, I mean, certainly it's not an ideal commute. You look at the travel down Allendale Avenue, there is a portion, about a block or so, that forces kids into the street. But I'll also add two caveats to that. One is that in traveling to Marshall Lane School, there's an optional walking route south down Chester Avenue around. It's a little longer. It doesn't go past this, but even though it's a little longer commute, it's still shorter than the walk along residential streets to the Saratoga Elementary School, which is 2 miles away. I'll also add that the city of Saratoga takes great pride in its small town environment. What that means is there are very few streets in Saratoga that have sidewalks. There are very few and not many streets that have streetlights for that matter. So when the petitioners characterize their 2-mile walk to the Saratoga Elementary School as along quiet residential streets, for the most part, they're not along sidewalks, they're in the streets. And those quiet residential streets during school drop-off and school pickup time are not as quiet as they would be otherwise. And that's kind of some additional information to why the county committee and why the department has come to the finding that these commutes are not ideal, either direction. But there's really no significant compelling difference between the commutes to overturn the local study and the local decisions on this issue. That's the department position.
I want to add, staying on this point, I also live in Santa Clara County, and we're talking about elementary school. There's also a high school involved here. There's other schools. I have driven down Saratoga Avenue. That's a really heavy commute area. In fact, just to get on it, coming up 280, it backs up a couple of miles on the freeway sometimes to get on that road. So I think we're, if you want to get into the details of these traffic routes, you've got to look at the high school, it seems to me. You've got to have a really good grasp rather than a few streets, because you're talking about commuting to 3 different schools. And Saratoga Avenue is really heavy. And so to me, I'd have to have a ton more information on these traffic routes all the way to call this one on. I know the traffic routes and the safety. So if the board wants to get into that, they can get into that. But that then gets, I think we go to board members Holliday's point. At some point, this is beyond where we can go. Who's next? I'm sorry. Board member Ortiz-Lacombe.
Thank you, and I could definitely sympathize with the parents who spoke. I do think, though, that we could potentially get ourselves into a messy situation where we have to tease so many things out. I'm sorry, sir, we don't acknowledge people so we're all going to give our comment.
Public comment is done, and we will not recognize you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So what I wanted to say is, I think that this is the end product of disjointed systems, city and district, but that is just the reality. I could sympathize because I worked for 1.5 years with both Long Beach Unified and the city of Long Beach to put a stop sign right adjacent to the street where my kids were attending school. It's messy, it's a lot of work, but it's really the city's responsibility. Though the district sent somebody out to look at a transportation planner, so many of the issues that I saw, there was like, well, that's district, that's city, that's district, that's city. And we can't sit here and tease out every single situation that will come before us. Because if you go to any community in Oakland, in Long Beach, in some of the most neglected communities that we have, you will see worse pathways than what we're seeing now. And for us, we really need to be aware, what are we opening ourselves to? Because this is something that we could say, well, the city could address that. Should we redraw district boundaries in order to address something that maybe falls on the city? And I don't know that any of us have necessarily the background or want to open that to make this body something that is now also overseeing facilities and city issues that should be addressed by the city and by the district in partnership. Thank you.
Board member Rucker's next.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of the people who came today to participate in the hearing and this particular conversation. I am sympathetic to what the parents were concerned about. I taught school in a district that went through the growing pains of, for a long time, being a low-income area with very serious issues about housing and community development. And as developers started looking at that area and building houses and putting in sidewalks and adjusting the commutes and enrollments for schools, My local superintendent was involved in talking with the developers and trying to sort out the community, the county, and the city issues that were involved with doing all of that work. But at the same time, there were clear local concerns and local issues that have to be addressed. In this venue and today, Board Member Holliday is correct. There are responsibilities or obligations this board has in doing this review process and in considering the appeal, and they are not incompatible with the concerns that were being presented today. But at the same time, the clear conflict between what is a local responsibility concerning safety, concerning planning the travel routes, concerning clearly marking the crosswalks, won't be resolved by overturning the decision that was made by the county. Those issues will still remain for the students who still need to use those routes for commuting, and those issues still need to be addressed. And they will not be resolved by the decision the board is making today, but the board is addressing its statutory obligation in doing this review and hearing this appeal and considering what the county looked at in the criteria under the statute. So I agree with the recommendation, and I agree with the recommendation from the department staff for those reasons.
Board Member Cardenas.
I really empathize with the community that came today. You know, as Board Member Ortiz Lincoln had mentioned, is like Oakland has a very similar issue that we are going through. I mean, we've had someone riding a bike get killed right in front of my school, so I really empathize with traffic issues and people being endangered. But regardless of the outcomes today, you are not the only one who is going through that, I'm sure, in your community. So I really encourage you to go to your city and talk to the people representing you in your community to be like, hey, this is an issue that we are facing. That we don't want to have our little kids worried. We don't want to worry about our little kids getting hurt because of the issues they're facing, you know, with traffic. And so I really encourage you to go to the city regardless, because I'm sure, like I said, you're not the only one going through it. And so, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Karen Valdez.
This is not a unique problem that many communities have faced, and I thank the people who came from the community to talk about the concerns, as well as the staff who put together this report. I think the part of the challenge in this is that we definitely have empathy, but this isn't the body, I think, to solve this bigger problem. And it's a confusion from realtors selling homes and people coming in and not understanding the city and the district differences. Perhaps, and maybe a small solution, and is that the receiving district honor the inter-district transfers. These are only 10 kids, and it's not every school, and it's not going to create the fiscal problem of having to build new schools. That might be a single solution for the short term, and again, it's up to the receiving district to allow that. But for now, I think that we have to look at the criteria and look at the criteria based on sound decisions, which you have presented today, so thank you.
Okay.
There's a motion on the floor without a second. So
Yes, we know that. Yeah, we're ready for a second for the motion. All right, Board Member Sandoval. Oh, okay, we have a second. Thank you. All right, I think we've expressed our views. No. Yeah, okay. So the department's recommendation is to reject the petition. All those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? Okay, so it passes with a majority of the board to make the action that the petition is denied. Okay, we will now then do the Senate Youth Program and then substitute that because the students have some time constraints, and the superintendent also wants to make a comment on the prior item.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak, and also for your thorough discussion of the matter at hand. I want to thank the petitioners, and this is the kind of item where unfortunately nobody wins today. The concerns raised about safety were serious. The concerns raised from districts about balancing enrollment needs are serious. I don't want it to be that because the decision is what it is, that we ignore that there are still actions that can be taken. Just as there was a suggestion that through intra-district enrollment and transfers, the immediate needs can be accommodated, there are other things that can be done. And I will be directing the staff at the California Department of Education to follow up with some of the local communities to do the following. One, to make contact with the local districts and the local municipalities involved to address the issues. Some of them are as simple as cutting back the bushes that are intruding into the street, to have conversations about where crosswalks can be painted to be more clearly designated for safe pedestrian travel, and for monitoring traffic. I experience this every day where my kids go to school, and I have seen that when cars are speeding by and a police officer parks their vehicle at that intersection, within a few days, behavior changes. I'm not asking the Department of Education to do the work of local districts, but we will not ignore a need. We will use our ability to facilitate to ask those who have to do the work of monitoring the speeds and the traffic. And finally, to reach out to the County Office of Education to ask them to double down on their efforts around planning for districts. We heard from several superintendents today who said they are struggling around changes in enrollment, decline in enrollment. We have to find a way to balance the needs of our districts with the needs of our families to ensure that they have safety. And it is my expectation that those county office representatives would provide a report back to the State Board of Education, because this board will continue to get these types of appeals. And it is important that we send a message that we expect that planning to take place and to report back to the State Board of Education. And so I want to thank my staff in advance for making these efforts to the local districts. And of course, I'm available to assist you as needed in our efforts to have these matters resolved at the local community level. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And if I could just say one thing, and maybe people might be angry at me for saying this, that county committees operate under the direction of the State Board of Education. And the State Board of Education can direct the county committee to review reorganization issues in any area of the county. So that's something that if you really think is an issue, that directive can come from the State Board.
Okay, good. All right, and so we're now ready for Dina Fong and to present on the Senate Youth.
The students are on their way down. There was no room for them here in the overflows. They're on their way down.
What is she saying?
The students are coming.
Oh.
There's Dina. The students are on their way down. There was no room. They're in the other room because there's no room in this room.
Oh, gotcha.
Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent Thurman, President. Morning, everyone. All right. How's this? All right. Good morning, Superintendent Thurman, President Kirst, and honorable board members. I'm Dina Fong, the U.S. Senate Youth Coordinator for California. Today is a special day where we have the pleasure of recognizing our United States Senate Youth students. The United States Senate Youth Program is sponsored by the U.S. Senate and funded and administered by the William Randolph Hearst Foundation. Now in its 57th year, the program provides an opportunity to selected students to gain an in-depth view of the Senate and the federal government, as well as provide a foundation for those considering a future in public service on the local, state, or national level. High school juniors and seniors are nominated by their principal to apply for this highly competitive merit-based program. To qualify, students must currently be serving in an elected or appointed leadership position in student government or a civic or educational organization representing their peers for the entire school year. Our students have gone through a rigorous application process and have demonstrated outstanding leadership qualities, academic achievement, school and community involvement, and a commitment to public service. The last phase of the program is to formally present to you our 2019 United States Senate Youth Delegates and Alternates. These students are among the best of the best in their school, community, and the state. There is no doubt they will succeed in whatever they do and will serve their communities with passion. Our 2 delegates will represent California during an all-expenses-paid trip this March in Washington, D.C., where they will see national government in action and hear from senators, cabinet members, and other officials, which should be pretty interesting. They will each receive a $10,000 college scholarship for undergraduate studies with encouragement to study coursework in political science or history. So now I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce each student and so you can hear more about them. Our first delegate is Lauren Kong, a senior at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School in the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District, a National Merit semifinalist scoring 1510 out of 1520 points on the PSAT. She currently serves as the student member of the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District Board of Education. And in case she looks familiar to you, she was also a top 3 finalist for the student member position on the state board. She is president of the Mock Trial Civic Justice Program, co-founder of the robotics team, and captain of the girls longboard competition surf team. She has a wide variety of skills which she uses to help her community. She is an after-school tutor for English learners at her local elementary school and a certified welder by the American Welding Society. She also volunteers for a nonprofit with her welding skills that rehabilitates former gang members and inmates in the Los Angeles area. She is deeply committed to public service and plans to double major in political science and mechanical engineering. And she wants to combine her 2 passions to draft effective legislation to use technology to revolutionize society and improve it for the better. Lauren Kong. Okay, our second delegate is Cindy Aguilar Castaneda, a senior at Gonzales High School in Gonzales, and this is Cindy. She serves as one of 2 youth commissioners with the Gonzales Youth Council, the official youth advisory group to the Gonzales City Council and the Gonzales Unified School District, which makes integral policy decisions on the board. She is a founder and mentor of Mentoring in New Dimensions, MIND, a peer mentoring club that focuses on first-generation college students and is an instructional aide to elementary school students and volunteers as a softball coach for young girls. As one of 12 students selected nationally for the Bezos Family Foundation Scholars Program, she is working on a local ideas festival to improve her community. Called Senior Swarm, it is a day to focus on college and career readiness, which helps Gonzales seniors apply for college and network with community members. She would like to major in political science and public policy, ultimately obtaining a PhD. As a first-generation college student and the first to graduate high school in her family, Cindy's passion is to work directly with politicians and mobilize underrepresented communities such as minorities, immigrants, first-generation college students, and individuals with disabilities. So congratulations to Cindy. Now, if Lauren or Cindy should be unable to participate in Washington Week, then one of our alternates will take their place. Our first alternate is Channing Lee, a senior at Cornelia Connolly School in Anaheim, where she currently serves as Associate Student Body President. You're on this side. This is Channing. She is editor-in-chief of her school newspaper, lead defense attorney in mock trial, plays volleyball, and active with the Advanced Women's Ensemble, where she sings, acts, and performs on stage. An American Prodigy piano competition winner, she has performed at Carnegie Hall twice. She volunteers as a debate coach for middle school students to prepare them for local tournaments, as well as organizes a free 2-week summer debate camp. In addition, she is a debate judge trainer and has helped develop an online judge training program. Channing aspires to work in public service and is fascinated by history, especially regarding relationships among nations. She would like to major in international relations, followed by a law degree to further equip herself with skills necessary for a career in public service. She wants to give back to her community by helping others, whether as a lawyer fighting for justice or as a diplomat striving to improve American interests abroad. So congratulations to Channing. And then our second alternate is Gabriel Drill, a senior at La Cañada High School in the La Cañada Unified School District. And this is Gabriel. He was appointed through a competitive selection process to serve as chair of the La Cañada City Youth Council. He is active in the YMCA Youth and Government Program, where he became delegation president as a freshman and has continued to serve in that position for the past 4 years. At school, he is active with the California Scholarship Federation, National Honor Society, and the varsity wrestling team. He has been accepted as a Yale Young Global Scholar in their Politics, Law, and Economics program, Columbia University's Summer Immersion Program in Business, Finance, and Economics, and as an intern at NASA's Jet Propulsion Lab. So a wide variety of interests. He volunteers at the YMCA summer camp, at a residential shelter for women and children, and also assembles care packages for veterans and military individuals stationed overseas. He would like to pursue dual degrees in public policy and business, followed by grad school. His future goals include starting a nonprofit to research a cure for diabetes, and possibly serving as the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, helping to formulate domestic and international economic policies to better our nation and the world. So please join me in congratulating our 4 outstanding, amazing students. This is just a sampling of their many accomplishments at such a young age while maintaining a strong GPA, and I don't know how they do it, and they sleep. But I know that our future is in good hands with them. So congratulations to our students. And I'd like to invite President Kirst and Superintendent Thurman to come and take photos with the students.
Thank you.
I didn't bring the welding gear, but congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, right here. Turn around. Oh, maybe sit down a little bit. Not in front of the table.
Yeah, a little bit.
Let's one more step. There we go.
Right here. 3, 2, 1. Check the lighting. Maybe make it a little brighter. 3, 2, 1. Great.
How about let's do individual ones? Okay, so Cindy and I. Here's a switch.
Mr. President?
Oh, you can hold it.
Oh, we'll hold it together. We have to have something to do. So
Yes.
we hold it, but you just keep it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Do we have another one? She's busy welding. Can we open it?
Oh,
And, otherwise, we don't have anything to do. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're perfectly fine.
Thank you.
Sorry. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Long range vision. What position you're in.
That's the law. Pardon? Okay. Sure.
All right.
Did you want to take one more photo with the board members?
With all the board? So,
Yeah.
We would stand somewhere? Yeah.
I think we have to go in the front, actually, because I'm not sure.
Well, then they won't see them. Although they're all taller than we are, you know, you can see this.
He wants us to go in front.
What do we do?
That's why I became a lawyer.
All right, everyone look here and don't blink. All right, thanks. Okay.
Okay, we're going to keep going, and Larry, if you'll come back up, we're going to take up item 6.
Okay, hello again. Larry Shirey, School Fiscal Services Division. And let's get going. Okay, we're going to move on to the third appeal. And again, I'm going to quickly go through the same thing I did last time. There has been a unanimous denial on the part of the Santa Clara County Committee of a proposed transfer from the Moreland School District and the Campbell High School District to Cupertino Elementary and the Fremont Union High School District. Again, you may affirm or reverse the action of the county committee, and if you reverse the action, you'll need to set an election area. Again, I'm not going to go through the 9 conditions unless you want me to. The first order of business is to determine that they're all substantially met. The county committee has, as you'll see, has found 2 not met here, but I'm not even going to touch the other 7. If you determine the conditions are substantially met, then we need to look at a compelling educational reason to overturn the county committee's decision. Just again, a reminder that the historical transfer issue that I talked about in the first item is again the context for this third appeal. Referring to this as the Westbrook transfer proposal, it's a proposed transfer of 123 homes from Moreland to Campbell High School District and Campbell High School District to Cupertino and Fremont. Currently, and as of the time we collected information, 20 students attend Moreland School District, 6 students attend the Campbell High School District. Excuse me. As you might recall, the first appeal was the same area that was considered by the state board in 1999. The second item had to do with a subgroup of the homes in an appeal approved by considered by the state board in 1999. This one is right across the street from another transfer proposal, an appeal that the state board heard in 2008, and again, the state board unanimously affirmed the action of the county committee at this time. Petitioner's reason for transfer, again, student safety. They believe that home-to-school commutes to Moreland School District and Campbell High School District are significantly longer and more dangerous than commutes to Cupertino and Fremont, and also community identity. They believe they have a stronger sense of community identity with the Cupertino School District and the surrounding neighborhoods. Again, a look at just an overview of the transfer area as it relates to the school district boundaries and the schools. I'll come back to this when we talk about commute safety issues again, but in this case, you have Prospect High School, which is right across the street from the proposed transfer area. Lynbrook High School, which is just at the north. In fact, the footprint of the high school is touching the northern part of the transfer area. The football field is down there, I believe. Country Lane Elementary, Muir Elementary on the opposite sides, about 1.5 miles to Country Lane Elementary, 1.2 miles to Muir Elementary, and then the middle schools, Moreland Middle School, also about 1.5 miles from the transfer area, and Miller Middle School about 0.8 of a mile. Again, I'll come back to this when we discuss compute safety issues later. Again, all 4 affected districts oppose the transfer. They don't believe that all minimum threshold conditions have been substantially met. Again, as was talked about earlier, that they believe this will set a precedent for future transfers, and they don't see any significant reason to approve the transfer, so they believe that the primary reason for the petitioner's request is to increase their property values. In addition to the points I just listed that all districts share, Moreland and Campbell again point to the loss of higher assessed value property from their district that will have negative effects on their financial obligations to repay bond debt for property owners, and also affect their bonding capacity as well as their district finances generally. Cupertino and Fremont both note that future transfers will continue to overcrowd facilities in the district and increase future construction costs. Again, these are issues that were brought up in the area-wide study, also issues that were brought up in the previous proposal. The county committee found that 2 of the conditions, the threshold conditions, were not substantially met. Again, the community identity condition, and also the fact that they believe it would increase school facility cost. Similar findings to the previous proposal. They find that there's no compelling argument that the transfer area is isolated from Moreland and Campbell School District. No evidence that the commutes to Moreland and Campbell are less safe than are the commutes to Cupertino and Fremont, and that their community identity arguments are not unique to the proposed transfer area. We have the same response as we did last time. We don't believe that there's a burden placed upon the petitioners to prove that their transfer would improve community identity. We think that the county committee tends to look at it that way. And again, their comments and their actions and their statements seem to support the fact that it doesn't really matter which school district the community is in. The community identity is pretty similar. In terms of the condition 7, any increase in school facility cost as a result of the proposed reorganization will be insignificant and otherwise incidental to the reorganization. The county finds that both Moreland and Campbell High School District will lose approximately $1.25 million in bonding capacity. They find that enrollment is growing in Cupertino and Fremont. Schools in Fremont are already at capacity, over capacity, and transfers would contribute to that. They've also ran some student generation calculations. This is a somewhat larger area than the previous transfer proposals, and they calculate that from these calculations, the number of students in the transfer area could reach 68 K-8 students and 36 high school students. Our findings regarding the condition, assessed valuation in the area has been growing rapidly by about 40% over the past 5 years. That, in our opinion, offsets any loss, especially a small loss like $1.25 million from the post-transfer area. So we do not find a concern that it's going to deplete the ability of the Campbell school districts to construct and also to significantly increase the costs for property owners. Cupertino enrollment actually is declining. It's dropped by about 1,000 students since 2014-15. And the Fremont High School District, although it's still growing and grown by about 350 students since 2014-15, its own enrollment projections indicate that it will soon start to decline. That's kind of a trend that you may pick up on. The elementary districts are in decline right now. High school districts are still growing, but eventually that's going to move up. So we recommend that all of the minimum threshold conditions are substantially met. Now we turn to reasons why you might consider overturning or reversing the county committee's action, or supporting or affirming the county committee's action. And as I've already noted, petitioners give us the reasons to consider regarding reversing the action. Commutes, again, as I've stated earlier, they believe are less safe to Moreland and Campbell than they are to Fremont and the Cupertino School District. Community identity, they believe they have a greater community identity with the Cupertino School District as well as the surrounding neighborhood. And they also claim that their unique conditions will not set a precedent for future transfers. Back to this map. We've already talked about the distances between the schools and the transfer area. The primary concern that the petitioners have is the transportation route from the proposed transfer area, particularly to Country Lane Elementary and the Moreland Middle. They have to cross Lawrence Expressway. And they believe that's a very dangerous transportation route. They're also concerned about crossing Prospect High. They claim that traffic flows there are greater than would be with the street that goes in front of Lynbrook High School. We agree that the route from across Lawrence Expressway is not an ideal route. Moreland School District agrees that it's not an ideal school route. That's why they offer bus transportation to that area. You know, we think that the Prospect-Lynbrook commute differences are non-existent, but I'm sure the petitioners will address that in their public hearing. And the petitioners have, in addition to telling us that it's a very dangerous route, they have, as they have reported in their appeal materials and to the county, and I imagine we'll also present here, is that they don't allow their students to walk or bike to Country Lane or Moreland Middle. They transport their students to school by car. And again, they have the option, the bus option. So again, I started by saying we agree that it's not an ideal route, but as I think board members stated more elegantly than I will right now, this is not a unique circumstance to this area. Prospect High School, the attendance area for Prospect High School, the vast majority of it is on the other side of Lawrence Expressway. The vast majority of students from Prospect High School have to cross Lawrence Expressway in the other direction. Fremont Union High School District has indicated in its materials and also in its public hearing when this was considered locally that they have 300 students at Lynbrook High School who live south of Prospect Road. And those students have to have to travel across Prospect Road, the same road that the petitioner state makes it very dangerous for them to go to Prospect High School. In fact, every high school in the attendance area of every high school in Fremont High School District and Campbell High School District is crisscrossed by a freeway, multiple expressways, and very, very busy other streets that are also very busy. Thousands of students, by Fremont High School District's estimate, 7,000 of their 12,000 or so students have to make commutes that are across, or that are farther and across more congested routes than do students in this area. And we find that given that the real issue here is not the safety of students walking or biking to across Lawrence Expressway. Petitioners have already acknowledged that doesn't happen. Their students do not walk to those schools. Those students do not bike to those schools. And again, that's a fairly common, not unique circumstance for school districts and students in this area. As was mentioned in the last item, many students are unable to walk or bike to schools. So really, what the compelling issue here is there a reason, a compelling reason to overturn the county committee's decision based on giving students and residents in this area the opportunity to make a 1.2-mile walk or bike ride that takes 25 minutes to walk, 10 minutes to bike? Is the safety of that over a 10-minute car ride, 1.5-mile car ride, is that a compelling reason to overturn the county committee's decision? We don't think it is. Back to the issue of unique community identity. Again, we talked about number 3 on here, which was their proposal in 2008 that the state board heard and approved the county committee's decision, also finding that there were no significant commute differences between the two districts. Number 1 is the current transfer area. Number 2 is the area just to the east of the transfer area. And number 4 is an area that is south of Prospect Road. Again, all 4 of these areas share similar transportation concerns and issues, so we do not find that the Westbrook area has unique circumstances. Again, as I mentioned in the last item, you can look at reasons to help you make a decision to affirm the county committee's action. One, again, is that the reorganization study shows that territory transfers like this do not address issues. They simply change the boundary and move the issues to other neighborhoods. All the districts affected expressed concerns that approval will encourage future territory transfers. And again, that was a finding in the study that the county completed. Same other potential concerns that we talked about last time. If we extend more and more transfers out of the Moreland and Campbell School District into Cupertino and Fremont, enrollment growth from future transfers will place pressure on the future ability of those districts to house their students and offer educational programs. They also could cause fiscal difficulties for Moreland and Campbell, again, because of the loss of assessed valuation and the effects it would have on district finances. And again, even though we don't find that the transfers are being put forward primarily for the purpose of increasing property values, that certainly is a concern of the districts and also may be an issue that you may want to consider. In summary, again, we find that all minimum threshold conditions are substantially met, including the 2 the county committee found were not. We find no reason that's compelling enough to overturn the county committee's disapproval. We do see concerns that are substantial enough to make a decision to support or affirm the county committee's action. So we're recommending that the state board affirm county committee's approval. Again, you may affirm or reverse. If you reverse, you need to establish an election area, and I'll conclude by restating our recommendation to support the county committee's decision by affirming its action to disapprove the territory transfer. I'll be happy to answer any questions now or after the public hearing, public comment.
Thank you. Okay, I think we should open the public hearing first, so the proponents for the transfer will have 10 minutes. I now proclaim the public hearing open.
That's us. Well done. Okay, so use the arrows. Yeah, they do. Okay. Use the arrow. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. My name is Bill Martin, and I'm a little bit rummy right now because I got up at dark 30 to drive up here. about 2.5 hour ride. I rode up with Katie, who drove. She's an excellent driver, and Judy, my neighbor, and Gaithra. Katie works for PayPal. Judy works for Google. Gaithra works for Kaiser. I'm retired. I'm a retired judge, and I was prepared to rant and rave about the hearing down below, but the staff report vindicates a lot of our positions on that, and I'm going to spare you that. And you can thank me for that. I moved into my house in 1984. I live in the district. I'm about a 5-minute walk, leisurely walk to the back gate of Lynbrook High School. Down Walbrook Drive, it's a residential street. Most of my neighbors are within spitting distance of Lynbrook High School. When the public address goes, we all hear it. When they play football, the lights shine in our backyards. When the football team is looking for donations, they come to my door. I give them money. And then I say, but sorry guys, we're not in that district. And they go, what? You know, it doesn't make any sense. About 50 years ago, our neighborhood was gerrymandered out of what should be the Fremont Union High School District and the Cupertino Union School District. If you look at the map, the district line follows Saratoga Creek south. My house backs up on the creek, so I'm looking at it when it rains. And then it jogs over and cuts out our neighborhood. It goes west and then goes down and crosses Prospect Road. It's a natural boundary. I don't know anybody on the other side of the creek, or very few. I wave to them. I know a lot of folks on my side. It's a sense of neighborhood. I want to talk about community, sense of neighborhood, and things of that sort. So 50 years, our kids have gone to other school districts as outlined in the maps and been denied the right to be participants in our local community. And there are safety issues, of course. You've heard the pros and cons on that. We're not going to be able to change that here. Some folks here have talked about we can't do anything about that here. But what I would like, I agreed with the staff report. I don't know where Larry went, but I thought it was a good report. I'm a judge. Some lawyer wrote that, I think, it looks like to me. It's a good report. The only thing I disagree with is the two findings against us, which are we're not unique. We are unique. We border on Lynbrook High School. We're right there on the border. If it had been drawn the right way, we would be included in that district. And the other thing is that with respect, some folks here have said, well, we're not the proper body to deal with these kinds of district redistricting, line drawing. Line drawing is one of the toughest things that folks ever have to do, including judges. And the education code provides for this process. If legitimate appeals, which I think ours is, are turned down to dissuade other folks from making appeals because you'll be overrun with appeals for transfers, then what's the point of the education code section? I think that's wrong. I think you should, on a case-by-case basis, until the code gets changed, grant our petition, reverse the county committee, and allow us to have our neighborhood made whole with the folks that we feel part of. When we go to the park, we go to Rainbow Park, which is right across from Lynbrook. When my daughters are grown, but my older daughter played basketball at Prospect. We would go down to Lynbrook to practice. We didn't go to Prospect. It's ridiculous, and I've got to shut up. I've been told here by my colleague. Thank you for your attention.
I'm Judy Chang. I've been a resident of Westbrook with my husband, who is a California public school teacher, for 19 years. And our request to transfer was prompted by the 2014 death of a 15-year-old Cupertino student named Ethan Wong. Ethan was an aspiring Eagle Scout, a very good piano player. He was killed while he was wearing his bike helmet, riding his bike in a bike lane on a very busy 4-lane road to high school. A 17-year-old Prospect High School student was hit by a car, luckily not killed, but put into a coma trying to cross Prospect Road. These are the incidences that drove us to ask why our kids' commute paths to schools need to be as dangerous as they are. When, unlike other students that you may have heard other commutes mention, we have a safe route in our backyards that we are not allowed to use, and we just don't understand it. So you can see in this slide, in the green, are the paths that we would take to go to the CUSD and the FUHSD schools. These are all along 2-lane, 25-mile-per-hour roads with sidewalks. Contrast that with the path we have to take on the red dashes. And those of you familiar with our local area know that I'm telling you the truth. When I tell you that Prospect Road, even though the speed limit is 40 miles per hour, people drive a lot faster than that. Lawrence Expressway is 6 lanes. It is congested. So our kids would have a much nicer commute to school walking and biking than their current situation of taking buses, which, by the way, they have to board 1 hour before school starts, 1 hour, instead of being able to take a 5 or 10-minute walk or bike to school. To put it concretely, we have 2-lane roads on Brookland. They see 470 cars a day. Prospect Road sees 25,000 cars a day on its 4-lane road. Also, speed and traffic matter because they result in more accidents. And you can see the data from the San Jose Fire Department backs this up. There were 4.5 times more medical response incidences along the pathways leading to our current schools compared to our proposed schools. Now I'm going to turn it over to Katie to talk to you about community identity.
Thanks, Judy. I'm Katie Oceano, and my son Marcus is a first grader at Country Lane Elementary in the Moreland district. I've lived on a daily basis the snarled, congested, and dangerous commute from our house in the Westbrook NIP district over to Country Lane. I want my son to be able to walk or bike to school on safe roads without putting him in harm's way, and we have that option in front of us, and it's easy to do. You saw the maps. You can see that our route today to Country Lane Elementary, to our middle school, crosses Prospect Road, crosses Lawrence Expressway. It goes in front of malls, including the Westgate Mall, Westgate West, Paseo Saratoga, and these are the routes to get to 85 and 280. So you have speeding cars, you have commuters, you have commercial traffic, construction traffic, day in and day out, and it gets worse every year. We need your help to vote to overturn the county decision. And so I want to talk to you today a little bit about the community and some of the facts that we're thinking that will support this. Our Westbrook neighborhood is 26 kids, and we are very uniquely situated. Our identity is strongly tied with the Cupertino neighborhood. You can see on this map here, our park is Rainbow Park. This is our backyard where we send our kids to go play because we know that the roads are safe and we know that they can get there safely. We're isolated from the Moreland and Campbell schools on the basis of the obstacles that I mentioned before, the creek, Prospect Road, and then those busy intersections to get over to the Moreland and Campbell schools. Our kids uniquely can walk and bike to the Cupertino schools on quiet neighborhood streets, and we are the only neighborhood that can claim this. It's unique. We're looking for a solution that is durable on the basis of the merits of our case and the unique isolation of our neighborhood, which will help us solve some of these safety issues and keep our kids safe. Because of the Westbrook district and these safety challenges, perfect. All of our community and school ties are linked to the Cupertino and Fremont schools today. As an example, our neighborhood is part of AYSO 64, which has every player on the team attending Cupertino schools except for the kids from our neighborhood. The practices are held at Cupertino School, Miller Middle School. The reorganization of this district will help with our community identity and also make sure that we're supporting the neighborhood that we have nestled today. Okay, we'll bypass enrollment. I think you saw some of the stats around declining enrollment in the Cupertino district and rising enrollment in the Fremont district. And as a reminder, our 26 kids represent less than 1/10 of 1% of the total district enrollment. In summary, I would argue that we can't paint all transfer requests with the same brush. Our kids have historically attended these Cupertino schools. We're uniquely isolated. We're in a very unique situation where our kids can and should be able to walk or bike to the Cupertino schools on quiet neighborhood streets. Nobody else can make that claim. We already share parks and sports districts with these schools.
Okay, time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now the opponents to the transfer have 10 minutes. Please come forward.
I can say good afternoon now instead of good morning. I was going to deliver a public comment, but I thought I'd make use of this time instead to read my statement. So good morning again, or good afternoon. David Villegas here on behalf of Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, Santa Clara County Superintendent of Schools. Superintendent Dewan and the county office supports the county office analysis, the CDE staff recommendation, and the county committee's unanimous denial of this reorganization request. The Santa Clara County Committee has heard reorganization issues affecting school districts in the area for over 20 years. Once more, the Santa Clara County Office of Education stands behind a 1997 area-wide study assessing the impact of multiple reorganization requests affecting districts in the western part of Santa Clara County. A general finding from that study is that piecemeal adjustments to district boundaries, such as this one, shift community identity problems. In response to that study, the Santa Clara County Committee adopted guidelines for addressing reorganization issues that are based primarily on issues of commute time and safety. Regarding this particular transfer request, I would like to emphasize that each of the affected districts provided a resolution in opposition. Unable to attend today's meeting, Moreland School District Superintendent Mary Going has supplied a letter in opposition to this transfer request. In her letter, Superintendent Going states that the petitioner's request for transfer of territory will not enhance the community identity, will not better traffic conditions, and will have a negative financial impact on Moreland School District, which is not a community-funded district. It is estimated that the transfer would result in the loss of approximately $170,000 annually due to decreased student enrollment, and the loss of approximately $17,500 annually in parcel tax revenue to the district. So a copy of that letter has been provided. And unfortunately, Campbell Union High School District Superintendent Bravo could not stay and has asked me to relay that he supports the denial of this reorganization request. Thank you.
Okay. I now declare the public hearing closed, and we're ready for public comment.
With the following speakers, please line up at the podium. Robert Bravo, Bill Martin, Judy Chang, Katie Oceano, Gayatro Auchel, Bill McCartney, Destiny McCartney.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gayatri Achi, and I actually came on board just as a support system, but I decided that I'm going to speak. So all the people, when they all come up, they always talk about finances, you know, always financial. But I moved into this neighborhood back in, well, I came to California in '84. And it was a very small community. There wasn't a lot of cars, you know, not like it is right now. And when I went to Cupertino High School, actually. And it was a really great school. We were going to go to San Francisco, but we came up to Cupertino. But I just wanted to say it's not about finances for any of us. It's about the kids and community. And when I grew up, you know, I didn't really feel like I belonged. So I really understand. I don't have kids, but I understand what Judy and them are saying. When they're trying to put their kids into a group and the group doesn't like them, I get it. And it's really not fun. And the few people that can let the people come in, you know, it's all about community and family. So I just want to say it's not finance, it's about community. So thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill McCartney. I'm here with my wife, Destiny, and we traveled here today because this is an issue that really matters for our family. We have 3 children, ages 5, 3, and 1. So they each have 12 or 13 years of public school ahead of them. Under the current districting, our kids will have to travel to schools that are twice as far away and across multiple busy streets, including the Lawrence Expressway, 6 lanes of traffic moving at 50 miles an hour, and schools that don't feel like part of our neighborhood. Lynbrook High School is right down the street from us. In fact, the entrance to the football field is 8 doors down. It's 200 yards from our door. It's an easy 5-minute walk. It's so close that on warm evenings in the fall, we can easily hear the marching band practicing. And we often take the kids to walk down to watch them. I brought photos. On weekends, we often go for a family walk around the school track. We even attended the homecoming football game. I don't have any photos from Prospect High School because their football field is 8 times as far away, and it's across a very dangerous intersection. I'll hand off to my wife.
My name is Destiny McCartney. We would really love for our kids to be able to walk to school safely in our own neighborhood. With the morning schools, that's just not possible. Take Country Lane Elementary, where our daughter just started kindergarten. It's 1.6 miles from home, but getting there requires crossing the Lawrence Expressway, 6 lanes of traffic moving at 50 miles per hour. You can't let a kid make that walk to school, not even a big kid. At the middle school level, it's even worse. Moreland Middle School is 1.8 miles away, and it requires not 1, but 3 dangerous intersections. But the Cupertino schools are half the distance. More importantly, you can walk there on neighborhood streets safely with little traffic. These schools need students, and we want to go. Please make it happen. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment. I guess now we're ready for Board Member Holliday's comments as liaison.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Superintendent Thurman for his comments after the last item. I do think it's an excellent suggestion he made to follow up on these items and see what other action can be taken to help. And Member Valdez's suggestion of some leniency from one district or another could be very useful. I do agree with the retired judge who reminded us that we do look at each one of these cases separately, that we don't lump them together. We hear the details about each one of the requests, the appeals, and we do consider the appeals as opportunities for this board to take action. There's no doubt about that. However, I come back to the reality of this area, this situation, and these commutes and travel times and all the rest. I feel, once again, very, very sorry for families that have to drive their kids instead of having the kids walk 2 or 3 blocks down the road. We just point to these sorts of examples everywhere throughout the state of California. When Larry says to us that the conditions, the threshold conditions have been substantially met, that's not difficult to do. To reach the minimum thresholds is a pretty low bar. And because the minimum thresholds have been met, does not automatically trigger our accepting the appeal or the petition. If so, that would have happened at the local level. Instead, we have to look at, is this truly a compelling, significant reason beyond the minimum thresholds? And once again, with all due apologies and respect to the petitioners, I think that this is not compelling because we see this in so many places throughout California, and therefore I would recommend the CDE's recommendation. I would move the CDE's recommendation.
Second by Sue Burr. Any Board members? Yes, Board Member Burr.
First, I just want to echo what Board Member Holliday said, and my commendation to Superintendent Thurman for his careful consideration of the issues and some ideas that might be helpful from the State Department. But the one, and I also want to really call out my colleague, Board Member Valdez, because there are options available at the local level, namely interdistrict transfers. And where this particular circumstance does seem compelling because of the geographic arrangements and the traffic and all of that, I haven't heard folks talk about, gee, we tried to go to the other district and ask if we could go there and they turned us down. So I just want to make sure that people are aware of those opportunities at the local level, because as Board Member Holliday said, we have circumstances like this all over the state. As communities have grown out and boundaries do not coincide with city jurisdictions or in some cases county jurisdictions. So we can't solve those problems here, but I just want to make sure that people know they do have local options, and I would encourage you to pursue those.
Board Member Williams.
Do you know whether or not a request was made for an interdistrict transfer and was denied?
According to the information I got from the districts, and also it was some information that was contained in Mary Ann Going's letter to you, Superintendent of Moreland, both the Cupertino and the Moreland School District report that they haven't received any district transfer
They
request.
have not.
I will counter that quickly with one of the petitioners who, when we gathered that information and shared it with them, they noted that her children did at one point attend Cupertino School District on an interdistrict transfer of some sort. So, you know, it's information from the districts is that we haven't received any, at least the elementary districts, and the counter information from the petitioners is that, well, my kids were attending Cupertino at one point in time.
Because if it's true that Cupertino is declining in enrollment, which I think was on one of the slides, there was mixed information about whether it was or wasn't, but one of the I think one of your slides said it is. Then and if some of these houses are that close, it would surprise me that Cupertino wouldn't grant an interdistrict transfer.
Well, you know, and I agree with you that if they were looking at to increase their enrollment, that could be an option. But I will also jump in and state that these are wider issues than just a few neighborhoods that are next to the boundary. Cupertino and Fremont, as I began in the first item, are very desirable districts. So they have a lot of people, not just people on the boundary, trying to get into the districts. And they offer fairly strict, or they use fairly strict criteria to approve interdistrict transfers. That said, I will also add that there is another option, is that the County Board of Education hears appeals of interdistrict transfers that have been denied by school districts. And I know that in Santa Clara County, one of the criteria they use in those appeals is safety of students.
Okay, I wanted to comment. I live in Santa Clara County too, and I actually was last week shopping in this very area, Lawrence Expressway and past Prospect, and went to El Camino and Lawrence to shop at Big Lots and Lucky. So I do this and know. And so I've been doing this for 15 years now with these reorganizations, and the safety issue is a new one to me. My impression of these streets is there's a heck of a lot of stoplights. My main complaint is I can't get any speed, and they stop me, and these roads are really congested. So I don't see how the safety, and I've never gotten to 50 miles an hour in these roads, and would maybe like to, but this. So I think these arguments about, you know, what these roads are like and so on, it's difficult. They sure are congested, but they have a lot of lights. So to me, you go through the lights. So you know, you wait for the lights and then go on. And so I think it's difficult to really get into these safety issues in so much detail, and we would need a lot of information. If this is going to be a frequent argument, Larry, I would urge we get a little bit more information on what this is really like, because I have trouble grasping it.
Well, in defense of the petitioners, as I noted earlier, because of the number of transfers that the county was receiving over the past 25 years, they did adopt that geographic isolation condition, and that pretty much tells anyone who wants to, in this area, want to transfer, is they need to meet that condition. So in order to meet that condition, they need to make arguments about safety of commute and the commute issue. So that's why I think that you're right. You don't usually see this issue in territory transfer appeals or in any kind of reorganization issue, but it is fairly common and is probably going to be the primary argument that you will see coming out of petitions to transfer territory in this area.
Okay, well, we need to think about how to analyze this, it seems to me, to get more information about, these are very complex traffic patterns. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So on the previous redistricting item, as a couple of board members mentioned, the superintendent did ask staff to reach out to the local jurisdictions, the districts and the municipalities, and see what can be done to create safer travel routes to schools. We'll certainly do that. We'll also look into or ask the districts to look at their intra-district transfer policies to see what can be, what flexibility or what can be done to accommodate circumstances such as this, and we'll also, again, reach out to the county for a continued discussion and a report back to us and the board, sort of on there, maybe an update of the report that was done in the early 90s, or any other changes that they might want to think about given the demographic changes and the changes in the population of the area and the routes that students need to take to schools now in the area.
Board Member Rucker.
I just want to say the one thing that was lost in the conversation for me that I actually found shocking, even though bus transportation is provided, there's a fee of $390 for that, which I found absolutely amazing and appalling. But while that is maybe a mitigating factor for, it's not something that we can consider because that is a local issue and a local concern. All of these appeals, whether we're talking about the appeals we've had today or the multiple types of appeals like this as we have seen in the time I've served on the board, it always is about the boundary. To be honest with you, I have never seen a neighborhood that's located smack dab in the middle of a school district making some request or some consideration about this, primarily because they're landlocked. They couldn't do anything about the transfer anyway. And I know for the people who have come here today looking at this appeal, hearing us say that all of these boundary issues remain unchanged. If we move this boundary today, there'll be a new set of neighborhoods on the new boundary that will have the same concern. That it's not to write it off or to diminish what your concerns are, but the reality is there is a large picture, a totality of circumstances that both have to be considered not only on a statewide level, but the impact and sustained effect that it has on all of the districts and all of the neighborhoods that would be impacted by the appeal and by this decision. And so I want to thank you for making the concerted effort that you made today and giving the explanation that you gave today. But I also agree we need to support what the local decision was.
Okay, all right, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the CDE recommendation to deny the petition, raise your hands. Those opposed? Okay, it passes. So the lunch is?
Not here yet.
Not here yet, okay. So we will continue on then with, now we're ready for action item 8, which is the assessment and item, multiple items as usual.
Good afternoon. President Kirst. Hello, I was just making sure he's ready. President Kirst, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Schweitzer, good morning. Michelle Center, Director of the Assessment Division. I'm glad to be before you this afternoon. The item before you is both an information item as well as an item for your action. Yeah, it's a little loud. I don't.
Go ahead.
Are you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a little quieter now. So I do not have a PowerPoint for you today, just my smiley face. Not quite as smiley as I'm sure Melanie will be later, but you know, this is what you get. So the item before you today, like I said, is for information as well as action. I will be asking the board to approve the LEA apportionment rates for tests administered as part of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, or CASP, during the 18-19 school year. This item will also provide you an update on the CASP as well as the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, or LPAC. In November 2018, this board approved that we amend the contract with Educational Testing Service, or ETS. In doing so, we incorporated the LPAC within the same contract as the CASP. And so you will see for the first time we have provided an assessment update for you that combines both of those programs into a single item, given they will be utilizing the same contractor and the same infrastructure moving forward. It seemed appropriate to do so. So let me begin first by giving you a brief update on CASP and LPAC, and then I will return back on the action that I'm asking you to take today. So let's start with an update on LPAC. As a reminder, the LPAC consists of both the initial LPAC as well as the summative LPAC. The initial went operational on July 1 of 2018. And the initial LPAC is used to determine the English proficiency of students entering California schools for the first time. These are students whose primary language is not English, and those results are locally scored by our districts to produce an official score and official status of English proficiency for those students. Because the initial LPAC is locally scored, the CDE, along with its contractor ETS, created a process that we call the rotating score validation process, or affectionately RSVP process, though we expect all yeses when we do that. So as part of that process, what we do is we collect item statistics that we use to produce our technical reports for this assessment, as well as to inform the future development of the test. So to complete this process, what we have done is we have sampled districts. So in 2018-19, it's about 25%. And the sample looks at the initial LPAC, and we collect the answer booklets from those districts and have our contractor produce a score for that sample of districts. That then allows us to compare the local score with a contractor produced score. We then have that comparison report that we can provide to our districts, so our districts can reflect on how their local training is doing in terms of their test administrators and their scores that they have administering the LPAC. We had approximately 36,000 answer booklets that were scored by ETS as part of this process in November and December. 36,000. And as part of that, there was over a 99% agreement rate of the English language acquisition status between the LEA locally scored and the ETS scores that were produced. So that's pretty impressive, I think. So for the less than 1% of students that did have a discrepancy, we have been reaching out to those districts and having conversations with them. And for most cases, it is because of local data entry errors that are occurring. These are not, for the most part, because of errors in terms of scoring, but more on the data entry. So what we have done, as well as CDE, as well as our contractor, is ensure that we have provided our districts with information on how they can correct that English language acquisition status for anyone for which they did have a data entry error. So we have provided that information to them, and we continue to walk them through that process if they need assistance in doing so. So we'll continue to have this RSVP process moving forward. We'll continue to collect samples every year. I don't know that we will necessarily need a 25% sample every year, but we'll continue to collect samples every year. It's important for us to do so, important that we're not seeing drifts or changes in that agreement rate that we saw for this first time out. Additionally, ETS is also conducting an initial LPAC threshold score review study. I've mentioned this to you before. In that process, teachers are being surveyed about the English proficiency of their English learners, as well as the English proficiency of their initial fluent English proficient students. The results will be compared to those students' English initial LPAC score results. So in other words, teachers' professional judgments versus the actual score on the initial LPAC. The results will provide information to the department to determine whether or not we will bring forward to this board any recommended changes in those threshold scores which the board originally adopted. If changes are needed and recommended by the department, we will bring those to you in March. Also, as part of my update on the LPAC, I do want to also take this time to remind you that we will be having the final administration of the summative LPAC as a paper pencil test. That final administration of the LPAC as a paper pencil test will open on February 1 and close on May 31st. The first administration of the computer-based summative LPAC will begin in spring 2020. In May of 2019, you will see me once again, and I will bring forward to this board a high-level test design for that transition to a computer-based assessment for the summative LPAC for your review and approval. So that concludes my update on LPAC, and I'd like to now transition to a short update on the CASP summative assessments. I'll start off with science. So excited to announce that the first operational CASP administration cycle launched on January 8th. So the window's open. The CDE is collecting additional information from students at the end of the assessment. I'd like to share with you the questions that were drafted by our independent evaluator for our CASP program, who is HMRO. I hope that you agree that these survey questions that we will be asking our students who are taking our tests are going to really provide us some information about whether or not they are provided with an opportunity to learn the content that is being assessed on our test. So the three questions include: 1, did you learn about the topics on the test in your science class? We will also ask students, were any questions on the test different from the types of questions that you see in your science class? And then lastly, how hard were questions on this test compared to questions you see in your science class? I expect that as we move forward with our implementation of the California Next Generation Science Standards, I hope and expect that the answers to those questions by our students will change over time. So while we may not expect as much agreement to those questions at first, hopefully as the opportunity to learn these new standards and the implementation of those new standards increase, we will see changes in the responses by our students to those questions. This is not the first time the department has asked students about the content of a test related to what they're receiving in the classroom. We did take a similar approach when we had an exit exam in California. So we thought it was appropriate to do so as we are thinking about the implementation of these standards. In terms of the science tests, I know I have talked to you often about the accessible periodic table that we've been developing. It took a little longer than I would have liked, but it is now up. So that means that we have a periodic table available for teachers to use that a screen reader such as JAWS can read. We're excited to announce that. We're excited to share that with our teachers for use in the classroom that will also be used on our test. I think it just goes to show examples of how our assessment system can be used to assist our teachers outside of that summative window. We also are pleased to announce that we will be sharing a periodic table as well as reference sheets for our science tests that can be embossed by our local school districts. So that is another way of supporting our students with visual impairments. So we also have that available, and we will be working with my peers here in the department to ensure that we make sure that our teachers are aware of those resources. All of those things are available on the CASP.org website outside of any kind of secure login process. Also want to share with you that we continue to involve our California science educators in the development of our science tests. Upcoming activities in which we are involving our science educators include, we have a cast item writing workshop later this month. We have achievement level descriptors that we'll be developing in March. And then we also have an item review workshop in April. And so luckily, our California teachers continue to volunteer to participate in these activities, and we're happy that they do so. Along with the CAST, we are also developing the California Alternate Assessment for Science. That field test also launched on January 8th. To support the field test, our contractor ETS conducted a webinar for our district coordinators, our school site coordinators, and our test examiners, and we did that in December. The webcast provided an overview of the administration of the assessment and focused on things such as scheduling, changes in the test from the prior year, and key resources for successful testing. So we've continued to improve this test and modify it each year as we've gone through the pilot phase and as we now enter this field test phase of that particular assessment. In spring, teachers will participate in an item review workshop for the California Alternate Assessment for Science to prepare ourselves for the first operational assessment that will begin in September 2019. Now on to the next one, which is the California Spanish Assessment. We continue our development activities for that particular assessment, and we are preparing for the first administration operationally for that test this spring. A review of the field test data was conducted by teachers as well as department staff. During that review, we were able to confirm that we had enough high-quality items available to meet that spring launch date. So we are ready to meet the deadline that we committed to this board for that particular assessment. I just want to also take this time to remind you that the Spanish assessment is an optional test. It does measure a student's Spanish reading, writing mechanics, and listening skills. I also want to take this time to let you know that as we transitioned our primary language test from a paper pencil version to a computer-based version, we are now able to offer that optional test at no charge to our districts. So whether or not a student is an English learner or whether or not it is an English-only student who happens to be taking in a dual program, for example, they will also receive that test at no cost. We were able to negotiate with ETS that there is no additional fee for California for those additional administrations. And because there is no additional fee, there is no cost to pass on to our districts. So that is a big win for us as we moved from a paper pencil test to a computer-based test.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, this is a mega item, so it may get lost, right?
Yes, thank you. So the $5 that are cited here for EL students taking the California Spanish assessment, is that because we are looking at a paper pencil assessment this year, but moving forward, we wouldn't be reimbursing districts?
So I think you're referring to the apportionment, which is which I will be talking about next. So just to be clear, in the past, districts who elected to test students who were not English learners had to pay our contractor a fee because the law prohibits us, the state, from paying for those administrations. We are no longer given a cost for those administrations, so there's no fee. And so in conversations, I had a conversation with Californians Together 2 days ago, I believe. No, yesterday, 2 days ago. And it does seem like even though we have tried to make that clear and communicate that, we obviously have not gotten that piece of information out to everyone. So I'm very hopeful that Californians Together and CAPE will help us with that message. And well, I haven't had a chance to communicate with Martha, who I see right there. Oh, and Shelley. I'm going to write a blurb for them, and hopefully they will be so nice to share that out on their listserv so that we can make sure that our educators are aware that there is no cost. And so we'll be doing that, and I know my friends back there will be happy to send that out for me. Yes. Not to put you on the spot, but I did. Okay. So now on to apportionment rates. And Felice, I hope this clarifies your question as I talk about the apportionment rates. So the CDE asked the State Board to approve apportionment rates for tests administered as part of the CASP system during the 18-19 school year. State law requires the board to annually establish LEA apportionment rates for each CASP test administered and take into account changes to LEA test administration activities. This might include activities such as the number and type of tests administered, changes in computerized test registration, or changes to administration procedures. Previously, LEAs received a single apportionment of $4 for each pupil administered any portion of the ELA, math, or science summative CASP. So this would include the Smarter Balance Assessment for ELA and math, and or the California Science Test. This year's recommendation of apportionment rates differ from last year's rates in 3 different ways. The first difference is the apportionment for CAST. We recommend an apportionment for the science test in addition to the apportionment for ELA and math. We specifically recommend a $2 apportionment rate for each science test administered by an LEA, while maintaining the $4 per test administered rate for ELA and math. As a reminder, administration of CAST takes on average 2 hours, while administration of the ELA and math together takes an average of 6.5 hours. The second difference is for the California alternate assessments. We recommend an apportionment for the CAA for science in addition to the apportionment for the ELA and math alternate assessment. Specifically, we recommend a $5 apportionment rate for each CAA for science test administered by an LEA. Our rationale for this recommendation is that the alternate assessment for science consists of 3 embedded performance tasks, which are administered one-on-one after the student receives instruction in specific content areas throughout the school year. This requires the administration of each performance task in 3 separate occasions. The CDE also recommends the board keep the current apportionment rate for the CAA for ELA and math at the $5 per pupil rate. The third and last difference is to further clarify the apportionment language regarding the $1 apportionment to LEAs for students who did not test. This apportionment is currently provided to LEAs for the preparation and submission of required electronic test registration information. We recommend that we clarify that LEAs receive this apportionment specifically for pupils who tested who were not tested due to either significant medical emergencies or parent-guardian exemptions, Both are allowable reasons for not administering the CASP assessment, but they still do, both of those reasons, require LEAs to document those occurrences and provide that as part of the registration system. Finally, just a couple of reminders. These apportionments for the 2018-19 administration are not distributed until the 2019-20 school year. These funds are unrestricted, and the apportionment language, or the apportionment, is subject to allocation of funds in the 2019-20 state budget.
Okay, thank you. Our lunch is here, and I think we ought to take a break and get our lunch for 10 minutes. Before we do that, I wanted to announce that John Oswald is in the audience of ETS, and he is retiring from ETS. This will be the last meeting he will grace our presence. John has been the vice president of ETS and the lead and cognizant officer at ETS, overseeing our K-12 assessment contract since 2002. The amount of money that we've had in this contract, still trying to ascertain, but it's in the hundreds and millions, hundreds. And it deserved, and we're happy with their performance. In the last 17 years, John has proved to be an ally and a good advisor to the board, thought partner in supporting the state in its upgrading and goal of providing high-quality assessments. Before joining ETS, John worked for 30 years at testing and educational publishing. He's worked in test development, psychometric research, sales, marketing, customer service, information technology, operations, and general management. He also takes out the trash, I understand. He is widely acknowledged across the industry as one of the great experts in this field. We will miss him, and John, the best to you in this retirement.
Can we get him to stand up?
Yeah.
And
okay.
Are we going on to lunch and then the next?
We're going to take a break till 5 after 1 to get our lunch and continue.
Okay, and before we do that, I just want to thank Michelle Center for her leadership and really excellent work on the California Science Test. I really appreciate you and the work you've done.
Yeah, we're not done. That was her presentation, yeah. Yeah, we will have public comment, and we have to act on the apportionment rates. Okay, the board will reconvene, and we've now completed the presentation on the item, which is item 7. And so we're now ready for technical questions, or we could go directly to public comment. The only... Okay, yeah, we'll move to public comment.
Would the following speakers please line up for item 8 at the podium? Dr. Marlene Batista, Liz Guillen, Brian Rivas, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Marlene Batista, and I'm representing CABE. I wanted to express CABE's concern on the proposal to only reimburse the ELEA's administrative fees for English learners taking the California Spanish assessment. If our goal as a state is to increase biliteracy, we need to ensure that these programs are providing high levels of biliteracy for all students enrolled, and this can only be done by providing an assessment that informs instructional practices and as a result increases learning for these students and encouraging districts to give the test. According to the CD, the California Spanish assessment was designed and targeted for students receiving Spanish instruction. Therefore, it makes no sense that districts be reimbursed for administration costs only for ELs taking the test. This will discourage some districts from testing any and all students enrolled in biliteracy programs, inclusive of RFEPs and EOs, to ensure that programs are focusing on developing literacy in Spanish at deeper levels and inform those districts on the success of their programs using a valid and reliable tool. We urge the board to include funding for administrative costs for all students eligible to take the CSA and encourage districts to demonstrate their linguistic and academic proficiencies in English and Spanish. Thank you.
Go ahead. Okay, Member Burr, yeah, there's some more public comment, though.
Good morning, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together, and we first want to say we really do appreciate meeting with Michelle and her staff on all of these issues. She's always very open to having us talk ahead of time and trying to sort out the issues, so on and so forth. But with this, with the CSAs, you heard from Marlene Bautista, we also are concerned because districts really are incentivized by whether they get supported for the assessments that they are delivering in their districts. And so if the incentive is just for the apportionment for English learners and the other students are in the program, the cost then for administering and calculating and sending in the results is borne by the districts. And so we really think that it may be that in the authorization for the reapportionment that is not allowed, but we would encourage the board and the department to look towards changing that authorization and having a position that we do want to have, that we want to have funds for being able to administer the assessment to all students who are eligible for taking the assessment. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, and so Member Burr.
So I'm going to first just say thank you to the department staff, especially Michelle and all of her folks, for a very comprehensive update. I think we appreciate having the LPAC information all together because that's part of our testing program. I just want to make sure I understand, and I'm going to let you say it one more time because I think there's a misunderstanding about the California Spanish test. About how it's funded and that there is no additional cost to districts for non-EL students. But if you'd clarify it one more time and how we might get the word out, and then I'd be happy to make a recommendation on the item.
Happy to clarify this again. And I appreciate Shelley Spiegel-Coleman's comment about authorization. So in the past, our primary language assessment had our English learner students able to access that test at no fee to a district, and then charged a fee for students who were not English learners to access that test. That has changed. So now all of those students who want a measure of their Spanish literacy skills have access to that test at no fee. That being said, what has not changed is who we apportion funds to and who this board has authority to set an apportionment rate for. The law does specify that we are apportioning funds for the administration of this assessment to English learners. And so that is, I think, the rub, and that is why we see the public comments in the letters that you saw.
I have two questions on the science test. One is the preliminary results of the field test were included in the information memo, and I'm wondering what your thinking is on those, or if you have a thought that you're willing to share at this point.
So as all of our board members know, the distribution of the preliminary indicator results for the field test was not something that we would have elected to do. Right. It was something that we were required to do by the U.S. Department of Education. And we did not think it was appropriate to do so because of the technical qualities of those scores. So I do not put much in terms of effort into trying to analyze those results. I can say, based on the data that was provided to you in the information memorandum, that students, obviously, many students found the test difficult. That we could say, based on the number of items that they were able to answer correctly. But we do not have a test that is the same form across all students. We have not done standard setting. We have not done all that technical work that we need to do in order to really make statements about those results. I can tell you that the vast majority of students did participate in the field test. And so we did have a nice participation rate, so I think that's important for us to know. And I think it was an important experience for our students and our schools and our districts to participate in that test and to see what a California NGSS test looks like. I believe that was a very important thing that we did when we transitioned for the Common Core, and we offered our Smarter Balance tests to everyone as a field test. I think that really helped with our transition. I hope that doing that for the science test does the same thing.
Thank you. And my second question is, I believe you said that there are 3 survey questions asked of the students on this last test. What is it, and if I remember correctly, the questions were something like how they were getting at how well the students thought, were they familiar with those kinds of questions, and were they the kinds of questions they were seeing in their science class? What is it that, what will be done with that information in terms of what you hope to understand better from the responses?
Sure. That data is being collected upon the request of our independent evaluator, HMRO. So HMRO will be using that as part of their evaluation of our CASP system. I can imagine that they may bring up issues related to the opportunity to learn, given that we are at an early stage of implementing these standards in our classrooms. They may bring up those concerns. Again, I'm projecting what I believe those results will say. I could be wrong. But if they do bring up concerns, and if our students do express that the test does not yet look like what they're receiving in the classroom, they may bring that up. And I think that's important for us as we interpret those future results to know that we may still have some room in terms of making improvements on that transition.
And I would say it's important for everyone who's trying to help the implementation of NGSS, especially to underrepresented minorities, underserved kids, that we focus our efforts and make sure that they're getting access to that instruction, if that's what is indicated or suggested by the results of those surveys.
Right. We hope that the results provide an incentive and encouragement to move forward with that transition. Thank you.
Board Member Valdez.
So I think it's wonderful that the cost is free, so that's just really good news, and we appreciate hearing that, because we really do need to measure this impact, and districts have local measures, but to do this comprehensively and to know, to make potential future decisions, it would be really nice to have all that robust data, so that's great. But an important part of the architecture is to wholesale support districts, I think, in the implementation or the opportunities to take the test. And so I know it's outside of our realm, but I really would urge us to look at a way that we could eventually get the Spanish test, the apportionment to all districts, because it sends a message. If the global initiative is important, we should support it on both sides, both the taking of the test as well as the apportionment, reapportionment, if you will, back to the districts. So that's my recommendation.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
Yes, and I want to support what Board Member Valdez just stated. I know that as I have a child who's in a dual language program who's not considered an English learner, and I want to make sure that we have a good sense of his Spanish proficiency and that his school has an incentive to test him with the new assessment. I think when we were reviewing item 2 with the world language standards, it really paved an argument for why we should have apportionments for the Spanish assessment. And I know that that's beyond our control now because the law has to change. And I know that there is a firewall for the state board members, but I don't like walls. So I'm going to make a pitch that has to change in the law. And we have a superintendent that is committed to dual immersion. We have a state board that has passed the EO roadmap. So it just makes sense for us to really move in that direction. Thank you.
Okay. We're ready for a motion, I think.
I move the department's recommendation.
Okay, board, any further comments from the board members? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that carries. And so we're on to action item 9 on English language proficiency reclassification.
bring up the PowerPoint. So, good afternoon, President Kirst and esteemed board members. And Deputy Nick Swatchy. I would like to, I have a trouble with his last name, just like people have trouble with my last name. I do want to start though by, I'm Veronica Aguilar, Director of the English Learner Support Division, and I want to start with just being grateful to all of you, because in the 4 years that I've been in this position, this board, especially with the leadership of President Kirst, has really moved the needle towards equity for English learners. And I really appreciate the fact of all the items that have been approved, but more so the fact that the board members have been involved in rolling out all those efforts. Member Strauss rolled out the ELA-ELD framework, which is the first in the nation to do that. So leading that forefront. Member Ortiz Lincoln served on the EL roadmap, and we have an EL policy and a guidance document. And Member Valdez was just recently at our Accountability Leadership Institute, keynoting and highlighting all the great things that the board has done to move the needle for English learners. And then Member Rucker, as a member of the panel, also highlighting all the wonderful work that has been done in partnership between the department and the state board. So I really want to thank you, because gratefulness brings us happiness too. So, so now to my item. This item requires action from the board. The California Department of Education asks the board to approve the state superintendent's proposed use of the English language proficiency assessment for California overall performance level 4 as the English language proficiency criterion for reclassification decision-making beginning in the 1819 summative English language proficiency assessment for California administration. And from this point forward, I'm going to mention it as LPAC. So Education Code 313B requires the board to approve procedures for reclassifying pupils from English learners to English proficient status. That's why I'm here in front of you. I want to clarify that this recommended policy change will not affect the remaining reclassification criteria. As you know, there are 4 criteria for reclassification in law, of which the English language proficiency criterion is one. And that is the one that we're addressing today. The law remains unchanged and are displayed on this slide. In November of 2018, the Assessment Development and Administration Division presented 2 studies related to cut scores using the first operational LPAC scores. These studies indicated that threshold scores should be increased for most grades and modified for from grade spans to grade levels in grades K-8. Based on these studies, the state board approved the 2018-19 summative LPAC threshold scores by grade level for K-8 and by grade spans for 9-10 and 11-12. The 2018-19 threshold scores will be implemented beginning with the summative LPAC administration from February through May, as Michelle Center just reminded us all. So with this approved updated threshold scores, the rigor was increased. Therefore, supplemental empirical analysis were conducted using the 1819 SBA approved scale scores seen here to establish a recommended LPAC reclassification criterion for each grade level. The CDE requested the support of the California Comprehensive Center at WestEd to conduct those supplemental analysis. Following the completion of the analysis, the CDE consulted with the LPAC Technical Advisory Group, also known as the LPAC TAG. The LPAC TAG members recommended the use of overall performance level 4 as the LPAC criterion for EL reclassification decisions and suggested additional studies to be conducted. Evidence from the updated supplemental analysis supports the recommendation of the CDE and the LPAC TAG. Now I would like to invite Robert Linquante, Project Director and Senior Researcher from the California Comprehensive Center at WestEd, who oversaw the supplemental empirical analysis, to come up and present the results of the updated analysis, which are presented to you as attachment 1 of the item.
Thank you, Veronica. Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Deputy Superintendent Schweitzer, and board members. I'm Robert Linquanti, a project director and senior researcher at West Ed, today representing a team from the California Comprehensive Center at West Ed. As Veronica just noted, when you met last November, we presented analyses that supported the recommendation that you unanimously accepted to raise the threshold cut scores on the LPAC test. Once that happened, the CDE asked us to update our original analyses and to conduct some additional analyses. So once again, I'm going to briefly walk you through and summarize what we did, why we did it, and what we found. Of course, I should advance the slide. That will help. So the purpose of these analyses was first to conduct updated and additional analyses to look at what was the effect of raising these cut scores, the threshold levels on the LPAC, in terms of looking back at the 2018 administration. So obviously, with the new cut scores, we can look and see what the effect would be. And in effect, it's sort of simulating what would it have been if we'd had those cut scores in place to give us an idea of what we can expect going forward. We also wanted to look at how ELs performed on the Smarter Balanced ELA test in relation to how they perform on the LPAC using these new, more rigorous thresholds. And so again, let's refresh our memories. Why would we do this? We're talking about LPAC. Why are we talking suddenly about Smarter Balanced? Well, again, the idea is to look at available data to give us a sense of, for a kid that we would identify as being at the English Proficient Performance Standard on LPAC, at whatever level you all decide you want, to have an idea of what the implications are in terms of where they would be performing academically on the content test. And so we look to see in particular whether there's an equal likelihood of a student at that English Proficient Performance Standard on LPAC performing at grade level, which would be level 3 on the Smarter Balanced ELA test, and whether they perform comparably to monolingual English-speaking kids or English-only or EO kids. We also performed some new analyses. So we repeated the analyses that we did the first time around, and we did some new analyses that looked at recent RFEP students, so the reclassified fluent English proficient kids, those that were reclassified in the prior year. And the reason why we do that is because they're considered most comparable in terms of their language abilities and recent educational experiences to the kids that, whatever the proficient level we choose on LPAC, would be the current ELs that we would judge English proficient. We also looked at EO students, English-only students, and recent RFEP students who are similarly situated to the current ELs. And we do this to consider the effects of factors that are well documented to influence academic performance beyond the English language proficiency of the kids. So I'll get a little more into that as we go through the findings. So just to clarify once again, we used multiple methods, the same analytical methods that we presented back in November. So this included the descriptive box plots, which really show graphically how ELs at each given LPAC performance level perform on Smarter Balanced. And we also showed for comparison not just the EO students, but the RFEP kids and the initially fluent English proficient kids, or IFEP students. We also did logistic regression, which estimates the likelihood that a kid at any given LPAC level is going to score level 3 on Smarter Balanced. And then we did a decision consistency method, which tries to identify the LPAC level where you're basically maximizing the percentage of agreement, meaning if a kid is proficient on LPAC, they'll also be proficient on the Smarter Balanced test, and minimize, or not, you know, if they're not proficient, they won't be proficient, and minimize the percentage of non-agreement between those two. So these are all methods that have been used by dozens of states across the country. But I also want to emphasize, well, we also looked at some conjunctive rules as we did last time. So in other words, not just overall LPAC, but if you looked at the oral and written composite domains as well to see if that makes a difference. In other words, a subset of kids within that LPAC overall level 4. And we did take a look at one of the CAS, or Smarter Balanced ELA reading claim areas, which was a request specifically of the LPAC tag. So I want to emphasize at this point again what I said last time, which is that this isn't a simple algorithmic process. It's not plug in the numbers, get an answer, and you're done. It's really, there's lots of factors to consider here. So this is really one of several inputs for your decision making, but it's an important one because it's based in empirical evidence. So to our data set, we had the same data set as last time. The difference was, so we had, of course, the CAS-BLA data for all students, grades 3 through 8 and 11, and a very robust data set it was. And we had the LPAC assessment data from 2018 for for all English learners in grades 3 through 8 and 11, but with the difference that we now applied the new threshold scores that you approved in November. So when we talked in November, we were looking at the results for kids based on the threshold scores that you had set for 17, 18. Now we're coming back and looking with setting those thresholds at the 18, 19 threshold levels to really sort of see what difference does it make in terms of how many kids reach it and what their performance is on academic content assessments. So I hope that's clear. You're eating lunch, that's a good sign. I'm hungry, so I'm going to make this fast because I want to eat lunch too. So our findings were many, just as last time, so I'm going to try and distill this because I know we're on a tight schedule today. So when we looked at grades 3 through 8 and 11, the kids using the new threshold scores on the LPAC, how many reached level 4, which ostensibly is sort of the range of where we want to have the English proficient kids perform. And what we found is about 15.25%, round up to 15.3% of those kids reached level 4. This is different from the last time. Last time using the former threshold cuts that you had provided, it was about 24%. So clearly, we're talking about fewer kids attaining level 4, right? Same set of kids, different threshold level. Fewer kids are attaining it because you've made the test more rigorous. And that was based on the empirical evidence that we provided, as well as the threshold validation study, which is another form of evidence that Patty Barron from ETS provided. So really under these threshold scores, the percentage of ELs also varied less. Last time, you may remember, we had quite a variation. It varied from 11% at a particular grade level that were at the English Proficient Performance Standard to up to 37%. This time, with the smoothing out of the cuts and the adjustments that ETS and CDE made, there was much less variation. It was about 13.5% to 18%. So that's more stable as well. So let's get to the performance on CAS-BLA, or the Smarter Balance test. So with these threshold scores set higher, those students that make level 4 clearly performed much better on the Smarter Balance DLA test compared to how they performed under the former cut scores, okay? And that was true at every grade level we looked at, 3 through 8 and 11. That said, grades 3 through 8 and 11, ELs LPAC level 4 still didn't demonstrate an equal likelihood of performing at level 3 on the Smarter Balance DLA test, nor did they approximate the performance of VO kids on that test. For grades 3 and 4, maybe you remember last time it was grade 3 was sort of the outlier. Those kids actually exceeded the performance of VO kids. Now with the new threshold scores, we see kids at grades 3 and 4 meeting or exceeding those threshold levels. So given that, we, again, as last time, looked at some of the conjunctive minimum rules that we could apply to say, all right, so are there groups of kids within the performance LPAC performance level 4, and if we applied certain rules regarding the oral and written composite domains, would we get different results? And indeed we did. When we apply the rules, and we tried different ones, what we saw was that the proportion of kids that make the equal likelihood of Smarter Balance DLA level 3 goes up quite substantially. In fact, right through grade 7, it's only grade 8s and 11 where they don't quite mirror what we see with the O kids. However, the percentage of kids under those conjunctive rules drops substantially as well. So whereas before, when we applied those rules in the prior performance cuts, we had anywhere from 11.5 to 12.5, so down from 24% to 11.5 to 12.5%. That would make those conjunctive minimum rules. Now we were going from about 12.25% of the kids that are overall level 4. When we apply those minimum conjunctive rules, meaning you need to be at level 3 on the oral and level 3 or 4 on the written, for example, we're seeing it drop to about 6%, 6 to 6.5%, depending on the rules. So that's something that we really need to consider, given that our current reclassification rates in the last few years have hovered between 11% and 14.5%. And that's with applying multiple criteria. And this is just one criterion. So it really gives us pause, because we have to really think, if we're raising the bar that high, what do we have to tolerate in terms of the number of kids that make it versus don't make it? So I also want to mention that we looked at the performance of recent RFEP kids. So if we look, something must be interesting happening behind me, because I see a lot of eyes looking at me. Just looking? Okay. So we looked at the performance of recent RFEP kids. Those were reclassified in 16, 17. And under those, what's interesting is under the new thresholds of yours at level 4 with no conjunctive rules, the kids that meet level 4 on LPAC under your new thresholds perform very similarly to the recent RFEP kids. And if you think about recent RFEP kids, these are the kids that are most like our ELs, our current ELs, and that who might be English proficient in terms both of where their language proficiency is, but also in terms of their recent educational experiences. So it's very similar to the RFEP, recent RFEP kids. And what we also know is that RFEP kids, the longer their RFEP generally, the higher the performance of those kids. And it's a number of reasons for that. So the kids met or exceeded the performance at grades 3 and 4 at level 3. And they also performed similarly to the recent RFEPs in terms of meeting the midpoint of performance level 2. So now we're talking about ELA, the midpoint of performance level 2, because that's actually where a lot of the kids under the new cut scores are landing with an equal likelihood. And that's very similar both to the recent RFEP kids and also to EOs when you control for similarly situated kids. So when we looked at recent RFEPs and native English-speaking kids or monolingual English-speaking kids who are similarly situated, and we used controls that looked at whether they were economically disadvantaged and whether they had special ed, IDA or special ed identification, we found it was much more comparable to those EOs as well. And it's typically because the EOs were dropping in performance. Sometimes the recent RFEPs and EOs that were similarly situated went up relative to that as well. So what's the bottom line here? So there's a lot of analyses. The bottom line is that with your new cut scores, we feel confident, we see evidence, plenty of evidence, that students at overall performance level 4 on the LPAC will attain or exceed the equal likelihood of scoring at or above the midpoint of Smarter Balance level 2. Okay, and that's very comparable to the recent RFEPs, and it's also comparable to similarly situated EO kids. So, the question really here then is this sufficient? We were aiming for something different. Is this sufficient? And I think, as I mentioned, it's a complex decision and there's multiple factors that you need to consider. And so it's not a simple algorithmic process. And I think if you take a balanced approach, you need to look at the proportion that meet the performance standard that you set, particularly in light of the fact that there are multiple criteria. This is one criterion. Kids are going to need to meet others, and anytime you add another criterion, you're going to have fewer kids meeting it. So you need to keep that effect in mind. Secondly, you do want to look at the performance of similarly situated kids as well as recent RFEP kids, because those are the kids that really we can see at that level they have enough linguistic capacity and presumably access to rigorous grade level content instruction to continue to progress linguistically and academically. So given all those factors, our team concluded that the evidence warrants the recommendation that the CDE and the LPAC tag made to you. So I'll answer any questions that you have at this point or yield back to Veronica.
Thank you for your presentation. So you mentioned that, you measured everything from grade 3 to 8 and grades 11. So how do we know it's going to work for lower grades like K to 2? Like, is there a way you have done research, even a little sample? Because I feel like even though we did it for the upper grades, how do we know it's going to work for like little kids?
It's a great question. And I think you're highlighting a constraint that we had in these methods, because these methods look at the relationship of the English proficiency assessment to the academic content assessment. And in the old days when we had CST, we would run grades 2 through 11, right? We had a lot more data for that range, but now we really are constricted to grades 3 through 8 and 11. And so the question about the other grades, I'll have you think back to the study that Patty Barron performed with you from ETS for you, where she did look at all the grade spans. And that early evidence suggested that the cut score should be raised. So we're basically left with an inference that if we're looking at grades 3 through 8 and 11, we have enough that we could extrapolate going sort of down the grades and up the grades as well to say we're in the reasonable ballpark. But to that point, I think there are going to be, Veronica will mention another standardized tool that is going to be developed that will be looking at kids' academic uses of language in the classroom, and that will be K through 12. And if you think of the other criteria The other criteria will also be K through 12 as well. But thanks for the question. It really kind of highlights how far can we go with this. But I feel that we have enough to move forward with some confidence.
Other quote, Ortiz Lacombe.
Yeah, I just want to tell Board Member Cardenas that was exactly my question during the call, and I was reminded, if you look at slide 3, there's 4 criteria points that have to be met, and today we're only discussing number 1, which is assess or only voting. I believe we are going to look at a parent consultation, the teacher observation tool, but we're only looking at assessment of language proficiency using an objective assessment instrument, and that starts in grade 3 because that's when the LPAC starts. But I know that there are some concerns by some about the lower grades and what is the criteria we're using to make sure that it's not just level 4 to be reclassified, but that we're actually looking at what mastery are we demonstrating and where.
The other thing that I would mention is that what we found in grades 3 and 4 now gives us some confidence about the test, because what we found originally, even with the old cut scores, was that grade 3 was quite rigorous, and that that was where the lowest percentage of kids that were ELs met it. So we know that it's quite rigorous at that grade, and the rigor has been increased in the early grades as well. You ready?
Board Member Rucker.
Robert, don't leave yet. I want to just, I don't know if it's a question or a comment for what Board Member Cardenas asked you about. I'm not really sure I understand how the extrapolation would work in the lower grades for a couple of reasons. And so I need you to correct me on what my assumptions are. From what I've learned about the English Learner Roadmap and from what I've learned about the categories of early stages of language acquisition, there's more diversity in those early stages of language acquisition among young learners. And so making an extrapolation about where those students are and moving toward proficiency on the standards, I'm not sure we can make that extrapolation because you are doing a different type of assessment of those students. The assessment emphasizes, and this is where I need the correction for me to be made, the assessment emphasizes language acquisition before we start, not in the same way that we're looking at academic acquisition. So I'm not sure the extrapolation that you're talking about works the same way for those students as it would in students that are non-tested in grades 9 and 10. So I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I think that would be a little misguided to the field to say that for this single item on the reclassification process, that there's an extrapolation that similarly could be made. I think that we need to be very careful, not only in the guidance, but in the explanation for teachers, for students in the early grades about the role of what they're preparing the students for as an on-ramp to that assessment in the early grades. So I don't know if that's a question I'm asking or a comment I'm attempting to make, because I just want to make sure we're real clear to the point about what the purpose of setting this standard is and how it relates to what teachers in the earlier grades should be paying attention to.
We have to establish the first criteria. And so when the conversation shifted to the comparison between the LPAC and Smarter Balance, that's what the extrapolation came in. But we're not extrapolating for the overall performance level 4 for the LPAC.
Board Member Strauss.
This is a question to, I guess, first to Veronica and then maybe to Robert. But I know that your plan is to monitor the results as we go forward, and I think particularly as we look at the younger grades. I know we have a lot of confidence in what you've been doing with the results that we have now. And so I'm just wondering if in fall of 2020, you will, I believe, will have 3 years of data at that point. Is that right? And whether you could come back with an update for us to take a look at the reliability and sort of where we are at that point. I think it's part of your regular practice, but I'm just asking to clarify that.
Yeah, I'm looking at Michelle to confirm the 3 years, but as you know, when we did the CELT, we brought it to the board first time, and then there was revisions a second time, and then a third time for K1. So it is always reiterative, it's continuous improvement, making sure that we're looking at the data that we have at the time that we have it. But we also need to make the recommendation for the board to actually approve this, because we have to move towards a statewide criteria on all the criteria, and we're starting with Criterion 1.
So that'd be my request then, that you put on a fall 2020 an update. That would be, Michelle, that only give us 2 years?
That'll give us 2 years.
Okay. As appropriate then, I guess, as you continue to look at the reliability, I appreciate, Veronica, what you're saying about the fact that you do bring it back again, but I think we're interested in the continued monitoring and progress to make sure we get the scores right, cut scores.
Okay. I have a few more slides, but I'm sure you could stay and answer any questions at the end. So this is the action that we're proposing. And again, just to reiterate, it's just the first criterion. We did involve a series of stakeholders after all the analyses were made, the TAG members, as well as Californians Together, CABE, and other stakeholders, to make sure that we're bringing you the best recommendation. So our next steps is to develop guidance and disseminate information to the field so that they're very clear that the statewide criteria is only the first criteria. The other remain locally determined. That has not changed. But we are working on an observation protocol. The legislature did appropriate funding to, for us to be able to do Ed Code Section 313.3, and we will develop and pilot and validate the observation protocol, actually working with teachers, the same teachers that work with the LPAC assessment. And it will provide an opportunity to standardize the teacher evaluation of a pupil's English language proficiency, which is the second criteria. That way we could have a standardized instrument. And ensure that we are looking at students, how they're using their language in the classroom in the content areas. So we have multiple measures. If you recall, at some point there was regulations that were taking away the ability for states to have multiple measures. Those regulations were rescinded. So our ESSA plan actually has all 4 components as our reclassification criteria. Unless the law changes, we're going to move forward with those 4 criterions and moving forward to making them standardized one at a time. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I do want to recognize staff here, Elena Fajardo, Sandra Cuvarrubias, who worked on this item, and of course all of ELSD, English Learner Support Division, that work very hard on all the items for English learners, and to our deputy, Tom Adams, for always supporting all that we do for English learners across the department.
Hey, is there we have public comment to come, so let's take the public comment.
Dr. Marlene Batista, Brian Rebus, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman.
Good afternoon again. I'm here again, once again, representing CABE, and we do support the CD's recommendation that the board approve the proposed use of the LPAC overall performance level 4 as the English language proficiency criterion for reclassification decisions, beginning with the 2018-19 Summit of LPAC Administration for grades K-12. However, we are very concerned that the students in K through 2nd grade may be reclassified after just 1 or 2 years of English instruction without sufficient time to develop high levels of academic fluency. Because there are no academic measures to correlate English proficiency with academic achievement on the CAS for these grades, no comparison studies were performed. So we urge the board to conduct further studies, analysis over the next 3 years to determine if the grade level percentages of EL scoring level 4 are consistent, and if the current K2 students assessed with the LPAC at level 4 reach comparable levels of academic performance when they reach grade 3 to the students in the empirical studies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Shelley Spiegel-Coleman with Californians Together. Just to build upon what Marlene has said, what we would hope would happen is with the yearly updates, for instance, this year's 2nd graders, it would be next year, it would be great to see how did this year's 2nd graders do on the 3rd grade CASP, and did they approximate what we found in the empirical studies for the other 3rd graders? And the year after, how did the 1st graders who would move up to there? And then 3 years later, how did the kindergartners? So we'd see, is there consistency for the lower grades? And then also to look at the percentage of kids in K1 and 2 who reach level 4 to see if that has some consistency. So we're hoping that the board would work with the department to do these additional studies, not just an update on the tests, but an update on what it means for the lower grades when they get to K3, and can we make those judgments and feel confident about them. We do support the item and hope that you move it forward. Thank you very much.
Board Member Rucker.
I just wanted to say, with respect to the comments we just heard from the two representatives from CABE, from the methodologies that Robert explained that were used to do the analysis, some of what they're requesting are things that is doable. But again, as it relates to some of the work you're asking for to look at an analysis for the early grades, that's a little outside of what we have. I'm not going to say the capacity for, but the data set to take a look at. But some of the comparability information they're asking for, that's kind of already included or even available with some of the methodologies that you already explained. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I do think it's worth emphasizing, which the first two public speakers did, and I think they're absolutely right. This needs to be an ongoing, this is really how you ensure ongoing validation of the assessment, and so, or the uses of the assessment based on the policy decision you make. So yes, I think what they've suggested is exactly what the department would be doing. And then, as Veronica mentioned, there's multiple criteria that will need to be in place. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Ortiz-Lacombe.
We have one more person who would like to make a public comment.
Hello, I'm Angela de Ramos, and I'm actually speaking for myself. As a classroom teacher, I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of the reality of what this looks like from the ground. What it ends up translating to often isn't an increase in pedagogy or discussion around the servicing of children to acquire language. What it does result in is an increase in PD for teachers around test prep. I know because that's happened to me this year already twice. So all our energy and resources are being spent on test prep because of the culture that we've come from. So I just want to be, for you to be aware, and I really appreciate the call out for alternative metrics and other ways of assessing children besides a number. Thanks.
Okay. Any other board member comment? I think Ortiz-Lacombe.
And I'm also happy to make a motion since we are the liaison. But I just want to support what Board Member Rucker said, and I think that there is an agreement that we need to continue learning, monitoring the data. I know that there's so much data that we'll collect, and sometimes we just have to get to the next thing. But one of my biggest concerns, as we're talking not only about the LPAC, but just the diversity within our different typologies of ELs, is that we have a linguistic gap that happens, and it's measured widely through the LPAC. If you look at how Spanish-speaking students perform when compared to other languages, I don't know why that is, especially when you think of California, where primary language support is so much more available to Spanish-speaking students, and yet they are the ones that are not performing at the same level as students that speak other languages. So I would be interested in us digging a little bit more and looking at not only the achievement gap, but the language gap that we're also observing. And I know that's not related to this item, but I think that there's so much more that we need to dig that data, and we need to do some real major dives, because that will eventually show. And we see that language difference in the achievement gap that we see in later grades. But with that, I want to move the department's recommendation. That's all I have to say, right?
And I will second that. I will second that. And I also want to draw attention to what Angela de Ramos said. Making this motion does not improve practice at the local level. If the focus remains on test preparation to goose the performance of the students on the test score, we have not improved practices concerning reclassification. So I'm hoping the conversation and the discussion we're having today also includes, or at least suggests to the field, that teachers need support and professional development that's focused on paying attention to the linguistic gap that the assessment data is actually showing very clearly to them, so that the teachers get the help that Angela pointed out they actually need. Not improvement on how to give the assessment, but improvement on how to use the assessment results to actually inform their instruction. So I want to really thank her for coming and being very brave and making that statement to us, because we should be aware of that.
Ortiz Valdez, Board Member Valdez.
And along with what Member Rucker just said, practice will change when you have good data. And so that ongoing validation will really change the behavior and change the priority of how we spend time with teachers. So thank you.
And just to remind everyone, teachers were involved in setting the standards for the LPAC. And so teacher judgment is being built in. And with the observation protocol, teachers will be built in as well. And I think that's how we change the practice. And so we are working towards the same goal.
Okay, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. All right, that carries. Thank you. Because of we're going to have very large sign-ups for the item 10, I'd like to move that we take up the waivers and the proposed consent and get those voting actions out of the way. So let me take up first the waivers. And yeah, Karen Valdez will recuse. And so do we have any discussion? Is there any public comment on the waivers? Yes or no? No?
Is there any public comment on waivers? Oh, she went to get the sheet.
Okay. Are there any board comments on the waivers?
I'll move approval of the waivers if there's not going to be any comment.
Okay.
Wait a minute, they can't get in the room.
Okay.
Okay, where is she? Is she trying to get in? Or?
She gets stuck in the crowd.
Yeah, got it. Are there any sign-ups for the waivers?
None for the waivers, one for item 19.
Okay, I'm ready for a motion on the waivers. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Without any further discussion, let's all raise our hands for support the waivers. Okay, now we have proposed consent. Go ahead, call a comment.
For item 19, Sherry Coburn.
Sharon Coburn. Here you come.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kirst and Tony Thurman. I know he's not here. I'm Sherry Coburn. I'm with the California School Nurses Organization. Is this for the vision screening guidelines? I just want clarification. Yes, we enacted, legislation was enacted back in 2014. And we are proposing to move the guidelines forward for vision screening guidelines. The last guidelines were adopted in 2004, and since that time, there's been technological advancements, evidence-based practice that has emerged with respect to providing services for students that are non-English speaking, non-literate special education students. And so we are just grateful for your support to open up the regulatory process for public comment on these guidelines. It was a broad cross-collaborative group that CS&O, California Department of Education, in partnership with CS&O, and a grant that CS&O wrote to help fund these, the revision of the guidelines. So thank you so much.
Okay, we're ready for a motion. Ortiz Lacone.
Yeah, so that was for item 19. I just want to say it was on consent. It will be starting the 45-day public comment. I'm the liaison, and I move the recommendation for the consent items.
I'll second.
Okay, Rucker seconds. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. Now we go back to item 10, petition for the establishment of a charter school under the oversight of the State Board, Watsonville Prep School. So Lisa Costanzo will present this for the State Department of Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me on this one? Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and Happy New Year. My name is Lisa Constanti with the Department of Education. I will be here to present item 10, which is a petition before you for the establishment of Watsonville Prep School. On May 23, 2018, Pajaro Valley Unified School District voted to deny the Watsonville Prep School by a vote of 5-0. On August 16th of 2018, the Santa Cruz County Board of Education voted to deny the Watsonville Prep petition by a vote of 4-3. The petitioner submitted the petition on appeal to the State Board on September 28, 2018. The California Department of Education recommendation is that the State Board hold a public hearing to approve the request to establish Watsonville Prep, a kindergarten through grade 8 charter school under the oversight of the State Board with the following condition. The Watsonville Prep Board will provide the CDE with a revised multi-year budget including updated financial projections and a completed narrative and assumptions. The recommendation is based on the petition presenting a sound educational program, demonstratively likely to successfully implement the program, and reasonably comprehensive description of most of the charter elements. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools met on December 13, 2018. The Advisory Commission moved staff's recommendation to approve the petition to the State Board of Education. The motion passed unanimously by a vote of 8-0 with one commissioner that was not in attendance. Some background on Watsonville Prep. The school intends to eventually serve K-8, so the petition itself is for a K-8 school, but they are going to open gradually and eventually during the 5-year term just get to grade 6. So they're proposing to open in 2019-20, serving kindergarten through grade 2, and they're proposing to open with 180 students, and to grow a grade level per year up to serving 420 students in kindergarten through grade 6 by the end of the 5-year term, 2023-24. In terms of the facility, the deadline to submit Prop 39 facility request to the district was November 1st of 2018. The petitioner has requested a school within the city of Watsonville boundaries. The school district responded by December 1st, objecting to the average daily attendance projections, and the Watsonville Prep School responded to the district prior to January 2nd, 2019, verifying that accuracy. That's the latest information we have in terms of the Prop 39 negotiations. Currently, the school has 223 kindergarten through grade 2 meaningful intent to enroll forms. In terms of the educational program, Watsonville Prep plans to locate and serve pupils primarily within the city boundaries of Watsonville. Their mission and vision is to equip students to be learners and leaders in high school, college, and beyond, as well as improve communities through education. The petition describes instructional models for both kindergarten through grade 5 and grade 6 through grades 8. They also have 5 key educational elements that will define a pupil's kindergarten through grade 8 experience at the school: a strong culture of excellence, data-driven instruction, consistent coaching and feedback for all staff, robust multiple tiers of support for academics and behavior, and state-of-the-art technology to prepare students for the future. They also have a focus on achieving and maintaining a racial and ethnic balance among its pupils that is reflective of the general population of the district. CDE also reviewed the financial status of the budget, and the multi-year financial plan is fiscally viable. They did also receive some additional grants that are listed here after we reviewed the budget. So we are recommending that that the school provide additional updated multi-year plan to us to include these grants so we can see how they will be spread out over the charter term. In terms of other schools that Navigator Schools is operating in California, Navigator Schools operates 2 other schools, college prep kindergarten through grades 8. Gilroy Prep is authorized by the Gilroy Unified School District in 2010. It was renewed by the school district in 2018 for a 5-year term. Hollister Prep was authorized by the Hollister School District in 2013 and was also renewed by the local district in 2018 for another 5-year term. The 2016 through 18 CASP scores, CASP data in ELA and mathematics for both of these schools have outperformed the district and the county. The Navigator K model, as implemented at both of the schools, is designed to prepare Navigator students for the rigors of high school. The petition also states that the academic achievements of both of the schools are products of a concentrated effort to create an educational model that can be easily replicated and personalized to meet the needs of the community it's being served. If approved by the State Board, the following charter elements will need to be clarified by the petitioner. We do not consider these to be material, but we do want these to be clarified prior to the opening of the school. In terms of measurable pupil outcomes, the petition does not include measurable outcomes for each of the significant subgroups the petitioner proposes to serve. And in terms of the annual independent financial audits, they do not specify who's responsible for contracting and overseeing the independent audit. In terms of the admission preferences, the petition does present a reasonably comprehensive description of the admission preferences. The petition provides a preference for the residents of the district who reside within the city boundaries of Watsonville. Based on the petition, initially we couldn't determine the reasoning for this preference. They did meet the legal requirements, but at the ACCS meeting, the petitioner stated that the intent was to target socioeconomically disadvantaged students. In summary, CDE staff is recommending approval of this petition based on sound educational program, their ability to implement, and the clarification of the charter elements in the petition as needed. And I'm here and available to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, are there any technical questions? Hearing none. Yeah, just these are technical questions before we open the public hearing. Okay. All right, then I will open the public hearing. Each side has 10 minutes, so we'll hear first from the proponents of the charter petition who want to have the petition approved. You have 10 minutes. Please come forward.
That one come up.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, honorable board members, Superintendent Thurman. My name is Kevin Sved. I'm CEO of Navigator Schools. Before I go on, I want to first point out that we have about 100 supporters, parents that drove about 4 hours from Watsonville today outside, and you'll be hearing more from them later. But we're very happy to be here, and we're very thankful for your time today. I want to also say that I started my teaching career in 1991 in Los Angeles Unified. In 1994, I co-founded the first charter school in South LA. And in all my experience serving the public, I've never been part of a team as great and as solid and as committed to student success as Navigator Schools. And that's why we have these type of SBEC results. These results demonstrate our students are thriving. With a student population that is predominantly low-income and Latino, over 85% of our students are proficient in English language arts and more than 70% in math. Watsonville parents want these outcomes for their children too, and your support today will allow us to achieve these results in the Pajaro Valley. Watsonville Prep's founding principal, Andrea Hernandez, will now speak to our work with our parents and talk to you about the model that achieves these outstanding results. And
Good afternoon. As a founding Hollister Prep teacher, it is truly an honor to be here today. Before you and in the various rooms are the faces of resilience, determination, and passion. These are the faces why we're asking you to open WPS in August 2019. This charter appeal is the result of commitment to the community, hundreds of hours of parent involvement, and a proven track record of success at our 2 current schools. Several of our staff members have either lived in Watsonville, attended or worked in local schools, and now want to partner with the parents who have asked for this choice. After visiting Gilroy and Hollister Prep schools, this group of very dedicated parents begin working to bring this school of choice to their hometown for their children and the children of so many others who could not be here today. These parents were drawn to Navigator's mission-driven behavior. Regardless of circumstances is more than just the last line in our mission. It is the how and the why we are closing the achievement gap. Navigator exists to provide the most traditionally underserved students with the education foundation they will need to succeed in high school, college, and beyond. And Navigator's commitment is why we have over 200 intent to enroll forms. These dedicated parents witnessed what Gilroy Unified and Hollister School Districts saw when they decided to originally partner with Navigator. And then again what they recognized when they unanimously approved both schools for their 5-year renewals in 2018. These parents experienced why Santa Cruz County staff members recommended approval. They saw an effective model, which our founders envisioned when they were educators in traditional public school districts such as Gilroy and Pajaro Valley. From the moment you walk onto a Navigator campus, you will notice our strong academic performance, our emphasis on continuous improvement, and warm and caring relationships among staff and students alike. The first compass point, culture of excellence, drives who we are. From day one, Navi founders wanted students to feel special as they strive for success. This focus is illustrated by every child, every educator, every staff member never taking good enough as an answer. And we appreciate the struggles that come along the way. Our perseverance has closed the achievement gap for the most traditionally underserved. At the core of Navigator's success is the integration of data in every decision we make. Students' academic progress is assessed weekly, with modifications made to their personalized programs as needed. Being able to know where our student struggles and succeeds enables the instructional staff to address needs immediately through intervention programs. Visitors to Navigator and our staff members would all agree, our emphasis on coaching is key to our success. Every staff member is coached on a weekly basis. Instructors are observed daily with a formal weekly feedback meeting. There they receive glows and an action step to be implemented. This focus on continuous improvement is why so many of us choose to stay at Navigator year after year. Several of Navigator's founding team came with a strong background in special education. Watsonville Prep School will be full inclusion, with paraprofessionals pushing into the classroom all day. At any given moment, you can walk into a classroom and see 2 to 3 adults working with small groups or the whole class. Navigator's deliberate use of technology enables the students to both personalize their blended learning, and it also gives them opportunities to take over the iPad and serve as educators and leaders. Before I go, I want to share with you a few pictures of my favorite night of the week. These pictures in front of you are from our Reading is Fun Club held in Watsonville every Monday night. In this incredibly positive environment, parents can see the impact the Navigator model is having on their children in just a short period of time. The love and the enthusiasm in the room is just a glimpse of the feelings we'll have when Watsonville opens next fall. Kevin will now tell you a little bit more about our students' academic performance. Thank
Thank you.
Last year, out of over 1,200 schools in the Bay Area, Innovate Public Schools ranked Gilroy Prep first for low-income Latino students in English language arts and math. We're very proud of these results. We are closing the achievement gap at Navigator Schools. And if Hollister Prep was considered in the same region, Navigator would have had the top 2 spots in both English language arts and math. Now, this success is a result of the hard work of our teachers and our hard work of our students like Paula. So Paula started with us in 2nd grade. She was an English language learner. She was soon redesignated Fluent English Proficient. The 4 years she took SBAC, she scored at Proficient or better. And her reading comprehension, as you see on this slide, soared. And along with that, her confidence did as well. Why? Because it's opening up doors to new knowledge, to books, and that's what Navigator is about, supporting all of our students to move forward. And her story is not isolated. 96% of our students that have been redesignated Fluent English Proficient scored 3 or better on last year's SBAC in English Language Arts. That's 178 out of 182 students. I'm sorry, 192 out of the 196 students. Moving forward here, we are looking here at our migrant students. So about 10% of our student population in Hollister are migrant, and their SBAC results are also excellent. 79% of them proficient or advanced in ELA and 75% in math. And that's largely due to our strong multi-tiered systems of support. And that same multi-tiered systems of support is really serving our students with disabilities very well as well. As you can see, our proficiency rates for our students with disabilities is about 3 times the state average. Now, this slide really shows what Navigator is about, closing the achievement gap. We have virtually eliminated the achievement gap for our English language arts. When you look at our economically students who are disadvantaged economically versus those who are not. And if you look at our economically disadvantaged students compared to the state average, our economically disadvantaged students are outperforming state students who are not economically disadvantaged. That also holds true for math, that our economically disadvantaged students are outperforming the state students who are not economically disadvantaged. We are really proud of that. And this strong academic foundation is allowing us to really support our students as they proceed into the upper grades to become learners and leaders. You'll see here in the picture that we have students out in front teaching, and that happens quite frequently in the upper grades. And it's also important to remember that all those numbers and all that data represents real children whose lives are better, whose opportunities are better because of the opportunity of a public school of choice like Navigator Schools. And with your approval today of the Watsonville Prep Charter Petition, we will work diligently to replicate that success in the Pajaro Valley. We thank you for your support, and we thank you for your time.
Okay, now the opponents have 10 minutes of the petition. Opponent.
Great. Good afternoon, President Kirst, fellow board members, and Superintendent Thurman. I'm Michelle Rodriguez. I'm the proud superintendent of PVUSD. We too have a large constituency that is outside in multiple rooms. I'm going to specifically speak to about our test results and the results that we're seeing in the recent 2 years. And then I'm going to have both parents, both classified certificated principals and district administration speak to some of our other particular points. So since the 2 years in which I've been there, we've really been working on re-envisioning what PVUSD is. And we believe that the only way to do that is to implement innovative programs, and that those will lead to significant gains in achievement, which will ensure that our students are college and career ready. So the main thing that when I came to PVUSD that we needed was to really have a unifying focal point of effort. What are we going, what is our main goal, and how are we going to get there? And so we established the target for student success, and we updated the LCAP goals, which for most of the time we had already met or already exceeded those goals. And then we looked at what are the core values and what are we going to push on and emphasize and value as a unit. Then we started to implement innovative programs. So as I mentioned, I got there end of September of the previous school year. So last school year, we started to implement a lot of new innovative programs. So we now have the first computer science immersion school in the whole Santa Cruz County at Valencia Elementary. You can see some of our kids there. We also now have the Latino Youth Film Institute, which has had remarkable success. It's for 3rd through 8th grade students, and it goes on eventually to high school. Right now it's at the elementary and middle school level in several of our schools. And we've seen increase not only in math scores, but also in language arts scores. This is a national level program, and so they've seen this type of success throughout. We have El Sistema, which is at 2 of the schools, which they normally compare themselves to, and it ensures that our students have access to visual and performing arts from the very beginning. We also are changing the way in which our rooms look. So I want you, and it's a little hard, I want you to look at what our rooms used to look like. So this is a room that for 3 years, it's almost 1,000 square feet, had not one student in it. And it was an old workshop. We have changed those rooms to looking to the picture down below, where we now are putting in 21st century STEM learning labs, where at this school at EA Hall, they can now learn and actually apply what they have. We had libraries that were leaking and had old furniture that couldn't move. And now we have 3D labs within those and maker spaces within those spaces. I talk about that because it is about the pedagogy, but it's also about ensuring that we can effectively do that pedagogy, which means that we have to change the way in which we're moving. We also know that we needed to focus on foundational literacy. So we have started a new foundational literacy program called SIPS that is mastery-based, meaning you don't just continue to get passed on, but you actually learn it to mastery. We now have it in 12 of our 16 schools, and we saw within 1 year an improvement from 74% to 94%. So when you ask, okay, she's doing all these things, the site is doing all these things, is it working? The answer is yes, they are working. We also do MAP, Measures of Academic Progress, and I'll speak to CASP in a little bit. That is something that we do 3 times a year that helps us make mid-course corrections. The importance of it is a national test, and 10.2 million students take the assessment every year. So it's not just a few students here, a few students there, but millions of students. And last year on MAP, when you look at it, we jumped in percentile. So we started all this work and we jumped. I'll just take 2nd grade for the time. We went from the 10th percentile, not good, to the 68th percentile in math. And in reading, we went from the 12th from the 66th. So then you might say, okay, well, can they continue to do that? The answer is yes. This just came in. Some of my board members who are here, my president is here as well. They haven't actually even seen this because we just took this right before we went off, and I wanted you to see it. What is important to me is the fact when you look at 2nd grade, we have 56% of our students that are projected to make 2 years progress, 2 years. And what's important is that that's an increase of 31% from the previous year. And in mathematics, it's 81%. And so you can see that our students are making tremendous progress. And I want to talk about these two success stories, because usually these are the numbers that are brought up frequently about, well, look at what Minty White is doing, look at what Radcliffe is doing. And I want you to look at their latest results and how much growth they are making. They're in the top 99 percentile, beating out 10.2 million students and getting growth with their students. So they are making great strides. And then when you look at CASP and you look at SBAC and you say, okay, well, those are local measures. How are you doing on SBAC? We want to make, our goal this next year is to make double-digit growth in each and every grade, but you can see the growth that we made last year, right? And when you look at MAP, we can highly correlate it to SBAC. It's super correlated. We feel very comfortable with these projections, which will help us to get to double digit in all grade levels. And in math, you can see the increased growth as well. So what we're asking you is to allow PVUSD to keep its positive momentum going. What we're asking you is to allow us to continue to have that unified direction, to allocate our funding to our current needs and the upgrading of our current facilities. And the equal access, because I am now out of time for Ferris, we'll have people speak specifically to all these things. But these things, transportation, after school services, special education, these are all things that our students depend on to make sure that they are successful. So thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, members of the State Board of Education, Superintendent Thurman. My name is Ferris Sabah, and like Superintendent Thurman, this is my third day on the job. I am the Santa Cruz County Superintendent of Schools, and I'm here to speak to you on behalf of the Santa Cruz County Office of Education and the Santa Cruz County Board of Education. We received the appeal for the establishment of Watsonville Prep in June 21st of this last year. We had a public hearing on July 19th. We had a review team of 15 educators in consultation with legal counsel who reviewed the petition and its accompanying documents, the district staff report, petitioners' responses, and additional documents that were requested. We utilized a rubric by the Charters Authorizers Regional Support Network, which examined 185 elements of the that are aligned to the required components of Education Code 47605 and other laws that apply to the charter schools. In our review, the special attention was paid to facilities challenges for the school district. The review team identified 4 areas of concern and recommended conditional approval of the charter petition in conjunction with a memorandum of understanding to address those identified areas. The review team identified the following primary concerns. First, a need for direct local parent involvement in governance. Second, a need to have a plan to offer transitional kindergarten. Third, a need to revise the redesignation criteria to include lower grades. And fourth, a need to have a facilities plan developed in conjunction with the school district. As part of its recommendation for conditional approval, staff created a memorandum of understanding that addressed these 4 areas. On August 6th, the County Board of Education decided on a 4-3 vote to deny the appeal on the grounds that the petition did not contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of the required elements set forth in Education Code 47605B5. In their resolution, they took as their findings of fact the 4 areas identified by the review team. Thank you for the opportunity to describe the involvement of the County Office of Education and the County Board of Education.
All right, so that is the end of the public hearing. I close that, and now we'll take public comment.
All right, with the first 16 people, please line up at the podium. Francisco Rodriguez, Wayne Harris, Angela DeRamos, James Dent, Luis Carrillo, Janae Gaver, Luisa Hernandez, Alba Ruiz, Marcela Ibarra, Teresa Chavez, Manuel Rodriguez, Vanessa Castaneda, Haley Saldana, Jennifer Evans, Gabby Roldan, Melissa Alatorre Alnas, and Martha Benitez Denny.
Go ahead. No, I
Ready? Go.
Yep. Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Education. My name is James Dent. I'm the Chief Academic Officer for Navigator Schools, and I've been a teacher and principal in traditional districts for 15 years, and a charter leader for the past 8. In 2004, I began my career at Ansolda Elementary School in Watsonville, where 6% of the students at that time were proficient on the California state standards. The team sprung into action, and our API gained 161 points in 3 years, which is top in the county. And I believe the key to our success was the team, willing to think innovatively and try new things. And actually, the origins of the Navigator model, which has been proven to close the achievement gap, was born. The importance of teamwork is stronger today than ever before. Navigator actively teams with districts, charters, and even universities. Today, you will hear from several districts, their teachers and leaders that will attest to our collaborative, team-based methodology. Navigator lives the spirit of the charter law, and we hope you will support our petition. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kurz, Superintendent Thurman, and board members. My name is Francisco Rodriguez. I am the president of the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, which represents certificated staff in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and vice president with the California Federation of Teachers, which represents over 100,000 educators across the state of California. I am here to ask that you deny the petition for the establishment of Watsonville Prep. Admittedly, by every review of the petition, including your staff, the petition is deficient in the area of measurable pupil outcomes. Saying no now is not a no forever. Navigator schools can always come back with a better thought out petition. In addition, I would like to submit for the record 2 letters, one from Gemma Abels, president of the Pajaro of the Morgan Hill Federation of Teachers, and the second joint letter in opposition by the California Federation of Teachers, the California School Employees Association, and the Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Castaneda. I'm a teacher at Gilbert Prep School, and I'm a first-generation college graduate. I know firsthand the ability education has to transform individuals, families, communities, and society for the better. I can say without question, Navigator Schools is the foundation I wish I had growing up. School was difficult for me, not because I wasn't smart enough, but because people did not believe in me. I worked extra hard to stand out academically because I knew achieving academic success would reassure my parents that immigrating wasn't in vain. Students face obstacles every day, academic, social, emotional, but at Navigator Schools, every child is equipped to prosper regardless of their circumstances. I aspire to be a founding teacher at WPS because I want to make sure every student is able to close the achievement gap, just like I was. Please vote to approve Watsonville Prep. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriella Roldan, and I'm a middle school teacher and vice principal in training at Hollister Prep School. And I'm here today asking for your support for Watsonville Prep School. I'm a first-generation Mexican-American English learner from a single-parent household, and I'm my family's first and only college graduate. The last statement is why I'm standing before you here today. I have 2 very bright siblings whose educational experiences in traditional school settings left them feeling inadequate to attend college. Unfortunately, my siblings became part of the statistic we are trying to change. Most of the students I work with share my familial background, and yet their educational trajectory doesn't seem to align with those of my siblings. Our students are being shown that college is their future. So what is the difference between my siblings' experiences and those of my students? Navigator Schools. These young lives and their hard work have been given a platform at Navigator. Please support Navigator's petition and allow this to be the experience for the children of Watsonville. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Carrillo, and I was the principal at Rod Kelly School in Gilroy Unified for 21 years and 3 years in Pajaro Valley as a middle school principal. I am now retired. Rod Kelly is an elementary public school that has seen phenomenal student achievement growth since 2011. The reason is due to innovative practices that have been implemented through collaboration with James Dent and Navigator Schools. The difference with this charter school is that they want to share these best practices with all school leaders. It's a matter of changing our mindset about charter schools. They are not all the same. Pajaro Valley Unified will have an opportunity to be a partner, share best practices, and improve academic achievement, especially for EL students. Their students deserve this opportunity. Rod Kelly School, like Gilroy Prep, has been recognized multiple years as a top Bay Area school for low-income students by Innovate Public Schools. I know that the Watsonville Public Schools, as well as the county, will benefit by collaborating with Navigator Schools. I recommend approving Watsonville Prep School. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Janann Gaver, and I'm a retired educator. I currently live in Santa Cruz. Before retiring, I worked in Hollister's, and I collaborated extensively with Navigator Schools, but I am here today as a community member. I also taught in Pajaro Valley for 9 years, and I know the challenges very well of teaching in a district where the majority of students are English learners and who come from homes where poverty, substance abuse, gang involvement are often a fact of life. Navigator's program has proven in both Gilroy and Hollister to overcome these challenges and to enable and even guarantee that children from these families can and will achieve at the same level as their more privileged peers. That is why when I heard that the Santa Cruz County Board of Education had denied the charter for Watsonville Prep, I was not only shocked and disappointed, I was a little embarrassed. And that is why I'm here today. I implore you to please right this wrong, approve this charter, and allow Navigator Schools to begin their work in collaboration with the teachers in Watsonville. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Denny. I have 3 children. 2 of the older ones grew up on PVUSD. One graduated last year, the other one is to graduate this year. And as of today, I can tell you I have 14 years of experience dealing with the school district, which is mainly Hispanic, where 8 out of 10 of the students between 3rd and 8th grade are not proficient. I have not surely seen any of the changes the superintendent is selling to you today. My 3rd child is about to start kindergarten this year, and I do not want the same fate for her. Please help us, me and all the parents outside, with the opportunity to provide our children a better school choice by allowing navigators with a proven record of success within the demographics to open the doors, and don't allow the bottom line, which is here just money and politics, to be an influence. Thank you.
Hi, Angela de Ramos, representing California Teachers Association, and we urge you to vote against this petition. Watsonville, I live near to it. I live in Salinas, right above it. Watsonville is a very heavily agricultural area. A lot of the students live outside the area that the petitioners are talking about getting their students from. Many of those students on the outside are the most disenfranchised special ed or migrant students, but we don't see anything in the plan to address recruiting these migrant students or serving them, nor is there money for transportation for special ed students on the surrounding areas. For this reason, we urge you to vote against this petition. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa Chávez y estoy aquí para apoyar a Watsonville Prep. Tengo 4 hijos y el más grande no logró graduarse de la high school porque no encontramos la ayuda necesaria para que lo pudiera lograr. Y con los otros dos menores seguiremos encontrando y estando en un alto riesgo de no poderse graduar, y quisiera que nos apoyaran para que se pueda abrir la escuela aquí en Watsonville, para que mi hija tenga un mejor estudio, porque mi hijo, el mayor, no se pudo graduar de la high school, porque no hubo lo suficiente para que lo ayudaran. Gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
Hello, my name is Teresa Chavez. I'm here in support of Watsonville Prep School. I have 4 children. The oldest one cannot graduate from high school because we did not have the necessary resources and help to support achieve that. I have 2 younger children that also run the risk of running into the same situation as the big brother. That is why I ask for your support so that my other children can be provided with a better school, better support, and better education.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Luisa Hernández y voy a comenzar contándoles un poco de mi historia y por qué estoy aquí. Soy una madre inmigrante, tengo una hija de 4 años, llevo 2 años y medio estudiando el desarrollo de la niñez en el Colegio Cabrillo de mi comunidad, especializándome en las edades de 0 a 7 años de edad. Haciendo esto pude darme cuenta que es justo y necesario una educación de calidad para los niños en Watsonville, educación como la que brinda el Colegio Cabrillo en Aptos, California, a través de los Centros para la Niñez, o como la que brinda Hollister Prep y Gilroy Prep, en donde los niños se sienten motivados, con sed de aprendizaje, en donde los maestros saben cuál es su misión dentro del aula. Yo ya he hablado mucho a través de este año de lucha, y he dicho de muchas formas por qué necesitamos a Watsonville Prep. Pero lamentablemente la gente política encargada de la educación en Watsonville y en Santa Cruz han cerrado sus oídos a nosotros los padres, obedeciendo la voz de sus reyes, a los que les financian sus carreras políticas. Gracias.
My name is Maria Luisa Hernandez, and I am going to tell you a little bit about my story and why I am here. I am an immigrant mother. I have a 4-year-old daughter. I have been studying for 2.5 years development of childhood at Cabrillo School, the community college, specializing in age from 0 to 7. In doing so, I was able to realize that the quality education for children of Watsonville, education such as the one offered by Cabrillo School in Aptos, California, is urgent. Just as necessary through the Centers for Children, or like the one that is provided through Hollister Prep School, Gilroy Prep School, where children feel motivated with the thirst for learning and where teachers know what their mission is in the classroom. I have already spoken a lot throughout this year in this struggle, and I have said it in many ways because we need Watsonville Prep. But unfortunately, the political people in charge of education in Watsonville and Santa Cruz have closed their ears to our parents' voice to obey their leaders. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alba Rivas y estoy aquí en representación de la comunidad de Watsonville. Estoy aquí apoyando para que nos apoyen ustedes a poder abrir nuestra escuela Watsonville Prep School. En unas oportunidades yo he estado en las escuelas visitando y yo he visto el desarrollo y la dedicación de los maestros hacia los alumnos y también he visto el enfoque de los niños. Me pareció maravilloso la primera vez que yo traspasé la puerta de un salón de 2º grado y ver el enfoque que los niños no se distrajeron en ningún momento. Y esa es la razón por la cual nosotros estamos luchando para poder obtener el apoyo de ustedes. Yo pienso, hay muchas escuelas en Watsonville, pero lamentablemente están saturadas. Las buenas escuelas están saturadas. No hablo mal de ninguna escuela. Voy a aclararles ese punto. Simplemente nosotros como padres, yo quisiera pagar un colegio privado a mis hijos, pero no podemos. Yo no puedo. Soy madre soltera, tengo 6 niños y lamentablemente yo no puedo darme ese lujo porque o pago colegio o comen, o se visten y calzan. Y la maravilla que yo obtuve al ver la escuela Watsonville, Gilroy y la de Hollister Prep School fue ver el desarrollo que hay tanto para los niños de necesidades especiales, porque sí contamos para niños de necesidades especiales, y ver a la hora que la maestra hace preguntas con respecto al tema de la clase y todititos los niños levantando la mano. la dedicación que tanto en educación física tienen para los niños, el cuidado sobre el desarrollo de ellos en la tecnología, en todo. Eso a mí me llenó de emoción y yo dije, esto es lo que yo quiero para mis niños, porque aún tengo niños de 4 y 5 años y vienen para kinder. Los otros, gracias a Dios, están en otra escuela, pues tengo una en la universidad ya. Y pues yo pienso que si podemos obtener una escuela con la calidad que está brindando Watsonville Prep School, podríamos lograr que todos los niños, en lugar de tener niños...
Time.
Sorry.
May I summarize?
Yes, you may.
Estoy muy emocionada.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes. My name is Alba Rivas. I am representing all of the community of Watsonville so that Watsonville Prep School will open. We believe in the best education for our children. It is best we start with this education early for their lives so they can one day attend the university. And we have been supporting a long time, hard. Please help us achieve our dreams of Navigator Schools. Also, in summary of what she said, she has visited and toured our schools. She sees the difference between Pajaro, the school districts that her children has attended versus Hollister Prep and Gilroy Prep. She is a parent leader. She's very passionate about it. She sees the difference of the education. She knows the difference, and this is what her heart, her passion is pleading for, and she's asking for your help and support to help open up Watsonville Prep School, in summary.
Thank you.
Would the following speakers please line up at the podium? Erin Fender, Caitlin Wright, Julie Armstrong, Sarah Ringler, Rebecca Royston, Amy Thomas, Vicky Heloff, Luis Medina, Veronica Aguilar, Esther Murillo, Karen Asmura, Diana Martinez, Ian Licate, Robert Jimenez, Heather Gorman, Carrie LaRue.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Alatorre Almas, and I am the Director of HR for Navigator Schools. There are so many aspects of my role that I absolutely love. But I have to say, seeing the enthusiasm Navigator staff members have for being a part of the founding team at Watsonville Prep School has risen to the top of the list. The signatures you received as part of the charter petition are just a fraction of the educators who have shared their desire to work with their education colleagues in the Pajaro Valley. Their Navi history, combined with the outside interest we've received, will combine for an incredible experience for the students of WPS. I truly cannot wait for the first day of Navi 101 next year, which is our intense week-long professional development for all new employees, when we can hopefully welcome the inaugural WPS team to the Navigator family. Thank you for your time and hopefully your support.
Good afternoon. My name is Haley Saldana, and I'm a 4th grade teacher from Gilroy Unified School District. I'm here today with the blessing and support of my superintendent. I've had the opportunity to collaborate with Navigator Schools for over 7 years. Every teacher wants their students to be successful, and with our ability to collaborate, share strategies, and even receive trainings from Gilroy Prep, we've been able to see successes in closing the achievement gap. I've met with teachers at Gilroy Prep, had release days to plan with them, and I was even trained in thinking maps at their site. I look forward to continuing to collaborate, knowing that Navigator Schools wants to share innovative ideas to ensure that everyone is successful. I see the benefits to having their school in my community, as it has directly impacted my teaching and my students' learning in a positive way. For these reasons, I recommend you support and approve Watsonville Prep. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Evans, and I am also at Gilroy Unified School District at Rod Kelly Elementary, where I've been for the last 22 years. And while there are countless reasons why I enjoy teaching, I must admit that working with fellow educators to improve our schools is one of my favorite activities. So 5 years ago, when I was invited to a training at a local charter school on a new and exciting strategy, I was all in. Throughout the training, educators from my school work side by side with educators from the newest charter school in town, Gilroy Prep. We work together to learn how to incorporate the use of thinking maps into our Common Core lessons. And the fact that GPS opened their campus to our teachers to share this training, which benefited multiple school sites, is just one of many instances when a Navigator charter school made a positive impact on the schools in the surrounding area. A new Navi school is sure to bring positive changes to the community of Watsonville, so I strongly encourage you to approve the charter for a new Navigator school. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Katrin Wright, and I'm the board chair of Navigator Schools. I've volunteered my time with Navigator Schools because they serve absolutely transformational educational experiences for all students, including and especially English language learners and low-income students. I've spent my career in nonprofits and educational organizations, and I have never seen a more impressive set of schools nor a more dedicated set of educators. Our board is strong, experienced, and diverse, with educators, a chief financial officer, parents and business leaders in the communities we serve, as well as a member of the Pajaro Valley Chamber of Commerce. I stand here before you because, as you can understand, I'm deeply moved by the parents of Watsonville. They came to our first board meeting more than a year ago to ask us to open this school for them and their children. I stand here because I and our board will work tirelessly to deliver this education for students, to be a great partner to our authorizers, and to become a partner that PVUSD will eventually embrace. I hope you give us this opportunity to deliver on these promises. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Armstrong. I'm a retired teacher from Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and I'm asking you to please deny Navigator's appeal. PVUSD already has several innovative unionized dependent community charters: Alianza, Dual Immersion School, Diamond Tech, Pacific Coast Charter, Independent Learning, and Watsonville Charter School of the Arts. Unlike Navigator, these schools have full public accountability through a publicly and democratically elected board, such as yours. They also have workers with due process rights who are able to advocate for students without being fired because of it. This is exactly what happened at one of our independent charters last year, to the dismay of teachers, parents, and students. We don't need what Navigator has proposed in their petition in order to have lots of schools choices for families, while at the same time.
Hello, my name is Sarah Ringler, and it's with great pleasure that I get to address the guardians of public education for the state of California. No, I mean, you really have an incredible responsibility, and I'm a product of California schools from the 50s and 60s. My kids went to public school, and I just retired from Pajaro Valley after about 30 years of teaching, so I kind of have an idea what goes on there anyway. I'm here to speak for somebody else as well. I'm representing Joan Lings Whistler, who couldn't make it today, and she also shares the same belief that I do, that the charter appeal from Navigator should be opposed. For one thing, Pajaro Valley is already doing all the things that these people are talking about. I mean, 30 years, I've been through a lot of workshops, and a lot of the things they've said they've done, we've done as well. The other thing is the overcrowded facilities. Facilities is a real issue. Where do you put the school? How does it impact the existing schools? So that's it, and thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Erin Fender. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for the Healdsburg Unified School District in Sonoma County. We serve 60% of our students a free and reduced price lunch, and 70% of our kindergartners are English language learners. I'm here today to support the expansion of Navigator schools. When I took my current position as a preschool through high school curriculum and instruction director, I knew I needed to do my homework to better understand and support elementary education, as my experience was previously at the secondary and post-secondary level. In order to learn and get ideas, I embarked on a year-long collaborative effort with other educators from Healdsburg to find and learn from the highest performing and equity-focused schools in our state. This is how I found Navigator, due to their success supporting high levels of achievement of low socioeconomic status and English language learners. Over the last 4 years, the Navigator Schools have been a critical partner to us in Healdsburg Unified. They've hosted over 10 visits to their schools. Every time, our folks come away full of ideas, energy, and vigor, ready to do what they heard and saw and do better by our students in Healdsburg. Navigator has provided all of their curriculum resources to us for free and professional development, both at their site and at ours. I encourage you to approve their charter.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Thomas, and I'm the proud principal of the Watsonville Charter School of the Arts, a dependent K-8 charter school located in the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I truly believe that my school is the best school on the planet, and an integral part of the school district, rich in culture, diversity, and integrity. As a dependent charter school, we are proud to work closely with PVUSD and our union, PVFT, to obtain support, guidance, and benefit from all the resources PVUSD provides. I'm deeply grateful to work in a school community full of joy, engagement, and excellence, where throughout the day you'll hear marimbas playing, 3D printers creating, art electives, middle school internships, or students preparing for their invention convention by creating prototypes while experiencing successes and failures. So I stand here in front of you today to advocate for dependent charter schools in PVSD. WCSA is able to reach the needs of our students and provide them with an arts-focused and academically rigorous environment aimed at securing a successful future for college and beyond. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Aguilar, and I am the principal of Alianza Charter School, a dependent dual language immersion K-8 charter school located in Pajaro Valley Unified School District. We believe that the Alianza two-way bilingual immersion program offers an important and valuable educational alternative for the children of the district. Alianza's mission is to educate students to embrace and improve the world in which they live. We do this through our academically rigorous and culturally relevant two-way bilingual immersion program. The Alianza community promotes social justice, inspires creativity, challenges intellect, and nurtures potential. As a dependent charter school, the Alianza community has worked to achieve the mission and vision of our two-way bilingual immersion program while working closely with PVUSD and our union, PFT. This partnership has strengthened what we can provide for our school community and increase accountability for us. Together, the district and Alianza have been able to educate bilingual and biliterate students that today are making a difference. Many of whom have returned to their community as teachers, nurses, and other professionals.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Greetings, Dr. Kirst and Superintendent Thurman and members of the board. My name is Vicki Holliff, and I am currently the principal of Minty White Elementary in Watsonville, California. I've been the principal there for 4 years now, and we have seen tremendous growth in our student achievement. With the direction of our superintendent, Dr. Rodriguez, we at Minty White have established a laser-like focus on instructional strategies and are seeing the results of these efforts, as Dr. Rodriguez mentioned in her previous statement. Our NWEA scores, which are the measures of academic progress, demonstrate the results of our efforts. The conditional growth percentile, which enables you to compare student scores and correlate the growth patterns with matching peers, demonstrates the success of this focus. We have also systematically implemented SIPs to build a foundation for success in phonological awareness, phonics, and sight words, beginning with our K2 students. This is a valuable experience for our students and truly supports our second language learners. It is the teaching that the brain does to make the brain do the work. Minty White teaches the whole child. We have an amazing music program called El Sistema, which instills the value of fine arts through music and how that skill set closes the achievement gap for many students. The success of Minty White is in large part due to the focus of instructional strategies, goal setting with students, and continuous support. We ask you to deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Royston, and I teach second grade at Radcliffe Elementary in PVUSD. And I'm here to oppose Watsonville Prep, whose charter was already denied by our local school board and the county. The district's findings show that the charter school presents an unsound educational program for its pupils. Our district serves nearly 2,000 migrant students, in which the founder of Navigator stated publicly before the PVUSD board vote that they currently do not have any identified migrant students. Our students deserve a more thoughtful petition. Their program does not yet offer anything that Pajaro schools are not already doing, and they are even less equipped to work with our students, particularly migrant and special education students. I urge you to support PVUSD's decision, like that of Morgan Hill, Santa Clara, and Salinas, and deny their petition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Medina, and I'm the Director of Migrant Education for Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Here are some of the services that we provide and why I believe Pajaro is the best place for our migrant students to be served. Some of the examples are we provide Chromebooks for students in hotspots to make it accessible to them so they actually can do their work. Saturday STEM academies for middle school students, after-school STEM programs, remotely operated vehicles programs and competitions, migrant speech and debate competition at the state level, migrant education, growth and voice and engineering through our community college, health services, fitness programs where we teach them how to swim and stay healthy, over 30 parent meetings throughout the district. These are great programs that migrant students and parents have access within our district, but a major concern that I have is that between all 6 charter schools within our district, only about 1.5% are migrant students. 2 of the K through 8 charter schools within our district only average 1 student per site.
Thank you
That's
very
a big
much.
concern. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Murillo. I'm a community Watsonville member, and I'm also a parent and future grandparent and a CSEA member. PVUSD continues to improve the facilities for its students. However, sites are still in poor condition. Redirecting funds to non-PVUSD students would greatly impact our continued efforts to improve. Watsonville Prep does not provide enough specialized staff to handle special education. This deficiency could lead to lack of appropriate education services to these students and also not allow them to participate in this school. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Martinez, and I am the attendance specialist at E. Hall Middle School in Watsonville. Loss of ADA equals loss of funds. Loss of funds equals loss of staffing. Loss of staffing equals loss of services for our students. This would be another financial blow to our district. At this moment, this is not the time to establish another independent charter. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Osmondson. I am the president of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. The English language development is totally absent from their assessment plan. Absent from the assessment plan. They also don't provide curriculum oversight or technology resources. Their immersion language development is completely contrary to you and to PVUSD. It's contrary. Their immersion language development is contrary. And we have 69% English language learners, and we have 90% in their target schools, 90% ELD students in their target schools. Please vote no for Navigator.
Hi, good afternoon. My name's Ian Licata, and I'm a proud PVUSD teacher at one of our district dependent charter high schools, Diamond Tech. What will Navigator give this community that we don't already have? Navigator offers nothing that PVUSD schools have not already implemented in our existing K-8 charters, which go above and beyond anything mentioned in the petition. In addition, Navigator has high management fees. 14% of their education dollars go to management versus just 3% in PVUSD. This will take money away from the students. As a district-dependent charter school, Diamond Tech has accountability to our district and school board, and transparency exists on how our site operates. And independent charters like Navigator do not have that transparency. vote no. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Gorman, and I am the SELPA Director for PVUSD. For over 25 years, I have been a parent, teacher, and administrator in our district and in the community of Watsonville. There are several reasons why my team and I believe that Navigator Schools Watsonville Prep should not be granted the charter status in PVUSD. Currently, our special education department supports the educational and transportation needs of over 3,000 students. As a single SELPA district, we serve all categories of students, including our most severe population. To provide severe students in these specialized programs, there is a great need for classroom space. We are currently struggling to find adequate facilities to support our current SELPA programs, and adding competition for these valued space would be detrimental to the growth of special education programs. Our priority has and always will be to provide the best service possible to SELPA students and their families.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kerry LaRue, and I am a program director with the PVUSD Special Services Department. Among other things, I oversee the alternative education programs and the charter schools in our district, specifically supporting students with IEPs. I would like to state my opposition to the proposed Navigator Charter School for the simple reason that PVUSD already has a wealth of school choice available to our parents. With open enrollment available at all 16 elementary schools and 6 middle schools, parents of K-8 students can already choose from a variety of excellent schools. And if it's a small group or small school environment that they're seeking, we already have 3 exceptional dependent K-8 charter schools that operate on the lottery system. All of our schools, including our dependent charters, embody such similar priorities and values as to be indistinguishable from Navigator's mission. PVUSD has a culture of equity and excellence, data-driven instruction, staff development and coaching, multiple programs to support academics and behavior, and 21st century learning environments. Navigator would not add anything to the program choices that we don't already offer. Please do not approve this application.
Would the following speakers please line up at the podium? Regina Boyer, Marcy Mock, Kim Saldavia, Brandon Denise, Laura Zucker, Leah Sugarman Rodriguez, Maria Orozco, Maya Campbell, Nellie Vaquera, Boggs, Sherry Osterlin, Michael Berman, Carol Ortiz, Kimberly DeSerpa, Leticia Oropeza, Janet Kravites, and Wolf James Starkwolf.
Hello, my name is Regina Boyer, and I'm a program director with PVUSD Special Services. Due to the current statewide staffing shortage, our HR department is working diligently just to fill our current special education staffing needs. Because Watsonville Prep does not provide enough specialized staff to address certain special education processes, this deficiency in their programs could lead to a drain on current PVUSD staff and therefore a lack of appropriate educational services for special education students and families in our community. Other districts in our area have sought out both our deaf and hard of hearing program and our program for students with behavioral and emotional needs, resulting in MOUs with these districts. There do not appear to be any assurances that Watsonville Prep will be able to appropriately serve the range of specialized needs of our students with IEPs. On behalf of the students and families we serve, we are asking that you do not grant this charter request. Thank you.
Come forward, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Zucker, and I'm a speech-language pathologist in PVUSD. Please vote no on Navigator's appeal. In preparing for this hearing, I read Navigator's current proposal and the denials by PVUSD and the Santa Cruz County Office of Education, but I also looked at the other several previous denials of Navigator's proposed charter schools, and I found a pattern in the district's concerns, which included lack of teacher qualifications, unsound educational programs, Very important, insufficient support and programs for special ed students, migrant students, English language learners, foster youth, an inadequate plan for facilities, and no reasonable comprehensive description of measurable pupil outcomes, employee qualifications, health and safety procedures, how to achieve a racial and ethnic balance reflected of the district, and student suspension and expulsion process, and how to provide sufficient professional development. Now, with all the time and opportunities navigators had to do it right, they seem to be struggling still with these very important aspects of serving our population. Please vote no.
Come forward, yeah.
My name is Robert Jimenez. I am a employee at Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I work in the Maintenance and Operations Department. One of my concerns is the budget includes an ordinary high management fee totaling 14% of WPS's revenue annually. The budget is silent as to what services the CMO will provide to justify an expenditure of this magnitude. The district percentage is only 3% for district level management. Please vote no.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Campbell Unsold. I'm a second grade bilingual teacher at Landmark Elementary in PVUSD. And I just want to start by saying I find it ironic that we're after the LPAC criteria hearing, since in the petition that we've previewed, there is no evidence of assessment for English language learners and how to track assessment. And in a district that has a large percentage of English language learners, 100% of my students are learning English as a second or third language, and there was no evidence of curriculum or assessment plans in the Navigator petition. So I just wanted to start with that. I'm actually here to submit a letter from one of my parents who strongly opposes the Navigator petition. She has 2 daughters who went through our bilingual program at the school I work at, and she sees that it doesn't serve anything, provide anything we don't already have, and it doesn't serve students, our most needy students, which are outside of our city limits.
Time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Berman, and I'm the Director of Equity, State and Federal Programs and Accountability for PVUSD. My main focus is to support our English learner programs. I'm here today to advocate for the direction our district is moving in how it values, supports, and accelerates our students, specifically our English learners. I believe that we are forging an effective and powerful English learner master plan that is guided by and aligns extremely well with the EL roadmap. We are focused on propagating a district-wide asset-based mindset, access to high-quality instruction for all, and the systems required to support the ongoing growth. In order to fully implement this plan, along with our essential needs-based initiatives, the addition of Watsonville Prep would limit our ability and effectiveness to carry out our intended actions and impede our students' progress. Additionally, I have concerns regarding, as my colleagues have mentioned, the lack of a comprehensive assessment plan specifically for monitoring the success of ELs, as well as its approach to language development being contrary to ours. Thank you very much for your time and your opportunity.
Hi, my name is Marcy Mock. I am a teacher at PVUSD. I am strongly opposed to Navigator's charter appeal. I am also representing someone who could not be here today, but wanted to enter their opposition into record and make sure you got the letter detailing their concerns. This letter of opposition is from Angela Higgins, president of Hollister Elementary School Teacher Association and a teacher at R.O. Hardin Elementary School. In summary, she opposes Navigators because her school shares a campus with Hollister Prep School. She has witnessed the demographic of Navigator's school. Hollister Prep changed over time to be less representative of the demographics of her school next door. For example, 84% of R.O. Hardin's families are low income, as opposed to 17 of Navigator School on the same campus. She says this type of charter school creates more segregation. Please vote no. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Superintendent Thurman. My name is Kim Saldavian. I'm a teacher at PVUSD. I woke up at 4 a.m. to be here today. Pajaro Valley Unified School District has already denied Navigator months ago, and so has Morgan Hill, Santa Clara, and Salinas, to name a few. All have said no to Navigator. The PVUSD community is counting on your denial of this appeal. PVUSD has 16 elementary schools, 5 junior highs, 3 high schools, and serves over 18,000 12K students, in which over 80% are migrant. The Navigator founder, Sharon Waller, stated publicly that they do not have any they have not identified migrant students. So how will they properly serve this migrant community? We also don't have the facilities to house this Navigator organization. Our facilities are already busting at the seams, and we already have several dependent charter schools in our district. Unlike Navigator, these schools have fully public accountability.
Time.
Please vote no on this appeal. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Brandon Denise, and I'm a special education teacher in the PVUSD, and I'm here today to express my opposition to Navigator and Watsonville Prep. I'm opposed to Navigator because I believe they will be unable to reach and teach all students. With the insufficient education plan they have put forth, it is unrealistic to believe that they will be able to offer a free and appropriate public education to all students included within the 13 categories of disabilities. Their plan for supporting special needs students includes a significant expenditure for special education contract services without indicating what these services entail. In the Pajaro Valley, there is a significant dearth of uniquely qualified adults with the skills to provide special needs students the education they deserve and are entitled to. And to think that Navigator will be able to support these students without having a plan and relying on contract services would be imprudent and impetuous. I urge you to please deny this charter. We don't need them in the PVUSD. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Orozco, PVUSD Board Trustee. As a former migrant student, I know firsthand the importance of having access to support services to be able to successfully obtain a K-12 education. The PUSD Migrant Program provides services to about 2,000 students ranging from ages 3 to 22 and over 1,000 migrant students during the summer break. Navigator does not provide unique services to migrant students. PUSD Migrant Education provides full-time, highly experienced bilingual instructional assistants at the elementary sites to work with our K through second grade migrant students. They work with small groups and the classroom teacher to fully support the curriculum and provide additional academic support to families. Other services include after-school tutoring, reading, writing, math classes for elementary migrant students, after-school STEAM program, among other services. Navigator falls short in addressing the needs of migrant students, one of our most vulnerable student populations in the city of Watsonville. Please deny their charter petition today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Superintendent Thurman, board members. My name is Leah Sugarman Rodriguez, and as a PVUSD parent, community member, and SELPA employee, I'm a bilingual resource specialist at Alianza Dependent Charter School. I find Navigator's proposal offensive to our teachers, our students, and to our community. I feel Navigator is exhausting all avenues to insert their business model for public education into our community, who has said loud and clear on 2 and now 3 occasions that they are not welcome. Navigator says they know better about our community schools, and I feel that they are wrong. If they know better, their proposal would not be missing key components for English language learners, students in special education, or for migrant students. If they cared about our community, they would respect the 2 denials at the local level. Navigator does know that they can use public funds and public facilities to funnel money to their top executives.
Time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kirsch, Superintendent Thurman, esteemed board members. My name is Carol Ortiz. I'm the Director of After-School Programs and Summer School in PVUSD, and I'm the parent of 3 boys who went through and graduated from PVUSD. I'm here as both a Watsonville community member and Watsonville educator. I do not support the approval of this charter for multiple reasons. As a lifelong resident of Watsonville, I am concerned that Navigator, which has only been in existence for 8 years, cannot meet the academic and social-emotional needs of the children in my community. I do not want my children and my students to be used as part of this publicly funded but privately managed charter school. Additionally, I believe it would behoove the board to wait until this new superintendent has had the opportunity to outline his vision and goals for charter schools within California. The charter school conversation is shifting across the nation, including the NAACP call for a moratorium on charter schools 2 years ago, as well as the LA Teachers Union demanding common sense regulation on their charter school growth as part of their current negotiations. If the board chooses to provide oversight, it makes sense to wait until the new superintendent makes a decision and moves forward with charters. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Kreitzer, and I'm a classroom teacher. I've taught for 17 years at Hall District Elementary in Las Lomas. It's a high-need school where many families work in agriculture and many students are from indigenous families. We all work extremely hard to make progress despite many obstacles. If Navigator Charter is allowed to access PVUSD resources, it will make our work even harder. Navigator does not have migrant students, let alone students from indigenous families who have English as a third language. I suspect that Navigator would similarly exclude many other students as well. The city of Watsonville was targeted by Navigator, presumably because it fit the criteria for their business plan. If they succeed, their gain will be a significant loss for many. I understand that there is a set of criteria on which Navigator's petition can be denied, and there are clear arguments against the petition based on these criteria. For me, though, the bottom line is, if Navigator prevails, my students will take yet another hit in their already challenging lives.
Thank you.
It is not right. It is not fair. Vote no on Navigator.
James Starkey Wolf against. I work in Monterey County and at a school that would be excluded. I believe that this would be de facto institutional apartheid on an ethnic and language basis. The parent meetings that I attended when I worked for the district, there would be typically 7 languages from Nahuatl to Purepecha, and these people aren't even included because they're outside the county. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nelly Vaquera Boggs. I am a parent of 2 children that have gone, one who has finished going through PVUSD schools and another one who is completing. My daughter is fully bilingual due to the programs that our district offers, and my son is ready to go off into the world pretty soon. I'm an empty nester soon. And I'm also a newcomer teacher, so I'm an ESL teacher in our district. I'm credentialed, I have a bilingual credential to do so. We already have excellent programs in our district, and my son has needed some of the special programs that our district has in place, and so that has helped him be successful and finish school. So this next section, I'm just going to say it in Spanish, so that was pretty much what I wanted to say in English. Pero yo soy mamá y mis hijos han asistido a las escuelas de Watsonville. Mi hija es una estudiante en la universidad, ha tenido mucho éxito, es bilingüe y está aprendiendo un tercer idioma. Y mi hijo ya mero termina la escuela y está preparado a seguir adelante, y eso es gracias a los programas que ofrecen en nuestro distrito en Watsonville. Por favor, please vote no to Watsonville Corporate Charter. Thank you. I also have a letter that I'd like to submit on the behalf of another teacher. Thanks.
Good afternoon, and congratulations to Superintendent Thurman on your recent
swearing in. My name is Kimberly DeSerpa, and I am one of 7 elected officials on the Board of Trustees for Pajaro Valley Unified. I'm also the proud mother of a high school senior this year. I have 2 children. My son, I'm also somebody who has had kids in charter schools in the past, so I understand that choice it can be important for kids. I left a very busy healthcare practice today to address you for this 1 minute. We, as a board, rejected Navigator's petition on the grounds for which our staff and colleagues have already illustrated for you. This sound decision was additionally supported and codified by the Santa Cruz County Board of Education, who agreed with us that Navigator's petition was not sound. Our district has 6 charter schools already, or 15.4% of our schools are already charter schools. If we add this extra school, it'll bring us up to 17.5% of our schools in charter schools. I ask you...
Time.
Really? I just ask you, how many charter schools should a district have? It's the dismantling of public education. We cannot afford this. We have no facilities for this. And I urge you to vote no on the petition in front of you today. Thank you.
Would the following speakers please line up at the podium? Darlene Wilcox, Maria Luisa Hernandez, Alba Rivas, Marcela Salas, Kristen Carr, Crystal Torumi, Leah Martinez, Allison Stoll, Rosa Segura, Alex Heredia, Sharon Waller, Brian Greenberg, Manuel Serrano, Mary Jo Silva, Janelle Rulli, Ramel Antoine, Tammy Ortiz, John Wise, Sarah Henney, Tristan Brown, Victor Sandoval, Eric Premack, and Kristen Schaus.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Osterlin. I am a teacher at Pajaro Middle School in Watsonville. This is my 26th year of teaching. I've not taught at Watsonville all my career. 22 of those years were in Ohio. When I became a little disillusioned with teaching, and I came out here, and it's been amazing. In the 2.5 years that I've been in Watsonville, I feel like a new teacher again. I'm full of that energy, and I just wanted you to know that it's not, I don't even have my roots here. And this is just a bad thing to come in and do this to our district. But I do want to tell you something I've noticed in the 6+ hours I think I've been here. I watched all your issues or the items earlier because my son's an attorney and I'm fascinated by things that are like hearings. And I have noticed that in most of the items that you presented, one of the things that you said often, a couple of you said often was, you need to go to your local district. You need to go to your local community. You need to go to your county community. See what they can do for you. They did that. They came to us and we voted no. Then they went over our heads and went to our county and they voted no. Please honor what you preach and deny this petition. Thank you. I also have a letter I'll leave outlining our position.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Hernández. Estoy aquí para decirles algunas cosas. Allá afuera nos preguntaban que si éramos de Watsonville.
Yeah, we need a translator, yeah.
María.
Hello, my name is Maria, and I am from Watsonville. Outside, we were being asked if we were from Watsonville.
Yo dije sí, soy de Watsonville.
I said yes, I am from Watsonville.
Hace 4 años yo salí de Watsonville a vivir a Hollister.
About 4 years ago, I left Watsonville to go live in Hollister.
Yo dejé el distrito escolar de Watsonville con unas cosas que mis hijas no aprendieron.
I left the Watsonville district with certain things that my daughters did not learn.
Llegamos a Hollister y Hollister nos brindó ese aprendizaje que necesitaban mis hijos.
We arrived to Hollister and Hollister provided that learning that my kids needed it.
Allá afuera hay madres que yo conocí en ese tiempo.
Right outside, there are mothers that I used to know back then.
Y yo no puedo creer que todavía en este tiempo siga habiendo los mismos problemas con las escuelas en Watsonville.
And I cannot believe it that up until now, they're still having the same issues at the Watsonville schools.
Me da tristeza.
I'm very sad.
Me da impotencia.
I feel frustrated.
Y al verlas aquí, pude entender que necesitamos todos como una comunidad.
And when I saw them, I saw that it's needed it as a community.
El mismo aprendizaje.
The same learning.
No nada más unos cuantos.
Not just a few.
Sino todos.
But all of us.
Si pueden ver afuera, habemos de todos las dialectos.
If you could go outside, you will see that there
español,
are different dialects. There's Spanish.
Que quieren un cambio.
Who want a change.
Solo por eso yo les digo ahora, por favor, ayúdenos a que Watsonville Prep se abra en Watsonville, por favor.
Because of that, I beg you that Watsonville Prep it's open, please.
Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Leticia Oropesa. Thank you all very much for having me here. Superintendent Thurman, yay. I met you at California School Employees Association conference in July. I'm here to tell you about, I am a district employee, Pajaro Valley Unified School District employee. I am in child welfare and attendance. And on a monthly basis, I see students and their parents come into my office devastated because they have been turned away from our local charter schools, one in particular. The week that we were here in December, there was a young man that walked through my door in tears with his transcript in hand and his mother. And they were devastated. They didn't know why they had been told that there was no longer any room for them. A freshman student, I took a look at his grades. I contacted the school. Maybe it's an expulsion, perhaps. It wasn't. It was just someone needed that space that was more important than him. That's what the parent concluded. Because they did come back and tell me that. So on that and many other bases, I don't want to see any more children or parents heartbroken. Please do not accept this charter school petition. And I'm very saddened because of all the people that are out there sitting there who speak Spanish or speak Mixteco, and they are not getting any type of assistance in hearing what is going on here in English. So that's my second reason for being very upset. I'm sitting out there with them, and I know that they are not receiving any other services. 30 minutes in, they handed them all speakers. Many of them said, I don't even know how to work that. So
we have, can I just ask CD staff, don't we have translators, am I right, provided for?
Yeah, go ahead, come forward.
Okay, next person, please.
Go ahead.
My name is Marcela. I'm here on behalf of the people that could not make it today, asking for your support in letting Watsonville Prep School open. We believe the kids of Watsonville will have a great opportunity and an amazing education. We've seen the kids in these schools, Hollister and Gilroy Prep. These kids are amazing, well-spoken, mannered, smart, incredibly intelligent, so focused on their work, eager to learn and answer questions from their teachers. The level at which the kindergartners are reading is just incredible. The teachers in the classroom, the technology used, the test scores, all these kids are getting, it's just amazing. We want this for Watsonville. These schools are really molding the minds of the future. And with all this that we have seen at these schools, Watsonville is in for something really amazing. Please give this wonderful opportunity to our kids. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name is Kirsten Francis Carr, and I am the Director of Engagement and Partnerships for Navigator Schools. As I shared with the ACCS commissioners, our preference for the city limits of Watsonville was based on a desire to reach the most traditionally underserved students. A desire which was captured better than I ever could by the recent YMCA commercial that starts with, "Your zip code shouldn't determine your future." And that right there is why we are focused on the areas with large populations of underserved students. The children in Watsonville have had their zip code determining their future for years, and now we want to help change those futures. We strive to locate our schools in areas where the free and reduced lunch population is at least 80%. As you saw in the materials we sent, the area we are targeting reflects those numbers. We want to ensure these students have the opportunity to succeed regardless of their circumstances. Please support Watsonville Prep for the students of Watsonville. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Crystal O'Rourke Toriumi, and I'm the principal of Gilroy Prep School. I have the honor of speaking to you today as both a founding Navigator employee and as a K-12 graduate of Watsonville Public Schools. My family, friends, and heart reside in Watsonville, and I am both thanking the staff for the recommendation of approval and asking you to support the petition for Watsonville Prep. Ever since my first day at Navigator, I have dreamt of taking what I have learned to positively impact the community, which means so much to me. And I believe a Navigator education is a key component of that change. What really attracted me to Gilroy Prep when I was a district employee was the collaborative nature present amongst all staff members. From day one, the goal was to learn together and collaborate with other districts. It was such a joy when 5 principals and several teachers from Watsonville, Pajaro Valley toured Gilroy Prep last year, and we look forward to continuing to work with educators across the state of California for the benefit of all students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Stoll, and I am a proud small group instructor, or SGI, at Hollister Prep School. I am also in the process of getting my teaching credential with hopes of one day teaching at Watsonville Prep School. My decision to further my career at Navigator Schools is as much about the children we serve as it is about the amazing educators I get to call teammates. We choose to work together always, trying to do more, learning new strategies, improving our use of data, and finding opportunities to partner with our district partners to help all children. We do this because we want to, because we believe in the power of coaching, and because we made a choice to be part of this public school option. I'm asking you today to support our choice and the choice of so many others by approving the appeal for Watsonville Prep School. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am honored to be here under as much of a long journey this has been. My name is Sharon Waller, Director of Student Services and one of the co-founders of Navigator Schools. I'm also a proud third-generation graduate of Watsonville High School. I am excited about our work that we're doing with other districts regarding the SUMS grant. We received that. We are trying to model our school after the state task force report that you guys all put out. We believe strongly in full inclusion for our students. We believe strongly in being a model school for full inclusion. There aren't enough of those in California. And we look forward to working with other districts in the area of special education. I have 35 years experience in special education. We want to be part of the change in California, as you all do, and I know all these passionate people behind me do as well. So thank you for your time and consideration of our charter petition.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosa Segura, and I'm here to support Navigator Schools. My daughter is a special education student at Hollister Prep with learning disabilities and muscle disorder that affect her fine and gross motor skills. When she was little, we thought she was not be able to read, to write, to jump, or even to kick a ball. The Student Service Department is providing the therapy and services she needs. They're always looking for different materials, different reading programs, different ways to teach her and help her succeed. The way that the school is full inclusion school is helping her develop and grow in the way that what did not think was possible. Now she's able to write, to jump, to run, to read, and she is enjoying her childhood at the school. Please let the Watsonville families have a strong Navigator social and emotional learning experience for their children as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Heredia. I'm proud to be in this room once again supporting Watsonville Prep. I have been part of the Reading is Fun Club in Watsonville, and seeing the students excited about learning makes my night, and getting to know their parents has been an added bonus. My ties to Watsonville, my role as a navigator, special education paraprofessional, focused in getting my special education resource credential, have made me very committed to opening WPS. Every day I see the impact our full inclusion model has on students who might otherwise be in a self-contained classroom. I see students working in small groups, no child feeling as if they were different than anybody else or not part of the school community. The equity point on our compass is why I come to work every day and why I truly believe that students of Watsonville deserve this public school option. I'm asking you for these students and for all of Watsonville to please approve WPS. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leah Martinez, and I'm a middle school teacher and a vice principal in training. Watsonville is my hometown, and I'm a teacher signatory on the petition before you. I stand here today asking to approve WPS for the community I hold so dear. I came to Navigator 3 years ago because of the mission, and I saw the difference the schools were having on the students we serve. I signed the petition, and I'm here today because I want to see that same impact on my hometown. Every teacher I know wants what's best for the students they serve. We work so hard to provide our students with the best education. At Navigator, we want to be able to work with teachers throughout the Pajaro Valley to share best practices to help all students succeed. I love having educators tour my classroom, provide feedback for me, and take pieces of knowledge wherever they go. I truly look forward to seeing PVUSD educators on campus next fall. Please support us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or maybe good evening. I'm not sure. It's been a long day. My name is Tammy Ortiz. I'm a 22-year veteran of the Hollister School District, and I felt just like the PVUSD parents and teachers when Navigator was coming to Hollister. However, since coming to Hollister, I have had a radical change in perspective. I don't even think of Navigator anymore as being a charter school. I think of Navigator as being an excellent resource for both schools and districts to improve instruction for students, all students. They aren't just committed to their students and teachers, they're committed to the students and teachers in the entire community. Why am I saying this? Well, I called two of my friends because I'm the literacy coach, and my teachers were driving me crazy. They needed small group help because we adopted Benchmark Advance. And within 3 weeks, they had not only trained my staff, but staff across our district. Anyway, thank you, and definitely consider their paperwork for entering PVUSD.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Serrano. I am a teacher, the early childhood education teacher at the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I am strongly opposed to Navigator chapter appeal. I would like to point out that our district is on a winter break this week, and we still have this beautiful and dedicated group of people willing to take the time to travel out of town to oppose this chapter petition. We even have folks that brought their young children because it's really that important. I say this because this is the third occasion our community has come out strong to inform educational board, such this one, that we don't want Navigator in our district. I want to emphasize that the people who will be most impacted by this business coming into our district are the students and the employees who spend most of their waking hours at the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Please, please back us up and respect our double decision to deny Navigator. Please leave the public funding and public education. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Jo Silva, and like Manuel Serrano, I am an early childhood educator with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. I am speaking in opposition to the Navigator's appeal. Pajaro Valley already offers what Navigator is proposing. Currently, there are charter schools available. Another one is not necessary. So please, in short, please support the decision to deny Navigator's petition. Thank you.
She made it this far. She wants to see you guys. Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Thurman. I'm happy to see you here. My name is Sarah Henney. I am both an educator and a parent in the PVUSD. My daughter Eliana has Down syndrome. She's 3, and I'm very pleased that she's attending Duncan Holbert, a special education preschool in our district. Since having Ellie, I've learned a lot about special ed and the processes and what it means to provide appropriate services. I've also gotten to know quite a few parents in our district who also have children who are part of our SELPA. Their children's needs vary greatly, and for many, those needs change and intensify as their children grow. Our district has met those varying and changing needs because they have the staff expertise and community relationships to make sure that they can secure needed services regardless of how unique they are. It would be nearly impossible for Navigator to even approximate what our district and SELPA are able to provide. I also find it strange that the students in the special ed at their school will be part of a faraway SELPA that will somehow provide long-distance support. As part of the special ed community in PVUSD, I can assure you that is not what parents want for their kids or for themselves as they navigate the difficulties and nuances of getting appropriate services. Please vote no on Navigator.
Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Board Member Superintendent Thurman. My name is Janelle Rulli. I'm an attorney with the law offices of Young, Minnie, and Core here today in strong support of Watsonville Prep, and we certainly urge your approval today. Watsonville Prep is proud to have earned a recommendation for approval from the CDE, a unanimous recommendation from the ACCS, as well as a recommendation for approval from the county. This is truly an extraordinary program. I've been attending meetings like this for a dozen years, and I don't think I've ever seen employees from another school district come out and take their time to support a charter school like this. So I do think that Watsonville will benefit from this program. We've heard a lot of public comment today, both from district employees expressing their concerns and from local parents asking you to bring this charter there. I always have to remind you, though, that our decision is really based on the 4 corners of that document and whether or not we have findings in the specific areas set forth in law to deny the charter. Those findings are not there today. So again, we seek your approval. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Greenberg, the CEO of the Silicon Schools Fund. We've worked in partnership with the State Board on several high-performing schools in the past, and I'm actually deeply appreciative of our partnership. Silicon Schools, as you know, supports the top schools in the state, district and charters, working towards innovative new models. Our schools score at the 73rd percentile of the state, and I've prepared a data slide for you to see that Navigator Schools even wallops our high-performing district average, or portfolio average. Of all the schools that we have helped open over the last 7 years, Navigator Schools is arguably the very best and highest performing set of schools. I've personally been to their campus dozens of times, and I'm amazed by the quality of teaching in their classrooms and how engaged their students are. These are simply marvelous, marvelous schools. That's why we've proposed and given such a large grant to support opening this campus. And these aren't just test scores. These are great educators running great schools. These schools are so good that I'd send my children to them, which is the standard I think that we should be holding and why there's so many parents out here asking for this for their families. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kirsten Schaus, and I've had the pleasure of working in all 3 district regions, Gilroy, Hollister, and Watsonville. I stand before you today as the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools for Pajaro, really urging you to look at this not as the issue that folks are trying to make it, which is pro or con charter, but about equity. The 2 lenses and the 6 denial reasons, when you look at 2 of those very specific reasons with what the CDE presented, there were 2 very specific pieces. That first piece looked at the ethnic balance and found that there was an ethnic balance. But what about the homeless balance? What about the foster youth? What about the migrants? We have 13 to 17% of our population that are foster, homeless, and migrant. That is not an equitable practice when we open a charter that does not give our students access but claims to be looking for the lowest socioeconomic need. The other aspect that we need to look at with the petition for the charter is the transportation issue. This is not Gilroy and this is not Hollister. The needs of Watsonville are much different than that, and the region is much larger. Eliminating busing and not having a busing plan is an inequity. We cannot stand before you as a charter petition and say that we're looking for equity when what this really has been about is eliminating the equity that we have had for our highest need and most at-risk students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board President, Board members. My name is Victor Sandoval. I'm the Director of Maintenance Operations and Facilities for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Today I want to talk to you about facilities. Basically, the district is made up of roughly about 32 schools, a little over 550 acres, only of which we can use only 58% of that. With that, we have roughly about 1,042 buildings, and 34% of those are portables. Some of those portables older than I am. Right now, currently, PVUSD lacks facilities. The last possible development is being done as we speak by the city of Watsonville. However, that development, the Sunshine Development, is creating student-generated ratios that are exceeding our capacity. Again, this is one of the reasons that we can't either house another charter school within our district boundaries. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jerry Fippid, Program Director for PVUSD Special Services. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Board Member Jennifer Holm. Last November, I had the honor of being elected to the PVUSD Board of Trustees. I believe in the power of strong public schools to enrich communities and form foundation for strong democracy. That belief is what drove me to run for office. I believe in the power of choice. My daughter was able to graduate because of options offered through alternative education. But the choices before us, elected officials, parents, and voters, must be good ones when we hold the future of our community students in trust. The Navigator Watsonville Prep program is different than the charter school options already offered in our district. Top-heavy management spending 14% of the projected revenue compared to 3% at district level seems unjust and fiscally irresponsible. Furthermore, the idea that public school funds could be siphoned to private interests with no accountability or oversight by the governing board chosen by voters goes counter to the democratic processes. Benefiting a small number of students to the significant detriment of the children left behind is morally and ethically wrong. I urge the board to vote no on the petition.
Hi, my name is John Wise, and I'm a parent and employee of PVUSD, and I would like for you to deny Watsonville Prep based on the fact that PVUSD students need access to socio-emotional wraparound services. Each PVUSD elementary school has an assigned social-emotional counselor as well as a licensed therapist through the Pajaro Valley Prevention Students Assistance, a resource that's not available to Watsonville Prep students. Over 7,000 students access this support each year. PVUSD social-emotional counselors provide training and trauma-informed instructions to the staff. It is also unclear how services during suspensions will be addressed. Watsonville Prep has not specified where students will go for a change of placement while they're awaiting a hearing. Thank you.
Eric Premack, Charter Schools Development Center, in here in support of the staff recommendation to grant the charter. We've been working with Navigator for many years and are familiar with its very strong reputation and sound operations. Their leader, Kevin Sved, is one of the state's most experienced and distinguished charter school leaders in the state. Also note that one of my staff who spent several days on site last year, and she's very picky as a former charter school director herself. She said, I was especially impressed with their approach towards special education, which oriented all instructional staff in an authentic, skillful way toward meeting the needs of each individual student. This is the type of thing that we've seen out of this organization across all their schools, and hope that they will be able to continue that and that you will support the appeal. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board.
Superintendent Rommel Antoine with the Charter Schools Association. Associate my comments with my colleague Eric Primack. Also, wanted to say that Navigator serves almost 1,000 students over their 2 existing sites, and they've done the work to understand what sound replication looks like. Navi has an incredible amount of community support in the room and outside, and that's really incredible. These families are ready for Watsonville Prep. In the communities where they are currently located, Navigator works hard to live up to the promise of the Charter Schools Act, which in part challenges charter public schools to be collaborative members in their community, lifting the ecosystem and becoming fabric of public education. These parents cannot afford to wait any longer. They want a better option for their kids now. They want a choice that represents the quality they deserve, and the time for these families is now. We've worked closely with these families, and they've been incredibly open to our feedback. We are proud to offer our unconditional support of what we know will be a critical option for these students and families in Pajaro Valley. Thank you.
Last but not least, good afternoon, Board. Tristan Brown with the California Federation of Teachers. Just want to reiterate that on top of all of the reasons you've heard from the local community why the petition should be denied, we just wanted to highlight something that was in our letter as well, that recently the Attorney General released a memo notifying everyone that indeed Government Code 1090 and several other public protection laws do apply to charter schools. This question was raised during the ACCS hearing, and the proponents merely said, yes, we'll comply with the, I believe it was Public Records or Political Reform Act, but did not address the 1090 question. We think this is a vital area that needs to be enforced, and this is something that helps protect parents and taxpayers and anyone from malfeasance that occurs from self-dealing on a board. So we think it's vitally important that this petition be denied, to reset, go back, work with the local community, bring back a petition that is actually fit for that community. The locals have spoken. We hope that you agree with them and concur with them, and also push this notice that you cannot self-deal on the board, and 1090 is a very important part of that law. So thank you very much for your time, and hope you side with the locals' control. Thanks.
Okay, that concludes. Oh, there's one more. I'm sorry.
Congratulations, Mr. Thurman, and thank you for listening and working so hard, Board. My name is Darlene Wilcox, and I'm here to speak to you as the proud parent of a stepdaughter who became a fashion designer thanks to balanced programs in the public schools of California. My stepdaughter is the first in her family to graduate from college, and be careful what you wish for. I just now, like some 10 years later, finished paying for her education at UC Davis. And she's had a great career as a fashion designer, is raising a lovely son, and actually it's been longer than that. I get confused with time. But anyway, I did finish paying, whether it was 12 years or 10 years. Okay, so what are the reasons that she was able to graduate? She had excellent intervention after having to repeat kindergarten. She was an early entry kid, so would have been a TK now.
Time.
Then she had sports, the possibility to do student government and arts. But the arts in our schools, I bring another letter from a VAPA teacher, are really impacted by our facilities lack. So she's taking around, along with 18 other VAPA teachers, a rolling cart that has to be covered with garbage bags in the winter when it rains. So please consider this as you think about if our district is ready, and think about denying right now a Navigator charter.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Birch, and I'm the supervisor for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Transportation Department. We are in a crucial time for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District Transportation Department. We, like many other transportation departments in the state of California, are facing shortages, staffing shortages, and because of this, we have daily challenges to meet the department's obligation of delivering and picking up students in a safe and efficient manner for their education. We are dedicated to building our staff and building capacity within our department, and we do not feel that we have the necessary resources to sufficiently add in another service to our system. Thank you.
Primero le quiero dar las gracias a Dios por permitirme estar aquí y también Y también le quiero dar las gracias a ustedes por darme la palabra. Mi nombre es Carlos Cruz.
I'd like to first thank God for allowing me to be here today, and I also want to thank you for allowing me to speak in front of you today. My name is
Carlos Cruz. I am from Oaxaca, Mexico. My parents always wanted a better education for me. And decidieron moverse a la Ciudad de México para darnos un mejor futuro a mis hermanos y a mí.
My parents chose to move from Oaxaca to Mexico to allow for me and my siblings to have a better future.
Todo estaba bien hasta que una década después la economía empeoró y decidieron emigrar a Estados Unidos.
And everything was going well until a decade later when we decided to move to the United States because of the economics of Mexico.
En busca del sueño americano, una vez aquí en la high school me di cuenta que tenemos muchas oportunidades disponibles.
Once here, we were searching for the American dream, and I found out that there were a lot of opportunities.
Pero no me daba cuenta por qué muchos jóvenes no estaban aprovechándolas.
But I could not comprehend why a lot of the youngsters were not taking advantage of them.
Más tarde comprendí los factores que estaban afectando el éxito de los estudiantes.
It was later that I understood the factors that were actually impacting the students.
Primero, teniendo a ambos padres trabajando. Segundo, un sistema educacional desactualizado.
First, having two working parents, and then having a education system that is old.
Tercero, maestros que no hacen su trabajo. Y cuarto, el problema de las drogas, chicos vendiendo y consumiendo drogas en los baños.
Third, teachers who are not prepared, and fourth, students who are dealing and doing drugs in the bathrooms.
Eso me hizo decirme a mí mismo que no era la educación que quería para mis hijas. Tengo 3 hijas.
Then I realized that is not the type of education that I want for my daughters. I have 3 daughters.
Time.
Por eso estoy aquí para demandar una mejor educación para mis hijas, como la que ofrece Charter Navigator.
And that's why I'm here to demand a better education like that is offered through Navigator School for my daughters.
Dios los bendiga.
May God bless you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Glafira Regalado y estoy aquí, pues, yo vengo de Watsonville, soy madre de 6 hijos, 4 mayores de edad.
Good afternoon, my name is Glafira Regalado. I am from Watsonville. I'm a parent of 6 children, 4 who are over 18.
Tengo 2 menores de edad, uno está en la high school y el otro debería de estar ahorita en la middle school, pero pues él desde el grado 6 ya no quiso ir a la escuela y hasta ahorita no lo hemos hecho ir a la escuela ni los consejeros ni los maestros.
I have 2 children in school still, one in high school, one in middle school, but after that child who is supposed to be in middle school after 6th grade, he refused to go to school, and we were unable to motivate him, us and counselors and teachers, to return back to school.
Entonces estoy aquí para apoyar, si por favor nos dan esa oportunidad de abrir esta escuela de Watsonville Prep. Me gustaría porque pues también mi hijo de 16 años ya no quiere ir a la high school por lo mismo que dice que hay mucha discriminación de los maestros hacia ellos, pues estoy aquí para apoyar.
And the reason why I'm here is to ask that you do open and allow the Navigator School. My 16-year-old is now telling me that he does not want to go to school for the same reason that the younger one doesn't want to go, because they feel that there's a lot of discrimination towards them in the schools, and he is now too discouraged to attend school for that reason.
Y pues realmente me preocupa el futuro, especialmente de mis 2 hijos menores de edad, y pues mi nieto que tengo, gracias a Dios, su nieto, estoy aquí para por favor, les pido de corazón y para apoyar a los demás padres con sus hijos.
And so I ask for those 2 sons of mine, but also for my grandchildren, who I also have in the same school district. And so I'm here to ask from the bottom of my heart that you do approve this school for them and for the community of Watsonville.
Muchas gracias, que Dios los bendiga.
Thank you, and may God bless you.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Mi nombre es Laura Rodríguez.
My name is Laura Rodriguez.
Vengo representando a Watsonville Prep.
I'm representing Watsonville Prep.
Y quiero pedirles que digan sí, por favor, a Watsonville Prep.
And I want to ask you to please say yes to Watsonville Prep.
Ya que mis hijos están ahorita en Hollister Prep.
Because right now my kids are at Hollister Prep.
Y también vengo representando a mi hermano que está trabajando y que pertenece a Watsonville.
I'm also here representing my brother who's at work, but he is in Watsonville.
Y quiero una oportunidad para mis sobrinos que tengo en Watsonville Prep, así como la que tienen mis hijos ahorita en Hollister Prep.
And I want an opportunity for my nephews, just as my kid have it in Hollister Prep.
Ya que a mí me pasó con mi hijo mayor, ahorita está en el grado 12.
Because that happened to me with my older son. He is now in the 12th grade.
Algunos de los maestros fueron injustos.
Some of the teachers were not fair to him.
Con mi hijo que está en el grado 12.
With my son, the one who's in the 12th grade.
Y con mis hijos ahorita que están en el grado 7, que estaban perteneciendo a las escuelas del distrito.
And also with my kids who are now in the 7th grade and they used to be in the school in that district.
Porque yo veo gran diferencia.
Because I can see a huge difference.
Porque mis niños antes que estaban en la otra escuela del distrito.
Because my kids, when they used to be in the other school district,
lloraban.
They used to cry.
Y no querían levantarse para ir a la escuela.
And they did not want to get up to go to school.
Y entonces a mí me empezó a preocupar por qué no se quieren levantar para ir a la escuela.
And then I started getting worried. What was the reason they don't want to get up to go to school?
Después de ahí comencé a mirar que ellos no querían ir a la escuela, se levantaban llorando, me hacían berrinche y me decían.
After that, I started noticing that they did not want to get up to go to school. They would like cry. They would throw tantrums.
Y me decían, no queremos ir a la escuela. Yo les pregunté, ¿por qué no quieren ir a la escuela? Debe haber algo muy importante que está pasando aquí.
They used to tell me they don't want to go to school. So I would ask him, why is it that you don't want to go to school? There gotta be an important reason why you don't want to go.
Me empecé a involucrar.
And I started getting involved.
A ser voluntaria para mirar qué era lo que estaba pasando.
And became a volunteer so I could see what was going on.
Después de ahí.
Ya pasó el tiempo.
Okay. Gracias.
Okay, I think that concludes the public comment, and I'm going to ask our liaison to this particular charter, Trish Williams, to open the questions that she has and response.
Everybody take a deep breath, relax. That was a lot of public comment. Reminded me of accountability in previous months. What I would like to do, I want to make a statement first, just to remind, most in the audience probably does not understand this unless you work here in the department or at the state level, but the law requires the State Board of Education to review charter school petitions with de novo review, which means fresh eyes. It is not, we are not making a decision to overturn. If we choose to authorize a charter school, it is not a decision to overturn a previous decision by the district or a county. It is left to our judgment to look at a charter petition, know the law that we're supposed to be guided by in terms of what it should include, do our homework, which we have staff, luckily have wonderful staff to do at CDE and State Board, do the homework to check into operations, fiscal support, any kind of other issues or problems, look at the quality of the petition and see if it's reasonably comprehensive and has all of the things that we think would make it a good school, and does it have community support. That's our role and that's our job. So before I move on, I would like to ask the petitioner, maybe the chief academic officer, maybe the school founder as well, to come back to the podium. I have just a couple of questions for you. The questions I have to do with the fact that this school was recommended by the county staff and then a 4-3 split vote by the board. And then it went to the ACC, then it came here, and the CDE staff recommends approval of it. Has looked at it thoroughly, done an analysis, and is recommending approval. Then it went to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, and Board Member Holliday and I, who are the two liaisons for charter schools, we attended that Advisory Commission and sat through the hearing. It's always really helpful for us because in addition to a staff analysis, we get to hear a commission of people that know a lot about charters and what kind of questions they ask. It's like a dress rehearsal in a way before the state board meeting. And the ACCS recommended unanimously to recommend approval to the state board, and that doesn't happen very often. So what I want to ask you is some of the public commenters that are wanting a denial of the petition mentioned the concerns about how Navigator handles special ed. They, in particular, mentioned a concern about this school and the large migrant community that is in the area and how that might be handled by this school. And one of them made a comment about Hollister Navigator starting out serving high numbers of low-income kids, and now they only serve 17% low-income kids. And so I'm wondering if on those three issues, which would be troublesome if you could address from your perspective.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give it a start. And again, my name is James Dunn. I'm the Chief Academic Officer, and wanted to just go back to my days at Ann Solda Elementary as the Vice Principal and serving a population of students that there was a high migrant population, and we had a special day class on campus as well. And with those populations still had incredible student achievement. Right now at our Hollister Prep campus, we have between 10 and 12% migrant, which is a little bit higher than the district average. And we have built essentially a program for our students that thinks first intervention and then getting the students as advanced as possible. So we have a very deep multi-tiered system of support, which essentially encompasses any student's needs. I think at the ACCS report, it was noted that 9 out of the 13 special education disabilities, we already served those students. We have not had the other 4, and we have never turned a student away.
You're getting into my domain.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, keep going.
I will say that in thinking about the special ed in particular, I have been a principal in district schools, and I've been with Navigator, and we have built out a special ed department that I think is, to my experience, world-class. Each of our sites has 7 to 9 full-time special ed staff on campus. It is a completely full inclusion school, and having been in Gilroy Unified, I know there are probably 6 to 7 kids at each site that wouldn't be in special day classes at the in the districts. And so we really take this extremely seriously, and I'll let Sharon pick up on the special ed in particular because that's her background.
Well, there's not much more to say. We are members of good standing with the El Dorado County Charter, SELPA. We follow all the laws for special education. We have not turned a student away. We recruit heavily into like the state preschools that are some of the full inclusion preschools. And so we have, like, for example, our kindergarten class at each campus was over 10% of students identified as students with special needs. And as they're with us and are participating in the full inclusion program and receiving the supports, those numbers go down. We're identifying less students at an older age because we're trying to prevent them from going in the first place. But we are committed to providing the students the spectrum, the range of services that they require, and our budget reflects that as well. We do bring in supports as the students need them.
Okay, two more quick questions, and you may or may not be the person to answer them. One of the commenters, or maybe a couple of them, mentioned that they didn't see that there was an ELD element to the curriculum and any assessment of ELD. And
I'll let them answer that, but there is.
Yes, and I also forgot one other thing, which was the percentage of free and reduced lunch at Hollister Prep. It's 62.5%. So those numbers are incorrect for Hollister Prep. Gilroy Prep, I believe, is 49% free and reduced lunch. Both of the schools, I will say, started over 80% free and reduced lunch. And we have worked with students with a lot of the issues that come with poverty at our schools. With regards to ELD, I want to start with some data, and that is around our kinder, first, and second graders. When we opened Gilroy Prep School, we had 117 ELs out of 180, which is just shy of 2/3, it's 65%. When looking at those students last year as 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, we had 108 left in the school that had not left. 106 of them were reclassified. One of them was a student that was in special day in kinder and 1st grade when he came to us in 2nd. The other student is currently a 6th grader and now a 7th grader. He's our only student, with the exception of the students with special needs, that has not been reclassified. Our reclassification criteria at this point includes proficiency on SBAC. So that means of those students, 107 or 106 of the 108 met or exceeded standard. So we're very proud of our ELD program. We do have a designated ELD program, and our entire program, the rest of the day, is an integrated program that is really deals with students. With regards to assessments, our assessment program is the same for all of our subjects. We look at what the standard is, we deconstruct it, we build the level of assessment and rigor we want the kids to get to, and we build daily assessments that build up to that formative assessment. That's our process, and then we have interim assessments throughout the year to make sure those skills haven't slipped. So it's the same for ELD, ELA, science, mathematics.
Okay, that addresses my question. I'd like to, you can go ahead and sit down, and I want to just make a statement, and I want my colleague, Member Holliday, to talk about what his thinking about this school and the strengths he sees in it. I do want to say that I have visited Gilroy Prep. I can't frankly remember what year it was, but it was about 5 years ago. And in fact, James Dent was the principal there. Is that was your title? And I was super impressed by what they were doing, their instructional model, the level of mastery that the teachers seemed to have and commitment to the instructional model, the way the kids were kind of frequently working on basic skills and other things, and assessing daily, and then regrouping, and it was a very, very intentional and kind of a rapid iterative cycle of improvement for student learning all the time. And I was am happy, and they were happy kids. So I'm already have a sense of what that school is like, and their other schools are like, and we're super impressed with it. I'm also, I'll just say, super impressed with the fact that the Navigator is offering professional development and curriculum to any takers that will take advantage of it. And I'm as impressed with the traditional districts who have taken advantage of it, because they sometimes don't do that with charter schools. Don't want to be seen as not knowing as much or whatever. And so I'm impressed with the fact that this is one of the things I think that the charter school law originally hoped would happen, is that there would be learning going back and forth between charter schools and traditional schools. So I'm really impressed with seeing that. So that's all I've got at this moment, and I'm hoping Member Holliday will weigh in.
Patricia Rucker.
Well, I have questions for both the district and for the charter school sponsors. And could I start with the district first? Madam Superintendent, one of the things that I heard, and only obliquely by a couple of people who spoke during the public comment, was that this was a pro-charter, anti-charter debate. Do you feel that your opposition or your concern about approving this charter is based on your opposition to charters in general?
Absolutely not. If most the people that know me, especially previously from Santa Ana Unified, know that most of what I learned actually was through charter schools. For me, I don't have political ambitions. I want to be a school superintendent. I'm not an elected official, so I have nothing but what I want to do for my students. For me, it is all about local control, which is why I actually had 2 of my dependent charters come and speak to you. So it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't think that students should have choice, nor the fact that I think that small learning communities that are doing something really unique is not a good thing, which is why I just started the computer science immersion school. Okay. So for me, it has nothing to do with that. I don't know if you can tell from your slight interaction with me, but I know where I want to take the district and we're making great gains.
Okay.
My worry is I don't want to distract her.
Okay.
I want to continue to move forward.
PVUSD, you talked about all the things that PVUSD is doing that are innovative. The other thing that you didn't talk about was your peer assistance and review and professional development for your teachers. You have been very innovative in that regard and have led the state in that way. How would you characterize the relationship you have with your current charter schools and the professional development activities that happens among the teachers in your current charter school?
Sure. So our four dependent charters, we're all integrated. So we do what's called voice and choice PD. So something that I find that's very important is, just as we were talking about personalized learning, I believe that there should be personalized learning for teachers as well. So I believe that there should be voice and choice, so teachers choose what they want to learn from a menu, and then they also choose the level of which they currently are. We just started that last year, so this is the second year that we're doing it, and we've got a lot of great feedback. We have a rigorous peer review assistance program. And we've been, I mean, I will say that there probably wasn't a focus on having administrators in the classrooms until I got there.
Okay.
I'll just say that that is true. So now one thing that we're working with is rubrics, where we actually give constant feedback to teachers.
Okay. My last question, I just want you to, and this is just so I can be clear about the issue of special populations. And it's okay to say, I don't know. Off the top of your head, what is the percentage of the enrollment of migrant students in your district?
So it does fluctuate. So one thing I will say is, when you note, we do have a migrant camp that's right next to us. So we have Buena Vista, which is right next to us. Currently, right at this moment, it is 9%.
9%.
It does fluctuate up and down. And in some schools, it's very centralized. So because of where they are, it's not all of our schools had the same.
And it is, and you do have population concentration of those students in some of the sites in your district.
Exactly.
And then last but not least, you have a SELPA, your own SELPA, right? As far as it goes with issues of compliance for federal reporting purposes, do you have an issue with disproportionality with you? And what is the plan you have for addressing that particular issue?
So we do. We have a disproportionality issue. So we're close to 14% right now.
Yes.
So we received a grant last year to begin MTSS implementation, and so we had what was called their version of RTI.
Yes.
Now we have full MTSS, and I know I sound like a broken record, but we just have we've made a lot of changes in the 2 years.
Okay, and for anybody who doesn't know what I just asked, disproportionality is about the over-referral of particular types of students, particularly for California, it's about African-American males and particularly students with disabilities. So for referrals into programs to serve students with disabilities. Have you been able to reduce your disproportionality percentage, or is that still a work in progress?
It still is a work in progress, not because really the referrals at the older levels, but because we have had a significant increase of students at the preschool level that have been coming into the schools already with needing special education services from the regional center.
Okay.
So
thank you. Now I want to ask some questions to the charter school. I'm not particular who comes up, and it's okay if you find you need to bring somebody else up, that's just fine. Okay, so let me just begin by saying I'm so happy that this is the last charter school hearing that we will all be hearing together as a group, because this is probably the most unique charter appeal I have heard in the entire time I've been on the board. Not unique because you're wonderful, but
we are.
That didn't come out right. Unique because it has encompassed every single issue we have ever argued about on this board concerning the appeal. I agree. Part of the reason that I have always been concerned about appeals at this level is that The focus of this board has been on approving charters because our charge is to make sure we create access for students for a variety of innovative approaches, and the emphasis has been able to create and support that innovation. But my focus has always been on what serves or addresses the best needs of the students based on what the Ed Code charges charter schools to do. This is the first charter I have ever seen in front of this board that actually has attempted to meet the challenge of being an innovative partner with the school to incubate ideas and innovation and to share those good practices with schools. So you have done that in your schools. We've heard from teachers from other districts where your school is, where this practice is occurring. And those teachers have come here and testifying in support of your charter. So knowing that you have been a successful collaborating partner, can you explain to me why you believe PVUSD is not supportive of your charter?
I would say that we heard it today in terms of impact on potential revenue, potential loss of staff, and challenge with facilities. I think those are the three main reasons that they are not supportive.
Okay, so can you, as it relates to the impact, revenue, none of us have any control over revenue issues. All school districts have significant revenue issues. Impact on staff, I heard that also, and I'm clear on, I believe what their concerns were. But I want to talk a little bit about the facilities issue. The school district is saying there's no facilities. I'm not going to ask you about how you're going to resolve that. I'm going to ask you instead of, how do you believe the fact that that there is a facilities issue, how do you believe it's going to impact the students in your program and the students in the schools that are already in the district? How do you believe your presence will impact either positively or negatively those students? And I'll tell you the reason why I'm asking that. We had a charter school that was being collated on a school site that had several other programs, and there were multiple students who came and vehemently objected because they felt they were being pushed out of their own community school in favor of a new charter coming in, and they were very resentful of that issue. How do you believe, as a collaborating partner in this district, you can help address that? Well, and I know I'm putting you on the spot, but this is important more to the students who will be impacted than the adults who are having the argument.
Well, I appreciate the question and the opportunity to respond to it. Definitely facilities challenges are one of the trickiest, and we don't want that to be a barrier to forming a positive collaborative relationship with the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. And so we are being very aggressive in seeking long-term facility solutions currently as we speak. Short-term, we don't believe the 6 classrooms that we'll require for our program next year will have a significant impact based on what we've analyzed, based on the facility master plan that they've posted. So I know that they do have some issues at certain sites. Mm-hmm. We in our Prop 39 request stated the city boundaries of Watsonville, which gives them lots of options. So we are confident that we'll get a fair offer for our facilities for the first year, but we're already thinking about years 2, 3, and 4 because we don't want that to be a long-term challenge.
Okay. One of the SES issues that came up were the 3 types of students that were some of the lowest performing, but also the most impacted or at-risk students: foster students, homeless students, and migrant students. Can you give me a summary about how the elements of your plan address services to or recruitment plans or strategies to support homeless or foster youth for your program in Watsonville?
I'm going to ask Sharon Waller, Director of Student Services, to respond to that. She just went to a training on homeless and foster youth.
I can assure you we're prepared to address the needs of those students. I believe the beauty of the MTSS model.
I'm asking you to give me specific information.
So we will be identifying the migrant students through working with the region partners, and currently we provide students with their needs: extended day. We have support for them during the school day. anything those students need so that they're successful. In terms of the homeless, I'm the McKinney-Vento coordinator, and we attended the conference.
Here.
Yeah. We attended that conference, and we are trained our office staffs at both campuses in terms of what to look for. We've identified students that heartbreakingly enough, we didn't know we had. And so now we're working with those families to see what their needs are. We are anticipating that is going to be a new issue for us, but we're prepared to serve the needs of those students. And our migrant students, back to that subject, will have the right to return to our campus, and we'll support them when they're away from us. Foster youth, similarly, under the McKinney-Vento, we are prepared to serve those students.
Okay, and the superintendent did say that there's a large migrant community in the outskirts of their town. Can you tell me what you know about that migrant community?
Well, I grew up in Aromas, which is 8 miles from Watsonville, so I understand to a point that some of these kids will leave Watsonville and go to different places and work. They also go to the Ohlone campus that's down there in Pajaro, and they receive extra support. I know that Pajaro Valley has a wonderful migrant program that we'll be willing to work with them to make sure our students get the same supports that those students get. I feel, my high dream would be to provide tutorial in those places as well if they need that, if they have mobility issues of, if they can't get to our campuses, say for tutorial programs. So,
okay, I'll be honest with you. I believe you're very earnest. Yeah. You're trying to be diligent. Yeah. But even that wasn't really a good answer, right?
Probably not. And we're learning, and we're trying to ensure that we'll meet the needs of the kids as they come to us. We're really good at analyzing our data and working with our families to understand what their needs are. But I think the bigger picture is collaborating with the Pajaro Valley Migrant Program that is
all right,
well developed.
This is my last question. Speaking of collaboration, where is your SELPA going to be?
El Dorado County Charter SELPA is in.
Okay, so, and I know that's your choice, and there are specific reasons why you've chosen the El Dorado SELPA, but again, in the interest of trying to create a more collaborative relationship with a district that's made it clear they don't want you, wouldn't it make sense to think about collaborating with them in their SELPA for your program, for this particular program? And again, you can say no because we have specific needs that are being met. Yeah. I'm just wondering if the goal is to try to create a very collaborative relationship with a district that you already know you're going to have some difficulty with. This is an opportunity to create a nexus in your programs that would be in the best needs of the students you're trying to serve. Is that something you've considered?
No.
This doesn't impact the decision that will be made. Yeah. I'm just concerned because, the adults continue arguing, and these things come down to who gets to win rather than what you're going to do to help the students in the community you say you want to serve. So if your goal is to be the type of successful collaborating partner that you seem to have been able to be in Hollister, you can't treat this community in the way, with the same kind of template of program you had in Hollister. There may have been something else you could have considered. So I just want to know, did you ever consider their SELPA?
Not for provision of special education services, so no.
Okay, and I appreciate you taking time to answer the questions that I asked. Thank you very much.
Okay, Board Member Ortiz-Lacone.
I know it's getting late, but I did want to thank everyone who came to speak. I know some of you referenced getting up at 4 in the morning to make the drive. Quiero agradecer a los padres y a la comunidad de Watsonville que ha venido abogar por sus escuelas y por sus hijos. I think that every single time we have a charter school hearing, we're reminded of how difficult these topics are, because what I heard from Pajaro Unified is we're doing a lot. Look at all the innovation we have, and you showed evidence, and I looked in the dashboard, and you've made increases in both math and ELA, and so congratulations on that. I look at Gilroy and Hollister Prep, and honestly, I'm very impressed by what I see on the dashboard. And the first thing I do is I look at the dashboard and I go right down to the equity report, because there's often times where we see high-performing charter schools with a lot of internal achievement gaps, and I don't see those here. I know that there is perhaps some differences in those three populations, Gilroy, Watsonville, and Hollister, but I know that there's a lot of overlap, and the number one population are Latino students and English learners. I heard a lot of concerns about English learners. Again, as I see the results, I don't see those inequities within your English learners. However, I don't know how you're teasing out that data, because there was mention of indigenous languages that may be spoken in Watsonville. So I do encourage you to look into that. But I think that some of the questions that came up are fair questions. How many charter schools can a district absorb? How does this impact us financially? What about facilities? Unfortunately, none of those questions can be relevant to us as we're looking at this review, because as it stands in the law, they're beyond the scope of our consideration. Just wanted to state that, but thank you for coming.
Yeah, I wanted to make some comments before that. I may have to leave before we vote. There's an, event in my honor tonight at 5 o'clock. So I did visit the Hollister Navigator School. Trish went to the Gilroy Navigator School, which is a different one. And you can't gain a whole lot from, a morning at a school. But overall, I was impressed. Two things really stood out. One was a heavy use of technology for instruction. A lot of use of that in a way that I thought was very creative. And the biggest takeaway I had was the effectiveness of working with special ed students in a mainstream classroom. They used a model of 4 students. One was handicapped, had a student with disability, and the other students helped him. The teacher came in, and the students with disability felt very comfortable. It was really interesting, and I learned a lot from it. So that's sort of scattered observations, but I did want to pass along some firsthand impressions. So if I can't stay, I do support this charter school. Now, who's next? Sorry. Karen Valdez.
So I agree with Member Rucker. This has had so many of the elements varied, if you will, but there's some really strong data on both the PVUSD as well as the Navigator. And it sounds like PVUSD, under your direction, Superintendent Rodriguez, has made some really good choices, and you're moving forward. I'm a little confused on the number of dependent charters that you have, and just probably they didn't happen during your time. But my question is, it was by choice, correct? As a district, you made that choice to go with that. They're not conversion charters, correct?
Yeah, so I was not present for the time, but it was in an effort to just provide additional choice. So for instance, in Santa Ana Unified, I opened the first competency-based charter school in Orange County. So a lot of times what a district will do will find a niche that they want to ensure that they can do, and then they move it forward, which is the reason why we are converting Freedom Elementary, for example, to another dual immersion school. So we have a dual immersion school, which is Alianza that you heard from, that has an extremely long waiting list. So we're converting one grade level a year, because you have to do that for dual immersion. I was a dual immersion teacher and administrator. So right now it's at first grade, and we'll continue to move it up.
Is that going to be a charter, or that's just going to be a DI school?
Currently it's just a regular.
And so I guess my concern is within the district is that teachers recognize that those dependent charters were historically put into place by choice by the district, and that they are public schools. And so as we look at the competition of charter, the situation, it needs to have a positive spin, if you will. Do you understand where I'm going on that? And so that's just something that you in your leadership role are going to have to really help everyone understand the role and the decisions and where you are at this point in terms of your journey. I have a question for the Navigator School as well.
Would I be able to make just one point on transportation? Would I be able to do that, or no? It was in terms of the foster and the homeless question.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay. For Navigator, I noticed that you are interested in doing early intervention. You talked about some preschool kind of transition, but are you offering TK? Because I think I saw it at a couple different places that if we wanted you to do TK, you would do that. Is that the recommendation, or are you taking that sort of I'm not going to do TK approach?
No, as we put in our charter petition, we will do TK if it's required by the authorizer. The way we interpret the ed code is that you only require to do TK if you accept the funding, but we know that the state board in the past has required TK. So we wanted to make sure that whether it was the county, the district, or the state board, we're perfectly ready and willing to do transitional kindergarten if that's required.
Okay, I just wanted on record that my recommendation is to have TK as part of their program, okay, if it's approved.
Okay, Board Member Holliday.
Thank you to all my fellow board members for all your questions and comments, and I think you hit upon almost everything that I would have said. I do want to repeat what many of you have said about Superintendent Rodriguez and the great work that you're doing in your district. We know how difficult a challenge you've had and your staff and everyone there, and we're really proud of the work that you're doing there, and keep it up. You're doing great work. That being said, Navigator provides an opportunity here to have a charter school that does meet all the requirements that the ACCS, that the CDE, and that even the county have recommended, not the board, but the county staff. In addition to that, we know that this is really an exciting opportunity for collaboration, which we've seen proved by the other schools, and we've not seen that in many of the charter schools. I would move the staff recommendation.
I second.
Okay, and Ting and then the state superintendent.
Yeah, and just, I know I'm being a little bit redundant at this point in time as well, but I had not heard much about, known much about Navigator schools. Very impressed with the data and very impressed with the staff who came and presented today. I know the concern about having some of these cookie cutter charter programs that just drop into the middle of a district and a geography. And I do have the confidence that this group understands the needs of that particular community and is willing to work towards that. And then on the part about the partnership, again, that is, I'm so impressed around that. You know, I know that Kevin, kudos to you. He's been with the Chartered Schools movement since the very, very beginning and really understands the impetus and the reason behind the Charter Schools Act. So that piece of the collaboration. But that said, collaboration takes both sides. And so if there is a hand that's extended to offer this, I am hoping that that the contention that's been happening at the local district, that hand is not slapped, because I think it does not help all of the students if there isn't that collaboration after this vote.
Patricia Rucker.
I'm sorry, I had a question I was hoping that Bruce would address. It's concerning the advisory that came from the Attorney General's office. I was confused by what the charter sponsors said that they were going to do. Was there a condition given to them on how they were going to address Government Code 1090, or did they just simply say they would agree to do whatever it is they were asked to do?
That is not one of the conditions from the CD recommendation.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood. So what did they say? Did they say that they were going to do it, or did they say they wanted you to?
I think the council ought to address this.
No, that's not what my question was. I want to know, what did the sponsors say they would do what the Attorney General advised, or did they say they would do whatever we asked them to do? I wasn't clear, and I was hoping Bruce could explain that, because I didn't want to put them on the spot to have to answer that question, because that sounded like a legalistic question. So I just wanted to be clear on what was done. I just want to know how they responded, because they said something in response to the Attorney General's advisory. I wanted to make sure I was clear on what they said they wanted to do.
So at ACCS, we didn't have the AG's opinion at that time. So we didn't actually discuss it at the advisory commission meeting. So we are looking at it now. Okay. And how it will, it's because it's not in the petition. They did actually state in the petition that they would comply with the PFA, Political Reform Act, thank you, the Political Reform Act. And we are looking at it internally as to how if we need to make changes to the MOU that the state board has with our schools. So we are looking at that, but
It's not going to impact them today. That's why I didn't ask them.
no,
Okay, that's
no.
why I didn't ask them. And I was hoping you would clarify that. Okay.
No.
Okay, State Superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while we have staff present, I think that the board and the public comment participants have debated just about every side of the argument about whether or not to support the petitioner's appeal. There is one resource question that has not been addressed. I'd like for staff at the Department of Education to clarify the number of charter schools that are currently under state oversight, because should the board choose to approve the petitioner's appeal, that would make the California Department of Education responsible for providing that oversight. And my understanding is that that is a very thin resource for a very large number of schools. And regardless of where anyone is on these issues, it is a fact that must be considered in relation to this school and in relation to the larger conversation taking place in the state of California right now about whether or not the state should or should not authorize charter schools. Would you please clarify the number of charter schools currently under state oversight, and what would be the resources provided for the Department of Education to oversee this school should the board approve this petition?
We currently have 33. And one of those being High Tech High, who's our statewide, that has 6 sites. So we consider that 39. With this school, we'll be at 40. And we have 3 staff members that provide oversight to those 40 schools. So we have very limited resources. It is difficult to provide oversight across the state when we're in Sacramento. So it is difficult. And we have put processes in place to do the best job we can, but we are very limited and don't feel like we provide enough oversight. We could do more, but at this point with 40 schools, we do what we can.
Go ahead.
I think that's a very important point, Superintendent Thurman. And actually, when I first came to the board 8 years ago, I was shocked that the state board was the second largest authorizer of charters in the state, right behind LA Unified. But it's kind of how things have gone, right, in terms of appeals. We've actually got it down, which is great. But one thing I wanted to mention is the original charter law allowed for oversight of state-approved charters to be assigned back to counties for the very reason that Lisa just articulated. It's much easier and much more effective, in my view, not to slight what's going on up here. They just know the communities better, as you know, to do that. We haven't really pursued that in any strong way. So it's an option that I think we should all really look at.
Okay, we're ready for the motion from.
We have a second.
We have a second? Any further board discussion? Okay, clerk, call the roll.
Super. Aye.
Emma Cardenas.
Aye.
Bruce Holliday. Aye. Mike Kirst.
Aye.
Lisa Ortiz-Lacone. Aye. Patricia Rucker.
Not voting.
Okay. Nikki Sandoval.
Aye.
Eileen Strauss.
Aye.
Ting Sung.
Aye.
Aaron Valdez. Aye. Trish Williams. Aye. And it passes.
Okay, it carries though, so the charter school petition is approved. Okay.
So we need to take a 5-minute break and then move on.
Should we take a break?
Well, we have to do some setups. We need a 5-minute break before item 20.
Okay. We'll take a break before item 20 and reconvene at 10 of 5.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our board meeting.
You're going to have to really talk louder into that.
Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Thank you, Jenny.
Hello, everybody.
No, you got to turn it on.
Hold on. Good Good afternoon.
It just lit up. It just lit up.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. We are so glad to have you all here today, or almost this evening. So thank you. President Kirst has gone to his reception, which in honor of his retirement. So I'm Eileen Strauss, the Vice President, and I'll be facilitating. We are on item 20, the appointment of Lupita Cortez Alcalá to Chief Deputy Superintendent of Public Instruction in accordance with Article 9, Section 2.1 of the Constitution of the State of California. And for this, I'm turning it over to Superintendent Thurman to present.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, Madam Chair. Good evening. Good evening. Buenas noches. This is a celebration. Thank you for being here. Thank you to the members of the board for this opportunity to introduce an incredible champion. We are gathered here today. Oh, wrong speech. Sorry. It is truly an honor to introduce a great leader for the state of California. A longtime leader at the California Department of Education who has come home to serve at the California Department of Education. Someone who knows the needs, the opportunities, the challenges, and the culture of this place, which is a very unique institution. Lupita also brings with her an incredible understanding of higher education in addition to her experience in early education and K-12 education, recognizing that education is a continuum from early education through higher education. This brings us a great opportunity to support the students in the great state of California. Lupita, as you will soon see if you don't know, is a passionate and intense leader for making change and positive change for all of our students. Her passion is informed by her own experiences as a student, as an English learner, as a student who was often mistreated and mischaracterized, but who persevered to go to the highest levels of education in this state and in this nation. A graduate of Harvard University. The daughter of immigrants, that deserves a round of applause. The daughter of immigrants who've contributed to this great state, who sacrificed for their family and have created these opportunities for her and her siblings and her children and others who are here. I met Lupita, I thought it was an accident that we met. I think it was her plan. I met Lupita as an assembly member and as a candidate for this office, and she helped us deliver an incredible hearing on the importance of creating science, technology, engineering, arts, and math opportunities for girls and women and students of color. And we kept having these meetings to talk about STEAM and to talk about helping kids. And then one day I heard her say this thing that I'm sure she's said a million times. You know, I worked at CDE for 12 years. And then it was like a light bulb went off in that moment. And even while I was struggling through the campaign, I had the opportunity to think and evaluate, should I have the good fortune to serve in this capacity? Who might be the right partner to help us at the California Department of Education? I'm pleased to tell you, I never considered anyone else but Lupita Cortez Alcalá. Lupita has some folks who've come here from a long way and some from a long time. I understand that she has teachers here who are her teachers in 2nd and 3rd grade. So you understand, let's give them a round of applause. She will acknowledge them, I'm sure. So you understand how important education is to her, her family, her extended community. Her family is here, and they are here to help her in her special celebration. Her husband, William, who is here. Her children, William and Olivia, are here. Her parents, Candelaria and Raul Cortez, are here, all the way from Poway. Bienvenidos y gracias para venir. Her sister, all the way from Arizona, is here. Marianela Cortez, all the way from Arizona, is here. So as we swear Lupita in the presence of her family, know that now you are part of her extended family in education. These jobs are not easy, and we do not do them alone. We do them with those who care for us and support us. So as we swear in Lupita, we're swearing you in too, to be her support circle and supporting her and supporting 6 million students in the great state of California. I present to you Lupita Cortez Alcalá. Who, by the way, in addition to being a great leader, makes history as the first ever Latina to be appointed as the Chief Deputy Superintendent of California. If you would, Lupita, we would love for you and your family to please approach. Oh, I'm sorry. Never one to rest on ceremony. I skipped the vote. Let's let the
do I have a
let's let the board do what they must do.
We'll do our approval. Okay, Felisa?
Motion to move the department's recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor of supporting the department's recommendation, raise your hand, vote aye. We approve.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, it's only my third day on the job. I'm going to be down here, and you all are going to be up here. Hello. You can stand with them and just, you can stand with them and face the audience. You have to raise your right hand. Let's give them another round of applause as they come, ladies and gentlemen. If you would, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Lupita Cortez Alcalá,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you want to take some photos? Oh, okay. And then, okay, so then after you make a statement, then we'll call.
Thank you, Superintendent Thurman. Can you hear me? For giving me the honor of swearing me in, and for your kind words. Vice President Eileen Strauss, I know. and board members for your vote of confidence. So I appreciate that. And thank you all for being here today. Some of you as far as Boston and Arizona and Poway and Los Angeles. I appreciate that. And seeing all of your faces, I'm reminded of the impact that you had on my life, both personally and professionally. I first want to thank, quiero dar las gracias a mis padres, Raúl y Candelaria. They have given me the motivation to be where I am today. I wanted to honor them. Yo quería honrarlos a ellos por sus esfuerzos y sus sacrificios en nuestras vidas. And so I wanted to honor them and my family for their sacrifices. We immigrated from Mexico when I was 3. My mom sacrificed her education and her life to support us. And my dad showed us a great work ethic and strong traditional Mexican values and their importance of education and doing the very best. While they couldn't help me navigate the educational system, they put us in an awesome, fantastic public school system, Poway Unified, and Saddleback Unified. And my teacher, 2nd and 3rd grade teacher, Mrs. Peterson, is here today. She was a great motivation in my life because I knew that she supported me, she loved me, and she didn't just love me, she loved my family while we were learning English and navigating the system. And so thank you for being here and all your support. I don't know that throughout the years you've known how much you've influenced me and how much I appreciated what you did for me. Thank you. In the last 20 years, I've been here in Sacramento. I knew one person, and that one person, Diane, is here today. The rest of you have become my family and my colleagues. And I married a local, and that is William. And these are my 2 kids, Olivia and William. And my mother-in-law and father-in-law, I married into a wonderful family. And I'm not able to do what I'm able to do, but for their support. So I want to thank you for your patience and for your love and your unconditional support. So thank you. I also invited you all here today from the many positions I've had here. I've worked with California School Boards Association, and Davis Campbell is here today, and he was one of my first bosses, along with Kevin Gordon. And he gave me my first shot here in Sacramento. I was 25 years old. And what I've always told everyone is I've come and gotten to where I am because I've had incredible bosses. And they've given me opportunities. And almost doesn't matter what you do, it matters who you work for and the opportunities they afford you. Also from my experience at the governor's office, I worked for Linda Adams and Ann Richardson. And I see Ann Richardson here today. And they were also incredible bosses and gave me incredible opportunities. Here at the Department of Education, and I forget, at the School Boards Association, Rick Pratt is here as well, and he was an incredible boss. And I see him, raise your hand, right here, over here to the right. So thank you, Rick, for all your support. The Department of Education, I came here not because, interestingly, and although I adore him, Jack O'Connell, it was because Terry Burns, I had heard she was a great boss. Where are you, Terry Burns? Thank you. And she is, and she was. And congratulations to you on your retirement. And I've had an opportunity to work with Rich Zeiger, who's the Chief of Staff, and he's here today too. Gavin Payne, Jack, and both Tom Torlickson. And at the Student Aid Commission, I had my very first commissioner boss, Hal Geog, is here today. And all these people that I mentioned have given me the opportunity and the experience and the portfolio of issue areas and had the confidence in me But many of you here, I've worked with you in the Assembly, in the Senate, Department of Finance, the Governor's Office, many really good friends, and you've helped me be and do the things I've been able to do because I haven't done it alone. And I wanted to recognize and thank you. Another commissioner I'm seeing here too is Catalina Cifuentes, who's come all the way from Riverside. And if I have an amazing resume, it's because of all of you that have worked with me and to get to this point. The Student Aid Commission, we have many of the deputies that are here. Raise your hand. And you've allowed me to do a lot of the work. Some of you are standing. But I invited you here today not by accident, but because I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for supporting me all these years. I would not be where I am today without you, but I also wanted to call you because this is a call to action. I can't do this without you. As I take this new role on, I know that it's going to require your counsel, your continued support, the sharing of ideas, the breaking down of inefficient systems, and of course, the building of new ones. It's going to require a lot of innovation and grit and both urgency and patience, because ensuring that all the students and children of California have both an equal opportunity and equal access to the best education they deserve, especially English learners, immigrant children, underrepresented students. We absolutely have to do something about closing the achievement gap. And we're going to require and it's going to require partnerships and collaborations, because I and Superintendent Thurman, we represent the faces of California today. And it's no accident that I am the first Latina Chief Deputy Superintendent. And it's a long time in coming. But I also have an immigrant experience. I'm an English learner. And it's this family right here that have sacrificed a lot, and many families in California. They may not be able to do too much, but they entrust us, the children, to our California public schools, and they expect us to give them a high quality education, and that's what we intend to do. So as you know, I'm not your ordinary chief deputy. I'm going to be straightforward. I'm going to be honest, because there's too much at stake to do otherwise. I'm excited about this opportunity, and I'm going to end with a quote that was texted to me before she arrived, Catalina Cifuentes. It's a quote by Cesar Chavez, and it says, "Once social change begins, it cannot be reversed. You cannot uneducate the person who has learned to read. You cannot humiliate the person who feels pride, and you cannot oppress the people who are not afraid anymore." So I want to thank State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, for giving me the opportunity to join him on this journey, and for entrusting me with the awesome responsibility of improving the quality of California's education system, and not only with all of you, but with all of the California Department of Education staff and team that I truly care about and that I truly respect. And together, we will move mountains. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So procedurally now, I just want to tell you, Lupita, on behalf of the board, it's so great for those of us who've worked with you before to have you come back with us again, and you bring such amazing experience to our team. I know the board may have a few comments, and I think there's probably a few people that want to make some public comments. Do you want to take some pictures first? Would you like to take a few pictures? I'll go take a couple pictures, and then we'll ask for board comments if anybody wants to make a comment. We want to take some photos, and then we'll have an opportunity for public comments. We're at the end. Okay, I'll ask the board to come back. I know we have several receptions to honor. Do you want to say anything or not? So I know, but do we want public comment? Yeah. We can do it quickly. All right. We're going to make a couple of comments on behalf of the board before. Okay. So I want to thank everybody for coming. Lupita, on behalf of the board, we are so excited to be working with you and to be renewing our relationships and with the hard work ahead. I know a couple board members have a few quick comments. We'll ask for a few public comments. I know there's a reception for you where you'll hear from lots of people, and I know Mike is waiting for us on the reception for him. So, Felisa?
Yes, I quiero felicitar a la familia de Lupita. I want to congratulate Lupita's family. I just want to say that, one, we're celebrating an educator. You have a very impressive resume. We all got to see it and review it in our agenda items. But on a personal note, I do think that it's not lost in me how historic today is. This whole week, actually, we have elected the first Afro-Latino to the state superintendent position. So, you know, I know everyone would say, well, African-American and mother was Panamanian. I'm like, yeah, that's Afro-Latino. And I think it shows the diversity in our community. It's the Afro-Latinos are widely underrepresented in the Latino community. I think it's important for students to see the diversity in our community, but also see that the state superintendent reflects them. And the first Latina to this role. And, you know, so I think that this is what our parents dream. This is a dream to materialize into reality. And I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for your family. I couldn't help but seeing their expressions and seeing how proud they were and how emotional this day is. And so congratulations. I look forward to working closely with you in the year to come. Thanks.
Did we have anybody that wanted to make a public comment before we adjourn to the reception to spend our time with Lupita? So let me just say then that we will not have a closed session tomorrow morning. And so we will adjourn today and then we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30. And congratulations, Lupita, Tony, it's a great first day. We look forward to continue to work with you. We have lots of work ahead. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.